Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Hello consumers, you have the right to be heard, absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brands on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello consumers, you're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy here, Iremofeko Foworola, and you know what? They call me the AWUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AWUF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AWUF is for you. You can get to know about trendy market slashes, promos, offers, and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that is so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AWUF packages. Peace.
Public service announcement. Hello consumers, I am Kikelomo Ajibola and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHallaTV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives?
Food remains one of the biggest expenses in Nigerian households, and as the rising cost of living continues to put pressure on consumers, the question of how much do we spend to put food on our table remains an important one. According to the latest figures from the National Bureau of Statistics, food inflation rate in Nigeria rose up to 17.52% in June 2026, up from 16.96% in May, with staple foods like yam, beans, rice, and fresh produce contributing to the pressure of household living. So what does this look like in the market? And how does this rising cost of living affect buyers and sellers alike? That is what we're here to find out today at Ile-Epo Market. My name is Peace Unwoke, and this is me on Market Today for ConsumerHallaTV. Let's go. Ile-Epo Market remains a major food trading hub in Lagos, with traders dealing in everything from fresh produce to tubers and other staple food items. But with rising food inflation and the cost of transporting goods, how much are these commodities selling for today? And how are traders coping with the rising cost of doing business? Let's find out. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine.
All right, can you tell me your name?
I'm Steven.
All right, Steven, what do you sell in Ile-Epo Market?
I'm a trader, I sell food stuff, I sell gari, beans, rice.
Okay, so let's talk about what you sell here, because you have gari, you have yellow gari, you have white gari, you have beans, you have rice. Do you have different types of rice here?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start from there. Can you mention the different types of rice you have?
Like this one, I have foreign rice. This one is small green. That one is my choice rice.
Okay.
It's different from each other. But that one is big one.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so how much is the small grain? How much is this other types?
Is it for Derica or for paint or bag?
For Derica, let's start with Derica. How much is it for Derica?
This one now is Derica 900, 850.
Okay.
That one is 1,1. Why the other one too is 1,1?
This is 1,100. Then this one is 900 naira for
900,
Derica.
yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the paint. How do you sell in paint?
I sell paint here 4,500. That one 6,000. That one 6,000.
Okay, 6,000, 6,000,
Yeah,
4,500 for
Yeah,
paint.
yeah.
All right, let's move to gari. We have the yellow gari and the white gari.
Okay.
Yes. So how do you sell?
Is it for the bag or paint or which one?
Bag, paint. If you sell in cups, you can tell us. If you sell in Derica, you can tell us.
This one for the bag is 22. That one is 22 also. For the paint of this one is 1,2. That one is 1,500 for the
This
paint.
paint is 1,2.
Yes.
The paint of that is 1,500.
Yeah.
The bag is 22,000. The
That
bag is how
one is
much?
22,000 as well.
22,000 naira. So how is the paint different? Because this one is 1,200 for paint. The bag is 22,000. That's the bag is 22,000, but the paint is 1,500. So what's the difference? What
This one now,
causes the difference?
the paint in the bag. This one is 20 paints. But that one is 15 in the bag. 15 paints.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So is this gari and this gari the same thing?
They are the same thing. They are the same thing. Yes.
They are the same thing. Okay, so let's move away from gari. Let's talk about beans. What type of beans do you have available in this shop today?
I have only drum and oloyin.
Drum and oloyin. Okay, so how much do you sell drum and oloyin?
For the paint, that one is 5,000. While the oloyin is 6,000.
5,000 and 6,000
Yes.
naira.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you, that's in amongst the beans, which one do your consumers, your customers buy more? Which one do they like more?
The boat.
Both of them. So they don't have a particular preference.
No, they say if they want to use it for like akara, they'll just buy this drum. So they want to like, but I say both of them mostly.
You sell both of them.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so the small grain and the long grain, which one do they like more?
The small one.
The small grain, why?
I don't know, maybe it's because it's cheap. I don't know, Sha.
Yeah, I get that. Okay, so let's talk about, based on the food prices. Let me ask you, from June to this present moment, we say that the prices of food items has increased.
It has increased, yeah.
So how has it increased?
The price of this, like beans and gari, it had money on it, so it increased.
So did it increase from the supplier, or was it when you transported it to this place?
From the supplier direct.
From the supplier,
Yes,
direct.
yeah,
So
it increased.
that's from June to this period.
It was even recently.
Recently?
Yeah.
Oh, how recent?
Like this one I increased last month, beans. this Gary increased this week. That yellow Gary.
That yellow Gary increased this week. How much was it before?
I was selling 19.5. Well, now I'm selling 21.5 now.
Wow. You said that the beans increased last month. How much did you sell it last month?
The beans I was selling before, I was selling 4.7, but now I'm selling 5,000. That one Oloyin I was selling 5.5, but now I'm selling 6,000.
Okay, looking at the fact that you said the increase came from your suppliers, so does that affect how you make profit and how you even sell to your customers?
Yes, that's where I make profits. Yes.
In what way? Can you explain better?
The profit they decrease, so it does not increase, it just decrease.
It's just there. You're not getting as much profit as before. Okay, so my last question for you: are your customers still buying in bulk, or they are just buying in little portions?
No, they are still buying the same way they are buying.
They are still buying the same way they are buying.
Yes.
Wow, that's nice. Do you have an idea why they're still buying the same way they're buying? Because you mentioned there's an increase, so.
Most of them they used to go and resell at home. So once they go and resell, they'll tell the street people that has increased in the market. So I think those street people they don't have options, so they'll have to buy like that. Buy some, they'll just buy it for like home use.
All right. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm good.
All right, so can you tell me your name?
My name is Francis.
All right, Mr. Francis, what do you sell in this market?
Foodstuffs like Gary, beans, and coke.
Gary, beans, and co. We'll start from the Gary first before we move to the Anko. So, what type of Gary do you have in your store today, and how much do you sell?
I have yellow Gary, and a paint costs
1,600.
Yes.
Do you have white Gary?
Yes, a paint costs 1,300.
1,300.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move to the beans. How much do you sell beans?
A paint costs 6,000.
6,000 naira.
Yes.
Okay, so what type of beans are we talking about?
Oloyin beans.
Oloyin beans. That's the only beans you have right now.
No, I have drum also. That one costs 5,500.
5,500 naira.
Yes.
Okay, so let's move to the other ones. The ones that are Anko. What are the ones that are the Anko?
The coke consists of egusi, ogbono, pepper, crayfish.
Egusi, ogbono, pepper, crayfish. Let's talk about that. How much do you sell egusi?
Egusi costs 9,000 naira.
That's for paint?
Yes.
Do you sell in cup?
Yes. A cup costs 1,800.
1,800.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the ogbono. How much do you sell ogbono?
A paint costs 25,000.
25,000 naira.
Yes.
Do you sell cup?
Yes. It also costs 1,800.
1,800. Okay, so let's talk about the final thing, the pepper. How do you sell pepper? How much is it?
A paint costs 10,000 naira.
10,000 naira.
Yes.
Cup?
A cup costs 2,000 naira.
Okay, so let's talk about what your consumers or your customers buy. Between the drum beans and the Oloyin beans, which one do they prefer? Which one do they buy more?
They prefer Oloyin beans.
Oloyin beans, you know why?
Because it's honey beans.
It's honey beans. Good. All right, so let's talk about the food prices. Do you think food prices have increased? Has it increased?
Yes, it has increased.
Like say how many months or weeks now?
2 months.
2 months. So like from June it has increased.
Yes.
Okay, so has it affected how you sell to your customers?
Yes.
So how did it affect your business?
Because the consumers are not coming like before. They buy in smaller quantity.
Oh, they don't buy in bulk anymore.
Yeah.
Wow. So still talking about the food prices. Where do you buy your supply from? Where do you get them from?
On the northern side, actually.
Okay, will you say that transportation costs also affects your prices, how you sell to your customers?
Yes.
or is it also from the supplier? You know, there are so many factors to this. So will you say it's from the suppliers or the transportation cost, or both affect how you sell?
Both affect how I sell.
Can you explain more?
Because the rate of the transportation is high, and we have more consumers, but there's not enough goods.
Okay, so there are more consumers, but there are no goods.
No production.
No production. Wow. Okay, so my last question for you. Do you think that in few months to come that the inflation rate or the prices might increase more than this, or it could be lower?
It might increase, but we pray that it should be lower, because so that we sell in bulk.
So that you'll be able to sell in bulk. Okay. So what you're saying now is you don't make profit as much as before.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. Hello, good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm fine. You?
I'm good, thank you. All right, so can you tell me your name?
My name is Ogochukwu Arochi.
Okay, Mrs. Ogochukwu, what do you sell in this market?
I sell vegetable.
Vegetable. Wow. Okay, so let's talk about what type of vegetable you sell. What type do you sell?
I sell ugu, curry leaf, scent leaf.
So where do you buy from?
We buy from the wholesalers.
Where is it? Do you buy in this market or you have another market?
At times we used to go to Imba and buy. At times we buy here in Ilekpo.
In Ilekpo. So the one you are selling now, the one you have available, where did you buy from? Do you buy from Ilekpo?
I buy from this Ilekpo.
This Ilekpo.
Yes.
Okay, so will you say that the prices, how you sell, has it increased? Because even if it does not increase in price, maybe the quantity as the prices increase, where you buy from?
Due to the situation of things now, the way we used to buy vegetable formerly is not the way we are buying now.
Yes.
Due to that, everything have increased. So we used to buy a big bunch. We'll have the one of 25,000, 30,000.
That's the bunch.
That is the bunch.
Yeah.
We'll have the one of 3,000, 4,000.
Yeah.
But the way things is now, due to that, this is the vegetable, that is pumpkin leaf, ugu.
Yeah.
This is the period of it.
Okay.
So this is the season.
So it's a seasonal.
It's up to, yes, it's seasonal, yes.
Okay.
Now, we'll buy it like 3,000 in a small bunch. We'll come to resell. But due to the situation of this place, we used to pay the price of, let's say, 2,500 every day here.
Why?
So by the time people of all this Owoda, they used to come to collect from us 500 different places in different group. They will form and come, and by the time you will make all these expenses to see the what outcome of your sales every day, you will not meet up. So things are very, very expensive.
These are very, very
yes.
Talking about, there's a way you sell vegetable. When the price increases, you have to reduce the quantity, so at least you'll be able to meet up with what you sell. Are your customers complaining?
According to the demand in the market, that they say the law of demand make us know that the higher the price, the higher the lower the commodity demanded. Then the lower the price, the higher the commodity demanded. So you will place your market that when customer come, they will be able to buy, because if you increase the price, they will not buy. Like this one now, you are seeing it.
Yeah.
We used to sell it like this 500. So when people come, they used to ask us 1,000, 300, that is 3,900.
Yeah.
So it's not easy for us.
So how much do you now sell it now?
We sell it like this 500.
This is 500.
It's 500,
But
yes.
since that's the seasonal produce, why is it not cheaper or lesser or more affordable?
Due to the things is not the way it's supposed to be. Formerly, we used to sell it like this 200.
Yes.
But the price of things is not stable again.
Yes.
Nothing that you can say this is the seasonal something.
Yes.
Nothing like seasonal something again. So everything seemed to be up. So it's just vice versa. The way you sell, the way you go and buy. We sell vegetable after selling. We enter market to buy food stuff. They will not reduce money from us for us. So that is why it's like that.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. Hello, good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right. So, can you tell me your name?
My name is Winner.
Miss Winner. Yes. All right. So, Miss Winner, what do you sell in this market?
I sell stockfish here. Okay. These are my goods and this is what I sell.
Okay. So, let's talk about the prices. How do you sell?
I sell normally, but things are not moving well as supposed to move because it's as if the price are becoming more and more expensive day by day. So it's discouraging people to come and get what they are supposed to get.
Okay, so you have different types of stockfish here. You have different sizes. Let's talk about the price range first. How much do you sell them? From the highest, to the lowest, these ones that you have here.
The lowest is 500. That is 3 for 500.
So this is 3
like this. 3 for 500
naira.
Yes. Okay. So to the highest, you can see the one of 10,000, 11, 15, depending on what you want, the range of what you want, any amount you want, any size you want, you can get it. So
there's a certain report that food prices has increased in from June to this present moment. Will you say that it has increased?
Of course it has. No.
So has it increased tremendously? Is the increase really much, or
yes,
it's just
very much?
Very high.
Yeah, very high, and it's really discouraging people to come again. You can see now there's nobody here. You can see there's no customer asking you what do you want or what do you want to get, because things are very expensive. So it's more like when you want to, like what you are selling now. Some people will tell you it's not compulsory for them to use it. Meanwhile, because they can't get it, they can't afford it. So that's why it's like that. And when the thing is high like that, you went to the market with the transport and everything, you are expecting to at least get something from, but you can't even get. You're even looking for your own capital.
So there's no profit right now.
It's not the way it's supposed to be. Not the way it is now. So
you mentioned transport. Is it only transportation that is affecting the prices, or there are other factors too?
Yeah, there are other factors, but for now, the way people are complaining, they are saying the transport is much, and the way people are complaining about it, so it's like that. They are saying the transport is really much. The transport of going to get it from wherever they are bringing it from, so it's much. So it's always like that.
Okay, so your suppliers, where they get it from,
they complain of the transport. Yes.
So all that where you sum it up, it affects.
Yes, especially we that goes to Igbo to get. When we go to Igbo to get all these goods now, only the transport from going to Igbo to get all these things, it's very expensive. So talk more of them alone getting it from wherever, and everybody wants to get their own. We will call all these people that carries all these goods. They will charge you. The conductor, everybody will charge you on the same goods they are charging you on. So before you calculate everything, you calculate your money, you calculate whatever you need. So the price is too much for it.
Okay, talking about the expensive nature of the food prices now, your consumers, your customers here, are they still buying in bulk? Are they still buying as before, or their purchasing power has reduced at this moment?
It has really drastically reduced, more or less like before. People that are getting the one of 1,000 are now going back to the one of 500. So the thing is it has really reduced. So it's not like before. It's not encouraging though. So you can't just sit one place and.
Would you say that the increase is also seasonal? Is it seasonal?
No.
So what you say now, is it seasonal? Is it a seasonal produce?
No.
So you wouldn't say the season affects?
No. This is not vegetable. It's not vegetable. When you talk of vegetable, that will be a different case. But this one now is not vegetable. That you say is seasonal. Yeah. So that's my own.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
And while the sellers have given us an insight into what is happening on the supply side, what does this mean for the people actually buying these food items?
Hello, good morning, ma.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you today?
I'm fine.
All right, so can you tell me your name, ma?
Okay, I'm Evangelist Edgar Esther.
Evangelist what?
Esther Edgar.
Okay, so Evangelist Esther, what are you doing in this market today?
Okay, I came for shopping.
You came to shop. Nice. Hope you're shopping for two.
No.
All right, so let's get to business. Are you shopping for your household or you are shopping as a retailer?
No, for the household.
For the household.
Yeah.
So do you buy frequently from in this market?
Yes, at least once a month.
Once in a month.
Yes.
So you do bulk buying.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about what you came here to buy today. Can you just mention some of the food items you came here to buy today?
Well, from the foodstuffs to some of the household items, like for instance, soap, and other foodstuff like.
Okay, so let's say, did you buy rice? Did you buy
No, I don't buy rice. But I bought rice, but that would be the Ofada rice.
Oh, the Ofada rice.
Yes.
Okay, so there's no other food item you bought here today? Gary beans.
I bought beans.
Okay, so let's talk about that. When you came to this market today, you had a certain budget with you.
Yeah.
Do you think? No. Let's not say do you think. Have you exceeded your budget today?
Yeah. For instance, the beans price went up. But I mean, normally when you come to markets and you discover that there is an increase in the price, you just have to adjust your budget. So I just adjusted the budget slightly.
You adjusted the budget slightly, so it wasn't too much than what you can.
Yes.
Okay, so you said that you are a frequent. You come here once in a month. So let's look back at 2 months ago, from June to this present moment. Would you say that the increase is higher than normal, or as you said, slightly?
Not too alarming, just slightly.
Yeah. Okay. So, what do you think? Maybe the next time you come to this market, do you think you'll still be buying in the same amount, or do you think the prices would have gone up based on how things are now?
Well, I can't decide that at all. It's not in the power of the consumer to decide the prices of commodities in the market. So many things influence the prices of commodities, and I think part of the reason might be the transportation. So the large extent, it is the sellers that can determine that. It is not in the power of the consumer to determine how much a goods or a commodity will be bought.
Yes. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
How are you today?
I'm fine.
All right, ma, can you tell me your name?
My name is Mrs. Akinshola.
Mrs. Adeshola. Akinshola.
Yes.
Okay, what are you here to do in this market today?
I'm here to come and buy the soup ingredients.
Soup ingredients.
Yes.
Nice. Okay, so let's talk about what you came here to buy today. You came in here with a particular budget. Before we even talk about that, do you buy every time from this market? Do you frequent this market?
Yes, I used to be frequent at Ilepo.
You buy every time from?
Yes.
So you have customers around?
I don't have customers, so I just
go anywhere.
I just go anywhere. Anywhere that I prefer.
Okay, so let's talk about your budget. You came here with a budget today.
Yes.
So could you tell us the range of how much you came here with, and have you exceeded your budget for today?
I have exceeded though. I have exceeded.
You have exceeded?
Yes.
Wow.
Sometimes when you come to market like that,
yes,
once you come and meet, will not be your own budget.
Yes.
And you don't have choice than to buy it.
Yes.
After all, you cannot eat your money.
So talking about exceeding budgets, did you leave some things aside, to buy the more important ones, or you bought all the things that are important for your household?
No, I have to reduce the quantity. The quantity of what I want to buy.
So you not buy in bulk, you not buy as you expected.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about 2 months ago, from June to this period. Do you think that the prices of food stuff has increased?
Not like that. Like pepper.
Yes.
Yes, the pepper that we are buying in the market now is affordable.
It's affordable.
It's affordable.
Okay. But
other like meats, like palm oil, they are going up.
They are going up.
Because it's going up.
Okay. But do you think that some things, some food items have increased based on the season? Or do you think the season or transportation cost does not affect it too?
We cannot blame them because it is what they bought in the market that they will sell.
Yeah.
So maybe due to the tea fair, but for the pepper, they make this the season of the pepper and vegetables.
Yes.
Those ones, they are affordable.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so
With inflation at a rising high, it is clear that the reality is not just in the numbers. It is in what Nigerians pay every time they go to the market. And for the traders today at the Lekpo market, it is clear that there are several factors that influences how much they spend, how much they buy, and how they sell to the consumers. And for the buyers, it is clear that they have had to adjust their purchasing power and the budgets allocated to their household spend. It is not over, but until the next episode, you can catch us on ConsumerHallaTV on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and Twitter. Until the next episode, my name is Peace Unwoke, and bye for now.
Hello consumers, you have the right to be heard, absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brand on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello consumers, you're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy here, Iremofeko Foworola, and you know what? They call me the AWUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AWUF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AWUF is for you. You can get to know about trendy market slashes, promos, offers, and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that is so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AWUF packages. Peace.
Public service announcement. Hello consumers, I am Kikelomo Ajibola and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHallaTV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives? Join us every Tuesday by 12:30 p.m. for Scam Alert on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is absolutely free. And in case you're not following us across all our social media platforms, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. Don't say I didn't do anything for you this 2025. Bye.
Welcome to In the Marketplace. We are taking you on a journey behind the scene of Nigeria's most vibrant market, from the sight and sound of the market to the stories of the people who makes it thrive. We will be sharing the untold stories that brings this market to life. Join us as we explore the history, challenges, and triumphs of the market vendors. We will dive into the daily lives of the people who call markets home and uncover the secret that makes this market special. You will get to see the passion, energy and dedication that goes into making this market success. Tune in to In the Marketplace on ConsumerHalla TV on Thursday by 11 a.m. to experience the sight and sound. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media and on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Hello fellow consumers, are you looking for a program where we give analysis about brand and a program where we project the voice of the consumer? Join my team and I on Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box by calling on the program to get your issues resolved.
And in case you are wondering where Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be showing, please join us on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is free by 2 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. every Mondays and Wednesdays. Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be airing and will be here to provide you any information on brands and also issues that you have pending.
Well done.
Customer that I need to
deposit this money. So let me call the account number for you. 25.
Customer, wait. So I don't go collect this money. Say the money don't tear now. It's not tear finish.
This money.
No, I don't collect some.
I don't something serious.
No, customer, I don't collect the money.
Number 4 now.
Good afternoon.
What's going on now?
See the tete money where you don't give me. I don't feel collect them.
Just this month here. She should be able to collect it.
Customer, I cannot collect it.
No. Unfortunately, this is more common these days. Damaged money are now being rejected by banks, POS operators, even businesses. So you can't blame her now. You can't blame her. Seriously.
Honestly, I don't know this is that serious now.
It's serious, so serious.
Wow, that's a lot of issue right there. But then this money is actually torn. All right, let's find out how your money ended up like this.
That is the first mistake. Keeping cash in your pockets without a wallet causes it to fold and tear much faster.
Hello? Are you serious about it? Please call the number. Wait. Okay. 20.
What are you doing? Why are you writing on your Naira notes?
I can't. Your phone has a notepad. Why are you writing on your phone? Currency isn't meant for writing now. I can't find a piece of paper to write.
Well, that is very wrong. You shouldn't write on your currency note. It is not a piece of paper.
This is absolutely wrong. So wrong. Please, that account number, customer, I'm coming.
That doesn't look right.
Absolutely. Stapling currency creates holes and damages the note. A rubber band is a better option.
So what should people do instead?
Present cash neatly in a gift envelope, or better still, make a transfer to the celebrant.
Wow.
It's as simple as that.
These options look much more respectful and they are completely stress-free.
Keep notes away from water, oil, and excessive heat.
Exchange damaged notes at your bank as soon as possible.
Whenever possible, use secure digital payment platform.
Respect the Naira, handle it with care. This message is for public awareness. Handle the Naira responsibly and avoid practices that deface the nation's currency.
To resolve. Also follow us across all our other social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. And that is why at ConsumerHallaTV
you deserve to be heard. Hi everyone, I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. Join me live on Perspective every Mondays to Friday from the hour of 9 to 10, where we have meaningful and engaging conversations about all the burning and pressing issues making the round. Issues related to our economy and consumers. It's conversing, it's relatable, it's beyond interview. We have expert analysts who gives updated analysis about all aspects of a conversation. Join the moving train by subscribing to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Stay informed, Thank you.
I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Market Today is the show where we visit different markets across Nigeria, Lagos, to check out the prices of different things, ranging from household items to foodstuffs to cosmetics, electronics, every other thing.
In a world of hustle and bustle, entertainment keeps us alive, and that is why at ConsumerHallaTV, we ensure you enjoy all around 360-degree entertainment program. Screen Time is the show for you, where you enjoy top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, exclusive interview, and other segments.
Don't mind him, he's just a jealous person.
Oh,
His new
God.
movie release, updates, and screen time. I'm going to enjoy myself because this is my favorite time on the program. I get to recommend good movie for you, and I'm also waiting for you to recommend movies to me also in the comment section. Screen Time is not just all about entertainment, it is relaxing and also educational. So that is why we are bringing to you Screen Time on ConsumerHallaTV. And in case you're wondering where to join us every Mondays by 5 p.m. at ConsumerHallaTV on our YouTube channel. Subscription is very, very free. And in case you
Learn, be educated, and be entertained. Keep watching, be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla.
My name is
Marketing Communications Professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHallaTV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Sharon Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHallaTV. Now, ConsumerHallaTV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they will be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHallaTV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I want you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHallaTV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHallaTV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching it.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHallaTV. Any consumer-related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHallaTV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too, but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. Alright, thank you so much, ConsumerHallaTV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHallaTV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHallaTV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHallaTV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you.
Wednesday morning. Good morning, Nigeria, both home and abroad. Thank you for joining us on your favorite breakfast show on your Consumer TV channel. This is our perspective on ConsumerHallaTV, your favorite #1 breakfast show, where we discuss all burning and trending issues making the rounds. I'm Miri Ayomi Koleki. Welcome to the midweek edition of Perspective.
All right, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us this morning once again for Perspectives on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Kikelomo Ajibola. Welcome to the show this morning.
Okay, we're moving into it, Kike. Good morning.
Good morning, Ryan.
All right, now Nigeria's digital payment ecosystem has become one of the fastest growing in Africa. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, the country processed an estimated 1.2 quadrillion in electronic transactions in 2025, and that is driven largely by the fintech companies such as OPay, MoneyPoint, PalmPay, Flutterwave, and Paystack, alongside the traditional banks.
As these platforms expanded from payment services into digital banking, savings, lending, and merchant services, concerns also grew over market concentration, operational risk, and regulatory oversights. And in response, the Central Bank of Nigeria has introduced a series of sweeping reforms between March and June 2026 aimed at strengthening governance and competition across the fintech sector. Under the new framework, fintech groups must operate each licensed subsidiary independently with separate governance structure, capital requirement, liquidity standards, and the risk management systems.
The Apex Bank has also introduced strict market concentration rules. Any institution controlling more than 25% of consumer payment issuance cannot simultaneously control more than 15% of the merchant acquiring market, while all operators will be required to submit monthly with the market share report and strengthen the anti-money laundering compliance.
According to the CBN, these measures are designed to prevent excessive market dominance, strengthen financial stability, improve consumer protection, and deepen financial inclusion. However, the reforms have sparked debate. Supporters believe stronger regulation will build a safer and more competitive payment ecosystem. Critics argue that tighter compliance requirements could increase operating costs, discourage innovation, and show the growth of one of Nigeria's most successful technology sectors.
So has the central bank struck the right balance between innovation and regulation, or is Nigeria at risk of regulating its fintech success story too aggressively? And absolutely, the conversation we are about to have it now, and our guest, Mr. Shola Picaset, the Group Director of FIC Professionals Network PLC, join us virtually on the conversation this beautiful morning. Good morning, Mr. Shola. Thank you for joining us. It's so good to have you again.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning.
It's so good to have you, Mr. Shola. Thank you for joining us. Now, let's move into the conversation because time is not a friend. About this new decision, we know the CBN is trying to, regulate and operate and also organize the new fintech, growing too fast. And as it stands, the CBN also says these reforms are designed to deepen the financial inclusion while strengthening the regulation. So, do you think stricter regulation genuinely improve the financial inclusion, or do the two objectives naturally conflict?
Actually, I want to congratulate Central Bank for finally waking up, if I can use that word. So surely regulation is an essential requirement anywhere money is involved. The one that many of us are familiar with is what is popularly called wonder banks. And the reason why the so-called wonder banks fail is because they operate without regulation. So regulation is a very crucial requirement, is a very crucial requirement for success. And it's very important that Central Bank is now up to the task. As far as I'm concerned, they need to do more to regulate what is going on in that space.
All right, Mr. Shola, you said they need to do more to regulate what is going on in that space. But then why has the Central Bank of Nigeria decided to introduce these reforms now? Were they thinking it wasn't necessary when fintech, or they didn't see that fintech was going to be this huge? Because fintech is now at the adoption of its highest level. Why is this reform just coming in currently?
Okay, that's a beautiful question. For us to understand what has happened, we need to start from the history. The PalmPay and OPay of this world started operations as mobile money operators. Their job is simply to help people move money around electronically. But over time, they became so successful that they started acquiring banks. So today, all of them have a subsidiary bank. You can microfinance bank, you can call it digital bank. A bank is a bank. So when you are talking about these operators, we need to start seeing them from just being fintechs. They have now become banks. And what is happening is that because of the way they acquired loans, they have been operating under the radar. No proper oversight. Honestly, if I use the right word, they have been operating illegally. So pay more attention to their banks and less attention to their fintech department that started this whole situation. So it is that trend that central bank is reacting to.
All right, that's a great one. We know the CBN goal is to make sure consumers are safe and to make sure the market is more fairer and safer. But right now, as it stands, the CBN itself, the BBX Bank says the fintech companies must ring-fence their subsidiaries with separate governance, capital, and restructure. So is this an overdue reform or it's unnecessary regulatory burden as we speak right now?
No. Like I said, they're not even doing enough. And I'll give you a specific example. If a commercial bank today decides to start lending at 10% per month, do you think central bank is going to respond? But today, these so-called fintechs are lending money to the population at 15%, 20%, sometimes 50% per month. And they are supposed to be Nigerian banks. I want to challenge your channel because you're a consumer protection unit. As of today, Nigerians are being scammed by the so-called fintechs. They are lending at rates that is almost unbelievable. Central Bank of Nigeria meets monthly. They will come to tell everybody that the lending rate in the banking industry as of today is hovering around 23% to, let's say, 36%. What that means is that no bank, whether you call yourself microfinance, whether you call yourself digital or fintech or whatever you call yourself, no bank, as long as there's bank in front of your name and you have a license, should lend at more than 3% a month at the highest. But these same people are lending, as at this morning, at 15%, 20%, 30% per month. They're taking full advantage of Nigerians or the absence of regulation in the economy as it relates to lending. I'm emphasizing lending.
Well, Mr. Shala, that is a very beautiful insight that you've just dropped in, because we have a lot of consumers complaining about the rate of the high rate of interest, and also some hidden charges that they are not even transparent with you when you're about to, take those loans. But are companies like OPay, MoneyPoint, and PalmPay becoming too dominant in Nigeria's payment ecosystem? Because these are banks that are at the lips of almost every Nigerian.
Well, where competition is healthy, so the issue of dominance should not be the case. Even in the traditional banking sector as we have it, there has always been the history of the top, banks, the top 5 who typically control 70%, of the industry. So that's not new. dominance is not a new thing. Dominance in the fintech space is also should not be new. What needs to be done is for everybody to follow the rules. The fintechs have taken advantage of the lapses in the Nigerian environment. That is what has helped them to grow. It's not because they've been super creative. And that is just the truth. The banks, the commercial banks, as we know them today, they're not operating under the same rules as these digital banks. And that is the challenge. You know, I made reference to wonder banks. The reason why in the commercial bank, there are certain banks. The first bank, if I can call names, First Bank of this world and co. The reason why a lot of people bank with them is that one single man cannot just wake up one day and run away with everybody's money. It will be difficult. But these fintechs today that are running banks, they are run by 2-3 people and controlling trillions of millions of people's. It is alarming, honestly. It is alarming. The other part among this regulation that you need to be aware of is that most of these so-called fintechs today are controlled by foreign entities. Some of them don't even live in Nigeria, and they run the companies out of Nigeria. So if anything happens, they don't even need to do anything. They will just be sitting where they are in London, in China, and they'll be smiling and looking at all of Nigeria and saying, look at this, I'm sorry to use the word, mugus. So central bank, I'm happy they are moving. They need to do more. We honestly have a situation, yes, the fintechs appear to be providing convenience. But the way the regulators will always explain it is that when you have a very fast car that can take you at 300 kilometers per hour, it is very important for you to have brakes, because those brakes is to prevent a crash. That is the job of the regulator. So yes, the fintechs can grow as far as they want to grow, because we must remember there is a very important need for brakes, so that all of us will not wake up one day and the whole system would have crashed.
All right, interesting. There are a lot of, when issues like this happen, financial experts absolutely debate on conversations like this, and some people say this decision could limit the biggest player unintentionally and reduce competition instead of promoting it. So do you believe this expert given this insight about this decision the CBN is given on fintech?
No, not at all. Look, the reason why these so-called fintechs, you mentioned them, the reason why they've grown is not because of their super creativity. I'm not suggesting that it's not done well. Remember that Nigeria introduced a cashless policy. And actually, very recently, about 3-4 years ago, when there was an attempt to change the Nigerian cash, to introduce new notes and all of that. That is specifically when the growth that we're observing now took, an overnight turn. And because all of them, to get cash, which is still the dominant tool for transacting in Nigeria till today. Please note that because everybody is now going to POS doesn't mean that cash has moved from the economy. It simply means that the means to get access to cash has been decentralized. So this growth that we are witnessing by these fintechs is luck. They happened, to be around when the cashless crisis in Nigeria happened. So two sets of events. COVID during 2020, 2021, that was the first spike. And then the recent one around 2023, I believe, 2023, when there was an attempt to change to new notes. Those two events is what catapulted the growth of the fintechs. So they benefited from a system. If they benefited from that system, why shouldn't the same system be able to calm them down, reduce the temperature? You're not reducing, you're not stopping their creativity at all. Creativity must be within bounds. Otherwise, we will stand the risk of another wonder bank that can happen to us. And this time around, it can be way bigger than any one of us may be willing to admit or consider.
Well, Mr. Shala, you said it as it is because you made mention of the regulations not being strong enough because anybody can just wake up and pack millions of people's money and leave, because most of them are not even living in the country in the first place. And we have had waves of those little spike of people saying, oh, I woke up, my money is not in my bank anymore, this and that. And then in recent times, we've been hearing people using fintech as a form of money laundering. So the regulations require stronger anti-money laundering controls and greater accountability. With these new reforms that is being introduced by the Apex Bank, significantly reduce risk of fraud, or will criminals simply migrate to other channels, as we know that they are very, very creative when it comes to, ripping people off their hard-earned money?
Well, it's a starting point. What is being done now is a good starting point, but I insist it's not enough. As it relates to criminal activities, that's normal. In any environment in the world, there will always be people that have criminal tendencies. That's normal. And that is why there is government. It is to tone down the level of criminality. So yes, in those days, children used to watch porn in magazines. Sorry, I'm using that example, with magazines and co. Now it has gone online because, the magazine online is more convenient. When one channel is blocked, they will try. Remember that in the middle of all of this, Nigeria is one of the biggest blockchain users in the world. Users in the world, and that is of so much illegal money moving around. So it only reminds us that the regulators have work in their hand. There is no doubt about that. They have a lot of work to do. But yes, if they block one, they will move to another. But that is, even every police will tell you that the moment they bust one criminal gang, another is brewing from another end. So yes, regulation is going to be continuous. New things will come up. New channels will come up. That is the job of this work is a permanent job. That is why regulator work is a permanent work. If regulation stops, then which work are they are they to start going to work and drinking coffee? So yes, they must keep doing their work. While the criminals will surely keep looking for new ways to perpetrate their act.
Okay, Mr. Shola, let me quickly do a follow-up question before I pass the baton to my colleague in the studio. You said the regulation must continue, and we know that if the regulation continues and is stricter and very tight, innovation might die. So could the stricter rules slow down product innovation and delay the launch of new financial services?
No, it will not. It will not. I've said it before, speed needs to be controlled. You can, yes, creativity is good, innovation is good, but it has to be done for the long term, not for the short term. History has it, anywhere in the world, outside Nigeria, anywhere there's excessive creativity, there are always, so Nigeria is not an exception. So everybody needs to look at the attempt to, apply the brakes. Just slow down. Nobody is suggesting being creative. It's for the good of all. It's for us so that in another 5 years' time, in another 10 years' time, the payments industry in Nigeria will still be thriving. It will not be like a creativity is introduced and then after 6 months, everything crashes. So it's a balance, and it is a very important requirement for the protection of all of us.
Mr. Shola, before we let you go this morning, we have to ask this particular question because as a consumer-centric TV channel, and for people watching at home, they'll be wondering, okay, how is this going to affect me? How is this my problem, you know? So what impact should Nigerians expect on POS agents, merchants, and millions of consumers who rely daily on OPay, MoneyPoint, and PAPay? In what way will it affect them, even with the reforms, you know, coming in? Is it just for the fintech bank, or there is a little bit of affection that is going to, you know, go into the consumers that are using these particular fintech banks?
No. Nigerians don't have anything to worry about. We're already saturated POS devices in every nook and cranny. So now that we are stabilizing the system, most consumers will not even notice the regulation. The regulation is happening at the back end, you know, cleaning house, you know, more or less. So there's nothing to worry about. However, I want to challenge your channel, and I want to challenge Nigerians. We should be more concerned because POS allows you to gain access to your money. That is good. But most Nigerians need access to money, credit. You should be able to go to a POS and, you know, have access to 5 million naira credit without having to go and bring your father, bring your mother, and all of that. But even more importantly, those same fintechs today, you can log into your app, you can access some of them even as much as 3-4 million as of today, but at unbelievable interest rates. That is what Nigerians should be more concerned about. And I challenge all of us that are interested in consumer protection. Go to Consumer Protection Department of CBN and ask them, why are you allowing these fintechs to charge us interest rates of 300% per annum? Is that not illegal? Bombard CBN so that CBN can start allowing you to have access and enjoying these fintechs. Because if you go online and you can take an online loan with just a click, but it's costing you 25% or 36% per annum, and you're not required to pay back within 7 days or 30 days, it will deepen Nigeria's economy. So let us be more concerned about that. Let us challenge Central Bank. Let us challenge FCCPC that 300% per annum interest rate is illegal. And they need to control that. While the one that is going on at the back end about setting up a proper system and control that CBN has introduced is going on.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Shola, for joining us on the conversation. Your insights were very beautiful. But just for 1 second, do you believe this reform will be remembered as the policy that straightened Nigeria fintech industry? Is it yes or no?
No, there are several policies. You may not be aware that this introduced the payment system 2028, I believe, which is actually a much more comprehensive document that takes care of a lot of things. So yes, there's a lot going on at the back end, I can assure you of that. So that document is actually a very comprehensive reform. And like I've said, reform will always happen. In 2028, another set will be rolled out and it will continue like that.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Shola, for joining us on the conversation. We appreciate you, and it's so good seeing you. We can't wait to have you on more editions to come on Perspective.
Happy to be here. We look forward to the time when we all can truly enjoy the fintechs.
All right, Mr. Shola, thank you so much for joining us. God bless you. Have a very beautiful day. All right, that was Mr. Shola Advocacy joining us on the conversation about CBN tough new rules for OPay, MoneyPoint, and PAPay. Will stronger regulation deepen the financial inclusion or slow the fintech innovation? Thanks to him for joining us. And now the Central Bank latest fintech reforms represent one of the most significant regulatory changes in Nigeria's digital payment industry in recent years.
And by introducing operational ring fencing, stricter governance requirements, market share limits, and enhanced anti-money laundering obligations, the regulator says it is seeking to protect consumers, reduce systemic risk, and ensure that no single operator dominates the country's rapidly expanding digital payment ecosystem.
And the coming months will determine whether these measures achieve their intended objectives without slowing innovation or reducing access to affordable digital financial services. However, for millions of Nigerians who depend on fintech platforms every day, the outcome will influence how they save, how they borrow, they receive payment, and conduct business in an increasingly cashless economy. And that is it on the first half of Perspective this beautiful morning. We're moving to the second half of the conversation. Let's take a short break. I and Kiki are still in the studio. Thank you so much for still joining and still watching Perspective, your favorite breakfast show. We'll be right back. All right, thank you for still staying with us. It is your favorite breakfast show, Perspective on ConsumerHallaTV. And now we're moving to the second half of the conversation. If you're just joining us, absolutely, I think they're not so late. They can still grab the second half of the conversation.
Well, recent economic indicators suggest that Nigeria may be on a path toward macroeconomic stability. Inflation has begun to ease. The foreign exchange market has become relatively more stable. Foreign reserves have improved and investor confidence is gradually returning. These developments have prompted economic stakeholders to argue that Nigeria is making measurable progress after a period of significant economic turbulence.
At the recent Business Day CEO Forum, policymakers, economists, business executives, and development partners agreed that while the economy is showing and also encouraging signs of recovery, the country must sustain ongoing reforms, strengthen the coordination between fiscal and monetary authorities, and as well deepen the private sector investment and accelerate structural reforms if this gain are to become permanent.
But yet, despite these encouraging indicators, many Nigerians say they are yet to experience any meaningful improvement in their daily lives. Food prices remain high, businesses continue to battle expensive credits, rising production costs, and multiple taxes. Electricity tariffs have increased for many consumers, while unemployment and underemployment remain major concerns.
So this morning, the main question we are to ask is if Nigeria's economy is stabilizing, and if truly stabilizing, why don't ordinary Nigerians feel it? And the current reforms laying the foundation for long-term prosperity, or are they placing too much burden on citizens today? And what more must the government and the private sector do to ensure economic recovery translate into the real improvement in people's lives? And to help us shed more light on this conversation by giving us a well-deepened insight, we're joined by Olufunmilola Adebowale. She's a development economist. Thank you so much for joining us, Ms. Adebowale, on Perspective.
Thank you for having me.
All right, now let's move into it, because right now a lot of people know that inflation is easing and the exchange rate there is a bit stability right there, but it's still like nothing is happening and nothing is changing because the whole lot still keep still stagnant. Yeah, that's the word. So the recent economic indicators point to improving macroeconomic stability, but yet many Nigerians say life is becoming more difficult. So is there a disconnection between the economic data and everyday reality?
Okay, thank you. I think it's a very important question. I would say there is no disconnection. Let's start from from the basics. So what is it? There's a difference between economic growth and economic development, right? So economic growth is a prerequisite, but it's a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition to achieve economic development. So when there is economic growth and it translates to improved standard of living, then we can say that that country has achieved some level of economic stabilization. So in the last 3 years, we've seen the government implement bold reforms. And the truth of the matter is we started seeing the impact of those reforms. But unfortunately, the impact has been more evident at the macro level. So, but it's important that, while the impact is at the macro level, it's still a necessary condition. So before we start seeing improvement in the living standard, achieving macroeconomic stability is key. So that phase of the reform, we've seen the impact. So I think the next phase of the reform should now be how do we transform these macroeconomic gains in such a way that it benefits an average Nigerian. So we've achieved that stability because there's a level of stability, stability in inflation that is necessary for growth to be achieved. If you remember, the CBN's target is achieving 6 to 9% of inflation rate. Unfortunately, before the Middle East crisis, we've seen inflation decline steadily for 11 months. But unfortunately, the Middle East crisis came and it changed the curve. But in June, we saw some level of stability again. So I think it's the Middle East crisis that will, in the near term, that will determine the movement in inflation. But by and large, we are seeing the impact of those reforms. Exchange rate has been stable. We've seen increase in FX flows. Foreign investors are now more confident in the Nigerian economy. So we are seeing that improvement. But I think we give kudos to the government for what has been achieved so far. But now I think the focus or the next phase of the reform should be how do we transform this level of stability at the macro levels to ensure that we achieve what we call long-term sustainability growth that will then have a trickle-down effect or positive impact on living standard of every Nigerian.
Thank you so much for that answer, Ms. Adebowale. It is very, very important that we put it out there because many Nigerians, because they have not yet been touched directly by these reforms, they're saying this is actually not working, We need to do something better. Inflation is showing signs of moderation, but food prices remain persistently high. Why hasn't lower inflation translated into noticeable relief for consumers? Because no matter how much or how big of a grammar we try to beautify the work of the government, as long as consumers or the citizens of Nigeria are not feeling it, as to them, it is absolutely not working.
All right. So when you look at inflation, there are different drivers of inflation. There are monetary drivers, there are cost push drivers, there is demand pull and all. So with the tight monetary policy that has been in place and exchange rate stability, we've seen some inflation at the headline level improve. However, if you look at food inflation, what are the factors that are still driving movement in prices, movement in food prices? I think they are beyond monetary factors, and that is where tightening rate and all might not totally address those challenges, because we are seeing more of supply side challenges in terms of food. We are seeing insecurity in the food producing states. Even if we increase interest rates, it will not address that kind of challenge. In terms of logistics, there's still a lot of things that need to be done. Infrastructure, putting in storage facilities. That for food, we have harvest season, we have the planting season. So during the harvest season, we see the price of some food commodities drop. But because we don't have enough storage facilities or infrastructure generally in place to be able to, preserve some of those commodities during the peak period, so that when it's planting season, we have enough supply that can run through the year. So I think those challenges that are keeping food inflation from declining, they are more structural and they are supply side. So increasing monetary policy rates only might not address those challenges.
All right, that's a very good one right there. A lot of average Nigerians believe that stability is happening on the paper, but the reality is too harsh. So I want you to shed more light on this, because we all know that foreign exchange stability has improved significantly compared to last year. And how important is the exchange rate stability in attracting investment and restoring business confidence, so that the average Nigerians can have a proper understanding about the stand of the stability?
Yes, so exchange rate stability is very important in our economy. And looking at Nigerian economy is more sensitive to even exchange rate than interest rate. And the truth of the matter is, with the stability we've achieved in the foreign exchange market, there has been transparency, there has been improved liquidity. It helps businesses to plan when the exchange rate is stable. Sometimes businesses or investors don't just look at the nominal value of your currency. They look at stability, because with stability you can plan businesses. Even for investment decision, you can take long-term investment decision, because for instance, if I'm a foreign investor, you're coming to Nigeria to invest. If I'm sure that I'm converting my dollar to naira at 1,500, and by the time my investment matures, I am certain that the naira will still remain maybe around 1,450, 1,550, which is still relatively stable, I will be incentivized to bring money to that kind of economy. But when I'm not sure of, everything can happen, maybe I'm bringing my money at 1.5, it can depreciate to, let's say, 1,700 and all. So that will prevent investors or even business owners to take long-term positions. So with the stability we've seen in the foreign exchange market, I think that's that's a movement in the right direction. And we started seeing the impact on FPI flows. We started seeing the impact is even in terms of credit ratings, our sovereign credit ratings, because the exchange rate is a very important indicator that businesses and investors actually monitor. So I think what the government needs to do is to ensure that there is policy consistency, because a reversal in policy might have a very significant negative impact on the economy. If you also look at the capital importation report that was released for Q1, you will see that the bulk of the FPI flows of foreign investments were FPI flows. FPI flows are called alt money because you can easily bring it into an economy and you can easily take it out of an economy. So because we are seeing that improvement in FPI flows, it means that investors are really comfortable with the reforms that have been in place and the developments we've seen in the foreign exchange market. So there is need for policy consistency to ensure that there is stable, because that is a prerequisite. Yeah, we have been concerned about the fact that FPI flows have been increasing. We've not seen significant improvement in FDI. So I think that stability is key. Then there's need for other structural reforms, in terms of ease of doing business, in terms of maybe infrastructure, power supply, that can attract, those sustainable funds, foreign funds into the economy.
Well, it is very beautiful to talk about reforms, and the government have been doing quite a number of difficult reforms, as Nigerians will say it. And the federal government has implemented several difficult reforms, including fuel subsidy removal and exchange rate liberalization. And Nigerians beginning to see returns on those sacrifices, because when it comes to fuel subsidy removal, people can, their opinion can vary on whether they like it or they hate it totally.
Yeah, I understand you. Like I mentioned earlier, we are seeing the impact of these reforms. The challenge at the moment is that the impact is more evident at the macro level. In terms of subsidy removal, we've seen a sharp increase in tax allocation. State government now have more money. So I think the next stage of the reform should be, how do we translate this increased revenue? At least now, state government have. So how can state government maximize this increased revenue they've gotten to be able to, develop their state, put in measures that can increase productivity, that can create employment, reduce poverty, and also we are seeing the impact. So I think the next phase should be, how do we now move the impact from macro levels to an average household in Nigeria now feeling the impact. So that is where the work has to be done. We've saved a lot of funds from subsidy, and we've seen the numbers. Has shown that there has been improvement. I think in June, over 2 billion, 2 trillion or about a billion was shared. So compared to what it was, that was a significant improvement. But there's no need to say, okay, yeah, this is it. So what do we need to do to move these gains from macro levels to micro levels? So for state governments to have more money, what projects should be put in place in each state to be able to drive investment, to be able to increase productivity, to be able to, reduce poverty levels. So I think that is where the next phase of the reform to target, and that is where there's more work to be done in that area.
To be more transparent with our conversation this morning, it's very important for us to look into the investor, and we know that the investor confidence appears to be improving of late. So what specific indicators support that view, and how sustainable is the renewed confidence?
Yeah, so at macro level, we have macroeconomic data have shown that improvement in investor confidence. Like I mentioned earlier, the Q1 numbers, capital importation numbers, showed a massive jump in FPI flows into the economy, right? Then the improvement in sovereign credit rating also supports that. Yeah, we are seeing that improvement in confidence. We also, in terms of, just look at the equities market so far this year. We've seen increased foreign investor participation in the market. Even in the fixed income market, we've seen increased foreign participation markets. We are seeing more people now buying into government securities and all. So, and that is one of the reasons why we've also achieved some level of stability in the exchange rate. Also, look at our external reserves. I think I saw last week it climbed to I think about $51 billion. So, and it can cover over 10 months of import. So we are seeing in imports the exchange rate figure, the gross external reserves, foreign portfolio investment. Financial market also has demonstrated that improved level of investors in the Nigerian economy and also in the Nigerian market.
As we can see that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu continue to, reiterate a particular statement that he in one of his renewed hope agenda is that he aims to build a $1 trillion economy. But then this is something that when you hear $1 trillion economy, where we are currently, it seems far-fetched. What critical structural reforms do you think are still required to achieve that ambition? Or do you think with the reforms that we have currently, as long as we are able to sustain it, we can get there?
Exactly. Sustaining the current reform is very key, but beyond that, there is more work to be done. And I think I must study the different authorities and the efforts they've taken in achieving that $1 trillion economy. We've seen a lot of reform, not just at the market level, even in capital markets. We've talked about the banking recapitalization, insurance sector recapitalization, even the capital market recapitalization generally. So those are steps they are taking in preparation to achieve that $1 trillion economy. But beyond that, I think there is more to be done in terms of ease of doing business, to be able to attract and retain investment in Nigeria. Structural, the economy is improving power. They need to improve power supply. They need to put in measures in place to ensure that businesses are comfortable, citing their businesses in their business owners are comfortable citing their businesses in Nigeria. So I'll say a job well done has been done so far. There is need to sustain current reforms, and there is need to also come up with targeted reform at critical sectors, especially the real sector of the economy. Let's talk about agriculture. A lot has to be done. Insecurity is a major impediment in that sector. That sector has a lot of potentials, but insecurity is a major challenge that has to be addressed. Because even farmers now, they have to choose between going to the farm to make money and so everybody we are trying to weigh our options, know what the best option is. But that sector is a sector that has big potential that needs to be focused on. Manufacturing is also another sector that I think the government should also try to intervene in. There should be targeted reforms at those sectors. So addressing infrastructure, ensuring that business owners are comfortable, ease of doing business is improving alongside the sustainability of the current reforms that we've seen in the last 3 years.
For we to achieve all these reforms, we need finances to be pumped into our economy. So what policy changes would encourage businesses to invest more aggressively in Nigeria? Because, the private sector investment is often described as the engine of economic growth.
Well, in terms of reforms, I would say that the exchange has to be sustained. The exchange stability has to be sustained, one. Then I also believe that if the Middle East crisis subsides and inflation resumes its disinflation trend and is sustained, the CBN will also start thinking of the possibility of easing monetary policy. And that is very key because finance is key in trying to expand businesses. So if inflation should continue declining and monetary easing is now on the table, that will also play a major role, right? But beyond that, I think, like I mentioned earlier, infrastructure development is very key. Safety, security is very key because I also want to cite my business in an economy that I feel secured in. So I think with all those in place, achieving that $1 trillion economy is most likely going to be possible.
Mr. Adewale, in respect to this $1 trillion economy that we all hope to find ourselves there one day and very soon, and Nigeria as a country that has the potential to do so with the amount of youth that we have in the world, But then youth unemployment and underemployment remains a significant challenge, which is a very huge constraint on our economy. Because when we have this much youth, we should be having a substantial level of economic growth. So what sector have the greatest potential to create jobs over the next 5 years so that youth can do meaningful things with the education they've gotten or a little bit of...
The real sector is very critical because these are sectors that employ a lot of people. The sector that I mentioned earlier, agriculture, manufacturing sector, productive sector at least critical. Because even if, we've seen a lot of liquidity in the system, but if it's not backed with increased productivity, then it could be inflationary. I tell people that having money in the economy is not the problem. But if that increase in money, in funds, is matched with higher productivity, then we should not expect it to be inflationary. So there's need for us to, focus more on the real sector that can boost economic output and increase productivity in the economy. So if these sectors are doing well, their capacity to be able to employ more people will be increased. And I think everyone will definitely benefit from it. Because look at the agri sector. The agri sector employs a lot of people. Manufacturing sector employs a lot of people. Even trade, construction, they employ a lot of people. So focusing attention on those real sectors to ensure that they are doing well is critical to employ more people and increasing any capacity of an average Nigerian youth
Wow, interesting. Thank you so much for your time, Ms. Adebowale, on the conversation. That was very straightforward, well understandable, and those insights were, knowledgeable. Thank you so much for your time. But before, we have a lot of questions to ask, but before we let you go, in just 1 second, let's have your concluding remark.
Yeah, so I would say that for an average Nigerian, it's important to understand that the reforms are working and it's setting the tone to be able to achieve that inclusive growth that we have always been, anticipating. So it's working. It's have patience, and I think for the government as well, there's also needs to ensure that these macroeconomic gains that we've achieved in the last 3 years is get to an average Nigeria. Because it doesn't matter if I'm hearing that inflation is down, it's stable. I still don't have money in my wallet. I'm spending a lot. I'm spending a lot on food, rent is on the high side and all. So I think there's need for that handshake between the government. Nigerians should be patient. Government also has more work to be done. We appreciate the reform that has been done so far, but there's need for translating that macroeconomic gains to achieving, economic development where an average Nigerian can feel the impact. There's need for that infrastructural development, and there's also the need to create a model that can work, because expanding an economy also requires funds, and I think government funding might not be sufficient. So I think there's need to also design a model where there will be public-private partnership to be able to achieve government goals. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Adebowale. Well, to have a very beautiful day. We hope to see you again. Right, that was our guest on the conversation this beautiful morning. Olufumilola Adebowale joining us on the conversation about Nigeria's economy is stabilizing. Why don't Nigerians feel it? And she said a lot. And Nigeria's economy may be showing encouraging signs of stabilization, but the true measure of success lie beyond economic statistics.
And for many households and businesses, the real indicators are affordable food, access to jobs, low borrowing costs, reliable electricity, and improved purchasing power. Sustaining economic reforms is important, but ensuring that those reforms translate into tangible improvement in the lives of ordinary Nigerians is the challenge that lies ahead.
Okay, once again, we thank our guests for the first half and the second half of the conversation, Mr. Shola and Ms. Olufumilola Adebowale. Thank you so much for bringing your A game on the conversation. And Nigerians, we have to go right now. This is where we draw the curtain down on the conversation. Thank you for joining us on Perspective. I am Irehayo Mikoli Eke.
And Kikelamo Ajibola, thank you so much for joining the show. In case you have anything to, input, you want to talk about anything relating to the conversation we just had or any other conversation, please let us know in the comment section, and do follow us across all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHalla. Go to Instagram, Facebook, and X, ConsumerHalla, also right there, and on TikTok, ConsumerHallaTV. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'd watch, you'd learn, be educated, and be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is ConsumerHallaTV. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHallaTV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they'll be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is EABA Adeto. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumer-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs, and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer-related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too, but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. All right, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
In wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer. And as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'd watch, you'd learn, be educated, and you'd be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Sharotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services,
Hello and welcome to News on the Hour. I am Iremofe Kofoworola. Here are the top stories making rounds around the country and across the globe. Nigeria experienced a moderation in headline inflation during the 7th month of the year. The National Bureau of Statistics reported that the annual rate dropped to 15.43% in July 2026. This represented a slight decrease compared to the previous month's figure recorded across the Federation. Despite the general moderation in headline figures, citizens encountered severe pressures on food items. Food inflation accelerated significantly on a monthly basis across various markets nationwide. Essential commodities such as rice, tomatoes, beans, and meat recorded noticeable price hikes during the monitoring period. Economic analysts noted that transportation bottlenecks and seasonal factors contributed to the surging cost of consumables. Market watchers urged relevant government agencies to implement sustainable agricultural policies to stabilize food supply chains. Addressing these structural challenges remains crucial for improving household welfare across the country. The recent downward trend in headline inflation is reshaping investment strategies within the financial sector. Market participants are increasingly acquiring short-term fixed income securities to preserve the real value of their funds. Financial experts noted that current yields on treasury bills provide positive real returns above the official inflation threshold. Data from recent auctions conducted on 12 August 2026 showed robust clearing rates across various tenors. The 91-day instruments cleared at 16.30%, while the 364-day bill closed higher. Similar yield patterns were observed in open markets operations securities during the trading sessions. Lagos-based fixed income analyst Ikediani Obikwelu emphasized the growing attractiveness of money market instruments over holding cash. He explained that positive rates protect investors from the erosive effects of consumer price increases. Consequently, institutional and retail investors continue reallocating capital toward secure government debt instruments. In another development, power sector data revealed that high voltage electricity consumers bore significant financial burdens for lower tariff categories last year. According to a report by ZKG Energy Partner Limited, consumers in the top service brackets contributed billions of naira to support others. This dynamic challenged the conventional assumption that electricity subsidies primarily benefit vulnerable households. The study showed that categories enjoying lower daily supply availability consume substantial shares of government financial interventions throughout the year. Conversely, top-tier electricity users pay tariffs slightly above estimated supply cost. Their contributions generated a financial surplus that helped offset operational shortfalls across other distribution networks. Energy stakeholders called for greater transparency in tariff administration and subsidy disbursement mechanisms, ensuring cost-reflective pricing while protecting economically disadvantaged communities remains a complex policy puzzle for regulators. Policymakers are currently evaluating comprehensive reforms to optimize sector efficiency and electricity delivery. Moving on, the Federal Administration announced an ambitious roadmap to significantly boost electricity generation and wheeling capacity before the year ends. Minister of Power Joseph Tegbe disclosed the target during the commissioning of critical power infrastructure in Lagos State. Officials are working closely with transmission companies to ensure reliable electricity distribution nationwide. The minister inaugurated 2 new heavy-duty power transformers at a major transmission substation to strengthen regional industrial supply corridors. The upgraded infrastructure aims to resolve long-standing capacity constraints affecting commercial hubs and residential communities. Technicians completed rigorous testing procedures before integrating the new units into the national grid. Industry observers welcomed the infrastructural upgrade as a positive step towards stabilizing the power sector. However, experts emphasize the need for sustained investment in gas supply pipelines and distribution networks. Achieving the targeted generation milestone requires coordinated efforts among all electricity value chain participants. Unlocking private capital in Nigeria's real estate and hospitality sectors requires lower financing costs and streamlined land administration. Group Managing Director of Alden McCall PLC, Dr. Edward Akinlade, highlighted this critical requirement during a recent stakeholder engagement. High borrowing expenses and infrastructure deficits continue to hinder large-scale development projects. The industry leader urged authorities to establish friendly tax policies and simplify property title registration procedures. He noted that developers face severe operational bottlenecks when attempting to expand housing supply across major urban cities. Strategic public-private partnerships can bridge infrastructural gaps and accelerate commercial growth. The hospitality industry similarly confronts high energy expenses and subdued consumer spending patterns. Dr. Akinlade advocated for targeted government incentives to revitalize tourism infrastructure and enhance business profitability. Implementing these measures will attract sustainable foreign and domestic investments into the economy. Now let's turn your attention to this news. Nigeria launched a comprehensive digital framework designed to attract substantial foreign investment into cloud computing infrastructure. Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, unveiled the national policy to position the country as a regional technology hub. The initiative seeks to mobilize hundreds of millions of dollars within a 24-month period. The policy establishes clear regulatory guidelines for data center development and artificial intelligence computing capacity. Government officials emphasize the importance of safeguarding sensitive public information while maintaining an open market environment. Domestic and international technology providers are encouraged to establish local operational facilities. Industry leaders praise the initiative for reducing reliance on foreign cloud hosting services. Building robust digital infrastructure will create skilled employment opportunities for young technology professionals. The ministry remains committed to fostering an innovative ecosystem that drives sustainable digital transformation. The official foreign exchange markets experienced persistent pressure due to strong dollar demand from commercial importers. According to a report by Meristem Research, the local currency depreciated slightly during the 7th month of the year. This occurred despite substantial dollar interventions executed by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Market data indicated that parallel market rates also reflected similar downward adjustment during the monitoring period. Financial analysts attributed the trend to sustained corporate and retail requirements for foreign currency settlement. However, experts anticipate relative currency stability supported by anticipated oil export receipts and portfolio inflows. Renowned economist Prof. Adi Bongo of the Lagos Business School advised stakeholders to remain calm regarding currency fluctuations. He noted that underlying economic fundamentals and external reserve balances remain relatively stable. Monitoring international trade balances will provide clearer projections for currency performance toward year-end. Nigeria's capital market regulator admitted 3 virtual assets service providers into its specialized incubation framework. The Securities and Exchange Commission granted approval in principle to companies including blockchain and other fintech innovators. The regulatory step aims to enhance oversight within the rapidly expanding digital assets ecosystem. The controlled environment allows participating firms to demonstrate compliance with strict operational and consumer protection standards. General Manager for Africa at Blockchain, Owen Odia, expressed enthusiasm regarding the long-term collaboration with local regulators. The partnership will facilitate responsible financial innovation while safeguarding retail investors. Industry stakeholders noted that structured regulatory oversight will boost institutional confidence in digital assets. The Commission continues to engage with technology experts to develop comprehensive frameworks for the cryptocurrency sector. Clear guidelines will encourage legitimate investments while mitigating potential financial crime risk. You've just watched News on the Air at ConsumerHalla TV. Do not forget to subscribe across all our social media platforms on Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla. For more updates, join us at 12. I am Irimufe Kofoworola. Good morning.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'd watch, you'd learn, be educated, and you'd be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they'll be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs, and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment to but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. Alright, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria, and I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise, and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer. And as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel,
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
My name is Tunde Olufowora. I'm the CEO of Bandai Communications. We are the what we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or called a consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline. And I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline. And then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa. And let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So. For whatever reason, I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting by the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour. And waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam,
stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs, and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching the
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer-related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment to but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. All right, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value.
For many Nigerians, sardine is more than just a meal. It has resonated with us for ages. Whether it's being paired with bread, noodles, or as a feelings, it has always come true. And today on the street of Lagos, we'll be asking consumers which brand of sardine is their go-to choice and why do they prefer this particular brand. You know what? Consumer with their choice, and not only choice, they'll also tell us the main reason why they pick this particular brand over the other. And right now at Ile-Epo, we will be asking consumer the question, what do they mix about the sardine? Do they still eat sardine like before? And what's so special about this brand? Let's go find out. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is Oladimeji Lawal.
Okay, now what do you sell here?
We sell condiments like ingredient of jollof rice, palm oil, groundnut oil, spaghetti, and what have you.
So what about sardine? Do you sell sardine?
Yeah, I sell sardine.
So which brand of sardine? Mention the brands of sardine that you sell.
We have Sarah, we have Titus, we have Mangrove.
Now, speaking of types of sardine, which one do your customers buy the most?
They buy varieties of sardine, but the most sellable one is the Titus.
Is there a reason why they go for Titus brand?
Yeah, the quality.
The quality. Now, speaking of quality, how much is Titus now?
Titus now is 1,700 from the market now.
1,700. Now, how are your customers reacting to that? Do you think because of that, they still buy it basically because of how it's expensive, or some also go for lesser one?
Some also go for lesser one, but the most important thing is some don't look at the lesser one, they look at the quality. Because it's been years sardine has been, Titus sardine has been in existence, and the quality and the listing is very okay. So that's why.
How much does the rest cost?
Mangrove is 900 naira, while Sarah is 950.
Okay, so when your customer come in to buy sardine, did they just mention the brand that they want, or they will just ask you which one for the price and go for the lesser one, or what?
Some ask for Titus directly, and some people say, okay, bros, which one do you have that is lesser? So that's it.
Okay, now speaking of how customers buy the types of sardine, now I want you to rate Titus basically on how people buy it over 10. How will you rate it?
Titus is 8 over 10.
8 over 10.
Mangrove is, let me not say, Mangrove is 5. Sarah is like 6 over 10.
So now I know you make mention that quality is the main reason why they are going for Titus. What about the rest? Why do you think?
It's not as if the rest doesn't have the quality. But you know, something that has been in existence for long, more than 20 years now. So I think people just go for the best. That's it.
Speaking of back then, how much do you think it cost back then? How much is it now? The difference, are they really much or not?
Like 6-5 years ago, I want to tell me that Titus is 700, 800 then. 5 years ago.
But now it's 1,700.
1,700 from the market. At home, I think it's 19 or 18.
And people are still buying.
Yeah, they're still buying. I don't even have against self.
Okay, now if there is one thing you could tell the manufacturer of sardine about your experience with interaction with consumers, how they buy it, what will you think consumer would like to tell the manufacturer of sardine?
The only thing I can just tell them is that anything they want to produce, they shouldn't look at the situation of the economy. Just produce what is the quality. People will go for it. People will go for it surely. Yeah. Today, they say Titus sardine 2,000. People will still buy it.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
You look good.
Thank you.
What is your name?
Ademola Helen.
Ademola Helen. Now, do you eat sardine?
Sure, I do.
Which brand?
I take Tesco sardine.
Apart from Tesco sardine, which other brand do you know of, or have you tried it?
I've tried Titus, but it's quite expensive now, like very expensive. So that's why I had a switch to Tesco sardine. So I've taken some other ones. I think we have this Milo sardine. We have several other ones. I've been taking sardine from secondary school. I'm a border, so.
Okay, I can relate. Okay, now talking about Tesco sardine, why do you prefer that particular brand?
Like, number one, is made with sunflower. So, and sunflower is quite healthy for the health. Then that's a very good taste. And the quantity is much more than the other ones, other products. And that's a very nice taste. So since I tried it once, my customer introduced it to me. Then after I tried it, I had to stick to the brand.
Okay, so what's your favorite pair with sardine? What do you enjoy eating it with?
Wow, I enjoy making it as toast bread. Okay. So I pair it with, I'll boil my egg like a sandwich, then make it with my bread as a toast bread.
Now talking about how much the price right now, how much is Tesco sardine?
It's 1,700.
1,700.
Yes.
You said your customer introduced it to you.
Yes.
And ever since then you've been glued with it.
Sure.
Okay, now I want you to rate this brand over 10 based on how you buy it, your experience, how you enjoy it. How will you rate them?
I'm going to rate it a 10 over 10.
10 over 10 minus nothing.
Minus nothing.
Okay, now talking about switching, you said you always buy Titus before you switch to Telco. Now, what actually influenced the change?
The price. That was my number one issue I had with Titus. I've been buying Titus from when it was 110. 110 naira. Then my mom buys 6 for us to school. Then it just went suddenly high, like 1,008, 2,000. I'm like, excuse me, what's special about Titus? So that day I just told my customer, this is quite expensive. She told me, have you tried this? It's a foreign product though, but it's very, very nice. So it started from maybe 1.2. Day 2 they started to 1.7. Because of the taste, I just had to stay glued to it.
Now I want to take you back. I know you said sardine has been like since when you can't even remember. It's been a while you've been eating this product. Yeah. Which one do you grow up taking?
I grew up taking Titus, like Titus. It was Titus or nothing then. We managed Milo, but it was just Titus.
So what's your favorite thing to pair with back then?
It was with Gary in boarding house. You open your sardine, take it with Gary. Or when they give us a moi moi at the dining, so you match it with your moi moi. That's this quite wholesome taste.
Okay. Okay, now what do you miss about Titus sardine?
I miss the taste, like that old time taste when we were growing up. So it gave this nostalgia feeling. But the price just went up the line, and I'm like, excuse me. So I just had to switch brand.
If there is one thing you would like to tell sardine manufacturer right now, what will that be?
Reduction of price. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, so what is your name?
Chukudi Daniel.
Okay, now what do you sell here?
We sell many things, things like food, sardines, spaghetti, indomie, many things. As you can see.
Okay, talking about sardine, which brand of sardine do you sell?
We sell Tuvi sardine, we sell Titus, we sell Centrisa sardine, Mangrove sardine, many more. That's just at least I've mentioned 4 products.
Okay, so which one do consumers buy the most? Which one do they prefer? Which one move faster?
Titus.
Titus. Is there a reason why you feel they go for Titus brand?
Maybe here in Nigeria, people normally buy what is trading everywhere, so they don't even want to even try another product. that doesn't mean that other sardines are not good though, but people just prefer to buy Titus regularly. Other sardines too are good, like mangrove. I've eaten mangrove and it's okay. But people in Nigeria, they just prefer, give me the one that is moving, give me the one I want. So that is why we sell all of them.
Okay, so when they come in, is it that they will just ask you for a particular brand, or they ask based on the price? They go for the price, or how do your customers? You relate with different types of customers. So when it comes to sardine, how do they react?
Some people just come and say, okay, which sardine do you have? Or give me this cheaper one. Like Titus now is more expensive than other sardine. So people just say, give me the cheaper one. So give them the cheaper one. Then some people will say, give me Titus. They don't care about the price. Just give me Titus.
Okay, speaking about price, how much is Titus and how much is the rest?
Titus is currently Titus is 17. Then other sardine is around 800, 850 to 900. So some people currently now people are now switching to other sardines instead of Titus. Just people that are not buying Titus, but all time Titus is 9 the book fast. I don't know.
Because of the price now, others have been going on. Okay, now if you have to say one thing to sardine manufacturer, but based on how consumers do come here to buy this thing, you already know what they feel, how they feel, and all of that. If you have to talk up to a sardine manufacturer right now, what will you tell them?
That sardine. Currently, people are no longer eating canned food like that. So I don't know why, but people always say canned food is not good. This one. So maybe they should just try to reduce the preservative, make it more fresh than putting it in cans. I don't know how they can do it, make it fresh than putting it in cans. And they should, at least, if it's Titus, let it be Titus. Not that they'll write another page. And if it's sardine, let it be sardine instead of come and put maybe all the shower fish inside. Let them put sardine fish inside. That's what I would tell them.
Okay, so do you know one thing your consumer actually complain about in sardine when they come here to buy sardine? I don't like this one because of this. Do they complain about anything?
The oil inside. People might complain about the oil. That the oil inside does not taste good. They should prove all the oil also. That's the only thing. The only complaint.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, so what is your name, ma?
My shop, my company name or my name, go.
Both, anyone you want to know.
Okay. My company name is Omotolani and Okikiolas Ventures.
Okay, now what do you sell?
I sell provisions and toiletries.
Now, speaking of provision, do you sell sardine?
I sell different sardine.
Mention the types of sardine that you sell.
I sell Titus, I sell the lassis, and I sell mango.
Speaking about which one do consumer buy the most? Which one more?
They buy Titus more than the other ones because Titus have been existing before others. And the issue of it is that anything that have been existing before others used to go viral more than other products.
Now, how do you now sell other products if people keep requesting for Titus?
It depends on the issue because at times some would sell, they don't want the higher price. They want something like they can afford, like 1,000, 1,200, and Titus is like 1,800, 1,900 now. So people go for the lower price because of economics of Nigeria now.
Now, before I now move to you rating, I want to ask you, do you also eat sardine?
Once in a while, I use it to cook indomie and fry egg.
That's the thing you eat it with. So if you want to cook right now, which sardine do you buy? Which one do you
Because
pick?
I'm selling it, I go for Titus.
You go for Titus. Is
Of
there a
course.
reason why you prefer Titus? Huh?
It's not because of that, so that's what they used to train me then.
Okay, now I will take you back then. How much do you buy sardine then? How much is it now?
Titus, like 10 years ago, 8 years ago, Titus, you buy it 2,000, 1,000. But now Titus is 118. And you know Titus have 3 sizes. You have 3 levels. There is Titus number 1, Titus number 2, Titus number 3. Titus number 1 have 3 fish, while the second one have 2, while the third one have 1 and oil.
Now the prices, complain the types of how many that we have inside one or each of them.
It's the same. They sell the same thing. We are the one that are selling it, are the one that knows the real one.
So Titus of then, now talking about sardine of then, back then, what's the difference? Do you think Titus now is still better than comparing the taste of it? Has there been any changes?
A little. Fish used to be much, but now they reduce the fish and the taste is not like before. It's everything, even other products. They reduce the level of what they are using to produce it compared to then.
So now, do you think the quantity worth the price?
There is nothing we can do to that because the economics of Nigeria.
Okay, now you already said what you like enjoying with your sardine is cooking with noodles, frying of egg. Okay, now you said growing up it was also Titus your parents eat. So and now does that still influence why you still stick with Titus, or because of?
I'm selling it, so why am I going to go for the lesser one?
Okay, I want you to rate Titus brand over 10 based on how you enjoy it. How will you rate it over 10?
Why? I want to ask a question before that. Why are you picking Titus? Why are you working for Titus?
I am not picking Titus. You just mentioned it that the brand you go for is Titus.
Yes,
and that is why.
Why not other brands? Why only Titus?
I'm not, because that is the brand you make mention of. The brand you make mention of is Titus. So okay, I'm asking you based on
other markets. Why are you talking only about Titus alone?
Other market, like other brand of sardine,
other brand of so many markets.
Oh, today basically, actually on this brand we talk about different products, but today right now we are talking about sardine. Before, because we've done about beverages, we've done about soap, we've done about different product, close up, Maclean's rather, we talk about noodles, we talk about pad, different products. Actually, that is what we do. So we go on the streets and ask consumers which brand do they go for and why do they think they are sticking with this brand. So today here at Ilepo, I'm actually talking about sardine. So that is why.
No problem.
So I want you to rate this Titus brand over 10 based on your experience. How will you rate them?
He doesn't have competitor.
Okay, if there's one thing you want sardine manufacturer to do better on, what will you say? What will you advise them to do better on?
They should go for the back, the one that they have been doing before. They should do it. People still eating it. People like it. Students use it to cook food in the school, while even adults too are using it to do so many things. Even if you want your salad to reach, you must put Titus. Titus is one of the things that you should put.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Good morning, ma.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
I'm very fine, thank you.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is Taiwo.
Taiwo what?
Ibangwe.
Okay, now do you eat sardine?
Yes, I do.
Which brand?
Titus.
Apart from Titus, which other brand do you know of?
There are other brands, but I can't really pick their names like that.
Okay, so why do you prefer Titus sardine?
The taste is very good. It tastes different from every other ones that I've tried.
So for how long have you been with this brand? Have you been buying? Have you been eating?
It's been a long time. I know that my mom usually gets sardine, Titus most especially. So I grew up eating Titus sardine. And when other brands came in, they didn't really have that Titus taste. Yes.
Okay, now you are saying you like the taste, right?
Yes, I do, yes.
Okay, now comparing back then and this, what will you say about the taste? Are they still constant with the taste, or things have changed?
What I would say is the taste remains, but it's a little bit scanty. It's not as full as it used to be. You get, yeah.
Okay, so what do you enjoy taking with your sardine? What's your favorite thing to pair with it?
Okay, I pair it with bread, with noodles. I use it in stew too. Yes.
Okay, so now growing up back then, you said your parents actually go for this Titus brand, and what will you talk about the quality now? Does the quality worth the price now?
Actually, it's really expensive now, because for you to be able to buy Titus now, you have to think twice and look at the amount that you have with you, because I think they sell it for 1.6 or 1.5 thereabout. So for one, and sometimes maybe I want to make stew and you want to buy two, you look at it like, okay, that's why people actually prefer going for the other brand, which does not really have the quality taste Titus has. So I would say that it's just the price. It's just that the price has gone up. You get.
Okay, now when last have you gotten Titus?
This year I can say maybe I think I've taken Titus twice.
Wow.
Yes.
So do you think the price has also inflated to how you buy it now?
The price has affected the way I buy it. The price has really affected the way I buy it, because as a low, I would not say my income is that low, but at least I wouldn't want to buy something that at the end of the day I would be looking at the money in my bag like I have done too much. You get. So that's it. The price has really affected how I buy.
Okay, now I want you to rate this brand over 10. Titus brand over 10. How will you rate them?
I'll give it a 6.
If there's one thing you would like sardine manufacturer to do better on right now, what would that be?
They should consider the price. It's already too high. It's high. So it's the price that is making it to have more competition in the market. The price is too high.
Have you ever bought any sardine and you regretted buying it? I know you said you've not tried other brands, but maybe you bought a particular one. And what do you check out whenever you buy a sardine? What do you check?
To me, everything else, they have almost the same. When you look at the way they are branded, they are almost the same way. But it's just the taste. The taste, yeah. When you compare the taste, you see that it doesn't go closer to Titus at all.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning to you.
How are you?
Fine, thank you, and you?
Yeah, I'm good. You look good.
Thank you. You look very well too.
Thank you. What is your name?
Dr. Olumide.
Oh, Dr. Olumide.
Yes.
Okay, Olumide what?
Hassan.
Hassan. Now, do you eat sardine?
Yes, I do.
Which brand?
Titus.
Titus. Apart from Titus, have you tried other brand before?
Yes, but I can't even record their names because I never liked them.
So why do you think you prefer Titus? Why are you sticking with Titus?
Okay, I don't know. Maybe because my brain is conditioned to like that particular taste. I don't know, but I think the taste just stands out amongst the rest. So yeah, I do prefer that. And then the quantity is not bad as well compared to some others. Yeah, so I think I just stick with Titus.
Okay, so what's your favorite thing to pair with your Titus? What do you pair with your sardine?
Okay, well, so I do this very funny thing. I do sardine with butter. I mash it together and then put it in my bread. Sometimes I eat it that way, or I microwave it. And then.
Okay, now talking about the quality now, what will you say about is the taste really constant back then and now?
No.
You think there is a change?
There has been a little decline, but it's still, still okay.
Okay, so how much do you buy it now?
I eat it every week.
Every week?
Yes.
How much do you get it for?
Now, how much is it now? I think around 1.7 or thereabouts. Yeah, I think around 1.7.
Okay, so what is that thing? Apart from the taste, what is that thing you check whenever you want to get a sardine? What do you look out for?
Most importantly, the expiry dates. I don't want to eat something expired now. Yes, and is it still sealed? Yeah, so yeah, just that.
Okay, so if you had to rate this brand over 10, how will you rate them?
A 7. So it's initially maybe 8.59, but now it's a 7.
Why are you giving them a 7?
Because their quality kind of dropped a little, so if they can go back to the old titles, I mean, it's going to be a 10.
Okay, now talking about the quantity, do you think the quantity right now worth the price?
Well, I think they can do better. I really think they can do better.
Okay. So if there's one thing you like sardine manufacturer to do to improve on right now, what would you like to tell them?
To improve their quality most especially, and then maybe the quantity. I'm not really particular about quantity because I mean I would rather have something very little that is very safe and is very nutritious than having so much of nothing. Yes.
Okay.
So the quality majorly for me
is the one. Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, ma.
Good morning, madam.
How are you?
I'm doing great.
Okay, you have a lovely smile.
Thank you.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is Salami Basirat.
Okay, now do you eat sardine?
Sardine, yes.
So which brand?
Titus.
Apart from Titus, have you tried other brand before?
No.
So is there a reason why you prefer Titus?
It's because of the fish that is inside. That's why I like it.
It's because of the fish, that's why you like it?
Yes.
Okay, so for how long have you been eating?
It's been long. It's been very, very long. Ever since I was small, like in primary school, I've been eating it. Yes.
So what's your favorite thing to pair with sardine, with your Titus sardine?
When I want to make sauce or egg, that's when I used to use my sardine.
Okay, now you said it's been long since when you were growing up. Will you compare the taste of then and now? Is the taste still the same?
Yes, perfectly, it's still the same.
So talking about the quality, does it worth the price?
Yes, it's still worth the price. It's
so
still
how much do you buy?
I think 800.
800 now?
Or 1 something, sir.
Okay, 1,000 something. Okay, now I want you to rate this brand over 10. Based on how you buy it, how will you rate them?
It's okay, I can give them 8 over 10.
8 over 10?
Yes.
Okay, so if there's anything you like them to do better, what will you want them to improve on?
Maybe it's the groundnut oil that is inside. It's always too much sometimes. They should add more to the fish.
They should add more to the fish.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, you're welcome.
And we've come to the end of today's edition of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHalla TV Sardine Edition. And you've heard directly for consumer yourself. As we always say, we don't influence their choices, consumer choices stand. And you've heard directly for consumer the main reason why they're actually voting in for a particular brand. And on this edition, Titus Sardine won the heart of consumer. You followed us from the beginning to this end, and you've heard directly why consumer actually voted in for this brand. And that is the end on today's episode of Sardine Edition, Consumer Voice Edition. For more information, like, subscribe, comment under the comment section. Which sardine do you like taking and what influenced your choice taking it? Till I grace your screen again, I remain Elizabeth Abefe. Bye for now.
Quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able.
Good morning and welcome to another beautiful Tuesday on ConsumerHalla TV, and you are watching Consumer Watchdog, your trusted program where we discuss, educate, inform and empower consumers to understand their rights and demand accountability. I am Elizabeth Eze. On today's conversation, we are looking at issues that concerns anyone planning to own a land, a house, or any property in Nigeria. And our focus topic today is property buyers, protecting consumers from real estate fraud in Nigeria. For many Nigerians, buying a property is one of the biggest financial decisions they will ever make. But for some, property ownership can lead them into facing so many risks, disputes, and fraudulent documents, multiple sales of the same property, misleading advertisements, and dishonest intermediaries. The big question today is, how can consumers protect themselves from handling over their money? What should buyers verify? What documents should they request? What happens when a property is sold to more than one person? And where can victims seek help when a transaction goes wrong? We will be going on a short break on this moment, and before then, our guest will be joining us. Please stay with us. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. You're still watching Consumer Watchdog on ConsumerHalla TV, and I am Elizabeth Eze. Joining us to help us answer all these questions is Festus Ogun, human rights activist lawyer, managing partner FO Lego. Thank you, Festus Ogun, for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Lizzie, for having me.
You look peaceful. You look like you sleep and wake up with peace.
Well, I take that. Thank you.
You know where I'm going to, but you look peaceful. Thank you for coming. Before we go into the conversation, you know, property owning is one thing every successful Nigerian person, even though you're not successful, everyone will want to own a property. Like once you start making, because I want to own a property. I know that you have many properties under your name that you don't want to mention. But before we go into that, you know, owning a property now, you see people keep falling into they keep making the same mistake. They keep, you know, getting into fraudulent issues. You know, year in, year out, we still have issues of like property case, like people are getting frauded. So the question today is, the first question is, Nigeria, the property fraud remains a concern to many Nigerians. Why do property buyers continue to fall victim to real estate fraud?
A good way to start is to mention that one of the major reasons why people fall into this trap of buying fraudulent properties is because they are either not informed or they are ill-informed. I say this because there is a high level of fraud going on in the real estate industry in Nigeria. And for one not to fall into this pit that has been mindlessly dug by some real estate actors in our country, one must be vigilant. And vigilance to me stems from understanding the terrain and engaging professionals, estate surveyors and valuers, lawyers, and real estate professionals to get themselves involved before there is any attempt to buy any property. I will give a very good instance. If you buy a property and you refuse, fail, or neglect to conduct due diligence before purchasing or buying that property, then you are either buying what is completely fraudulent or you are buying litigation. But these things are avoidable when you do what is right. And what are the things that are right? They are mainly engaging a professional, usually a lawyer, to assist in conducting a due diligence into the property. With the due diligence, you will know whether the property is encumbered or not. But because a lot of our people are either ill-informed, uninformed, or they do not want to pay for professional services,
exactly,
they bypass it, go ahead to buy the property, and when the issues arises, they now begin to run after lawyers to see how that can be, how lawyers can assist them. But I do not think that should be done. What I think should be done is for lawyers to get involved from the get-go.
From the starting point.
I'm telling you, even from the period of negotiation.
Exactly.
So that they do not fall into this trap. The reason why, just like you asked in your question, why people fall into this
because
trap.
Because the problem keeps coming up every
day. The
day.
reason the problem continues to come up is because a lot of our people underestimate the place or importance of professionals in real estate transactions. You do not involve a surveyor who will tell you, oh, this land is covered by government acquisition. A place is called a government reserve area, for instance. You go ahead to buy a property.
And that's an issue.
You have not consulted a consultant, a professional who will tell you, no, you can't buy this property here. You have not involved a lawyer who would assist you to conduct a due diligence. Who would say, oh, this document says this person is the owner of this property. Bought this property in 2019. Who is the owner of this property before 2019? That document is not showing it. So how did this person that sold to this person got to the property? The history of the title of the land is not demonstrated. So it becomes problematic. A lawyer would invariably assist anybody buying a property. A competent lawyer will invariably assist anybody buying a property to mitigate risk, to avoid risk, and to ensure that they do not fall into the kind of trouble that we are talking about.
Yeah, exactly. So I want to put it out this way. Okay, let's assume that someone eventually falls into this trap of buying a fraudulent property. How do they go about it?
Truth of the matter is that the best thing is not to get into the trouble. But when you eventually get into
the trouble, exactly.
You have two options.
Okay.
One is the civil remedy. The second is a criminal remedy.
Okay.
The civil remedy is you activating the process of the court to demand for a refund and damages. Oh, you've sold the property that does not belong to you, or you sold the property that you had resold. Can you return the money? Can you also pay damages? You can get that from court. The second one is the criminal route. The criminal route is you lodging a complaint because it is fraud.
Exactly.
If you sell a property that you know is manifestly encumbered, or you sell a property that you know has been sold to another person, or you sell a property that you know has some issues, you are aware that it has issues even before selling it. That means you have the intention of defrauding that person of his hard-earned money.
Exactly.
So it could also be criminal. This kind of complaint can be lodged with the Nigeria Police Force. They are empowered by law to make some investigations around this issue. Lastly, for a state like Lagos, the Lagos state government has established a task force on issues around land grabbing. You can make petition.
Before you go, is this task force, is it functional?
Oh, absolutely, it is functional. In fact, my law firm still filed a complaint there on behalf of a client just last week. It is functional. Similarly in Ogun State. In fact, the one in Ogun State is very solid, very reliable, that sometimes it is better to approach them than go to court. Because they are regulators, they are supported by the authorities. The land grabbers, these fraudsters, they are more afraid of those task force, both in Lagos and Ogun State and perhaps in other places and they don't know about. They are more afraid of them than regular policemen. They are more afraid of them even than the court, because the legal structure, the legal framework of this land grabbing task force established by the state governments of respective states that have them, specifically give them some powers that allows them to work efficiently and allows them to achieve the result that task force was established for. In that wise, when you see a case of this nature, someone defrauding you or someone attempting to grab your land, listen, the appropriate thing to do is to file a complaint to the task force. And how do you do that? You write a letter to the Attorney General of Lagos State, or in case of Ogun State or in some other states, you write to the Attorney General of that state. The Attorney General of the state will now assign the case to the task force when you show a prima facie case. And how do you do this? You bring all your documents, all your evidence, you attach it to the petition and file it. But it's also advisable to file it through a lawyer.
Okay. So you've mentioned Lagos State, Ogun State. What about other states that don't have this task force operating? So what message do you have for them?
I want to advise the state government to establish one. It's a menace, it's a critical menace, it's a problematic one that needs to be fought head-on.
Exactly.
And that is why, for me, I commend the government of Lagos State. I think they started it. I also commend the government of Ogun State. I'm also aware that some other states might have, started this kind of, task force to tackle this menace. Because it is, I tell people that injustice is very painful, except you've never been a victim of injustice. When a person, knowing fully well that a land has been alienated or sold to another person, goes ahead to sell that same land to a third party, it is unfair. And when state government now comes in to say we must stop this kind of atrocity, all we need to do is to commend them. And as citizens, as residents, what we also need to do is to make use of that process.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Everyone in Nigeria is a real estate consultant, agent.
Absolutely.
And practically, because I can just sleep and wake up, all of a sudden I'm just into real estate.
Yeah.
I'm selling properties, I'm putting lands out there.
Yeah.
My first question is, from your legal perspective, is there any regulatory framework that's a license that should prove that, okay, you are licensed, you are, okay, how do I put it? You are qualified to start selling properties, because that's where the issue starts from. Is there any regulatory framework on that?
The regulatory framework around, licensing real estate actors is either non-existent or extremely weak as it stands, which justifies why we are making a call on the Nigerian authorities for us to have a clear regulatory framework. You see, the real estate business should not be a dumping ground for those that are unable to secure jobs. It should not be a dumping ground for them. It should not be a dumping site for them. It is a very, very critical aspect of the Nigerian economy. And I believe there should be a need for some level of regulation. The space is largely unregulated. It should not be so. We need some level of regulation, and I'm advocating that space should be regulated.
Should be put out there.
Yeah. Those who should be playing in that industry, those who should be participating in that industry should be licensed. So that we won't see a case of, I know of a case of an agent who is currently on the run. They had collected money from over 20 persons for an apartment that would occupy less than
There is a
6
case of a celebrity going on.
Less than 6 persons. So you've collected money from 20 persons and the persons at large. You are saying he's an agent, but they are not licensed. Apart from licensing them, we need a regulatory authority
to monitor
their compliance with the law. So, but I'm very confident that we'll get to that stage.
We are going to get from your own advocacy. We are getting there because you are not even small in the industry. So, definitely we are getting there. But before that, let's assume that I want to own a property. What documents should I be on the lookout before paying for?
You know, first you need to engage a lawyer.
Exactly.
I'm saying this.
That's why you're here.
I'm saying this, Lisbeth, not necessarily because I'm a lawyer. Okay. Because I know the consequence of not involving a lawyer in any real estate transaction.
I can imagine that.
Now, you need to see the title document.
Okay.
If you want to sell a property for me in Magodo, you need to show me that you are the owner of that property. Please don't tell me stories. Don't tell me the person is sick.
Exactly.
Don't tell me the person has traveled abroad.
No, yeah.
I want to see a genuine property owned by a genuine person. And don't tell me until you bring money. No. Tell me you have a deed of assignment in respect of this property. You need to show me so that I give my lawyer to verify. You say you have done a survey. Is the survey registered? Anybody can draw up a survey. Is the survey registered? Is the deed of assignment registered? From whom did you buy that property? I need to see all of these documents. But seeing those documents, Elizabeth, is not enough. Those documents needs to be verified.
Exactly. That was the question.
Let me tell you, I think 4 or 5 years ago, I had a client that gave me to verify a document for him. Lo and behold, when we got to Alausa registry here, land registry in Alausa, the information contained in the document given to me never existed. If my client had gone ahead to buy that property at that material time, he would have bought litigation. But he was smart. He engaged a lawyer. Because the cost of managing post-purchase disputes is more than the cost of engaging a lawyer or engaging a professional, as it were, to ensure that due diligence is carried out in conveyancing transaction. That's the way I see it.
Okay, you said something earlier. Let's say a consumer purchases or buys a property and finds out that that same property has been sold to multiple persons. You know, one property, several people has paid for that property. What legal options does the buyer have?
It is fraud. Oh, Elizabeth, it is fraud. It is fraud because when you know that this property has been sold to Mr. A, why should you sell it to Mr. B?
So that's a typical case of fraud or...
419. 419. That is fraud. The person who has perpetrated that fraud should be arrested and prosecuted accordingly. And this is where the task force comes in. When you see this kind of matter and you file a complaint, just go to Alausa there, file a complaint to the task force on land grabbing established by the government of Lagos State. That real estate agent or whosoever has sold that property will be arrested and possibly prosecuted when you present a prima facie. But that is not the only option. You can also report to the police.
Exactly.
Some go as far as reporting to the EFCC, depending on the value of the money.
Of the money, yeah.
But again, you can also file a lawsuit.
Okay.
In court, a civil action for recovery of your money, for damages and what have you. You can also pursue the civil remedy.
Okay, so
if the slow pace of justice would allow you to achieve your objective on time.
Exactly. You know, people run away from court cases because...
You can't blame them.
Why?
Because the system is very slow. Justice delayed is justice denied. You don't know. When you delay justice, you are practically denying the person seeking justice
exactly
the fruit of his labor. which is why you may not blame an average Nigerian that has no trust or has reduced trust in the judiciary. But for me, I still have a bit of hope that things get better.
Could get better.
With the activation of alternative dispute resolution. Because I do not believe that every case should go to court. Some cases can be amicably resolved. We also have the regulatory body, like all these task force, that can assist to resolve issue. I will give you an instance if I'm not taking your time.
No, you are not.
I had a case, I think some 2 years ago. I could have gone to court against a medical doctor.
Okay.
My client had a case against a medical doctor. I could have gone to court, but you know what I did? I did not go to court. I went to the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, their regulator, to complain about what the doctor did. I also went to the FCCPC, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Agency. I lodged a complaint there. My complaint was resolved in barely a month's time, within a month. But if I had gone to court, the doctor might be relaxed, thinking it's court. It maybe will be done in 3-5 years. But that's the average lifespan of a lawsuit, especially in a state like Lagos, 3-5 years. So the reason for me why people lack trust in the Nigerian judicial or justice system is because the system is very slow and justice delayed is justice denied.
Okay, this should be like a practical question now concerning the consumers. Okay, let's take for instance, I purchased a property and I wasn't aware that, okay, this property is a fraudulent property. Can the actual owner sue me first? Like, can I be sued for purchasing a fraudulent property? I'm not talking about the agents now. I'm just talking about, like, I myself, can I be sued by the actual owner for purchasing a fraudulent property?
So, well, let me put this in context.
Okay.
Really. Maybe you will not be sued for purchasing.
Okay.
Because that would be an unreasonable cause of action. But you may be sued for trespass.
Okay.
So you are trying to go to their property that does not belong
to me.
To you.
Okay.
You may be sued for trespass. Or perhaps even arrested for trespass. So I believe that the appropriate cause of action is trespass and not suing you for buying, because the person who is trying to sue you is a sort of third party. It's not privy to the contract. So if he has any claim, maybe a complaint is lodged against whosoever sold it and the two of you, but not necessarily suing for purchasing, but you can be sued for trespass or for trespassing.
So what's your advice to consumers out there from what you just said?
Eternal vigilance. Oh, you have to be vigilant. Extremely vigilant. Because that is the price you need to pay if you do not want to fall into the wrong hands. Why do I say this? I say this because if you are not vigilant, then you buy trouble. You buy problem. And I can tell you that if someone brings out 5 properties for you, 4 out of it is problematic. So you need to be vigilant. And how do you avoid this? You need to engage a professional, a lawyer, or an estate surveyor.
Okay, we have Festus Ogun, ex-choir, and he has been doing amazingly well in educating, informing, and trying to let us know the risks in owning a property without consulting a legal team. Right? So thank you very much for joining us on Consumer Halla TV. And the program you're watching today is Consumer Watchdog. We have Festus Ogun, a human rights activist, lawyer, managing partner, FO Legal. He has done amazingly well in telling us how to be highly protected before owning a property. For further more programs like this, you have to keep up with ConsumerHalla TV, because recently we just had a little drama concerning real estate too on one of our programs. That's tips and tricks. We also have a program on real estate today. It always comes up on Mondays, so keep up with it. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV, and to follow us on all our social media platform: Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, ConsumerHalla. Thank you, and see you next week. I am Elizabeth Easy.
We are we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or call it consumer-centric television platform that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline, and I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline, and then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa, and let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I opted to. I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting about the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day,
I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago. I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA? Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, when I returned from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what you call business economy. The whole of that business economy all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, we're really very sorry about this. He was giving us almost every 10, I could almost say almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing. While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve it. They couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they come up and said, we're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get. So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody was jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on a BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of 50 pounds to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, it was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. Our guys in our mail room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they bought this parcel, wrapped. I opened it, and boom, I bought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what's the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible, no apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, will have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking, mind. This is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Hala came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHalla TV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge. So what we have done with ConsumerHalla TV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to change the narrative. We want to give the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy, all right? We're not just an advocacy organization, but We offer advocacy. We have a legal team. We have lawyers that are registered on our platform, all right, that can also take up cases, okay? So, and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So, ConsumerHalla is a platform to help consumers we're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end, and yet they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country, none. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at the power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers, we bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, Oga, this thing, you know what's going to tell you? Oga, na me make am. Na me make am, that's why I buy am. Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I went around, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, and then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the pressing iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. Let me try this, let me just try and use that to iron my shirt and we can go out. So I was seated, the TV was on, I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! The guy was raged. Then he goes, what just happened? So he said, no, these guys are in trouble, they're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack, there was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call. And he called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on. And all he said to them on the phone was, look, by the time he even called, you know, clearly because they already, through the call, they could trace where it was calling from and who was calling. He said, yeah, I pick up this number, I pick up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plug it to power, and then this thing just, you know, didn't work. At the other hand, I could hear the voice, oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that. And they said, this is your address, yeah. Don't worry, we'll get you a replacement. All right. So my friend handed the call and dropped the. So I said, so what's going to happen? He said, don't worry yourself now. Shebi, we're here. They will bring a replacement. I said, they will bring a replacement. He said, yes. I said, they won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first. No, it can't be his fault now. Shebi, it's a brand new item that he bought. While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so, we had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, you know, I heard him say, we're so sorry. So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch, so also apologize. I was so touched by that. Even a dispatch man was so trained, you know, to tell the guy, we are so sorry. And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went bad. He didn't say, okay, where is the other one that we gave to you, so that he could take it back? No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, can you interpret this to me? He said, here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I would do. So I'm just going to grab a lawyer, and I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose. Because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHalla TV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provide right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe, you know, we'll be forming part of that, our overall vision, you know, of creating a more caring world of consumers where businesses thrive. So I think that we'll make our impact. We ask you to join us on this journey. ConsumerHalla TV will drive engagement. It will also be there to help to promote brands that are doing what is right. So we're not out to criticize any brand. Rather, we have to complement what the brands are doing, because there is no organization that or a business that was set up to fail. Nobody set up a business to fail. So there are just gaps that need to be fixed. So together we can fix things, and together we believe that we will create the right story for consumers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
Hi people, my name is Mofakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is ConsumerHallaTV. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHallaTV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they will be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeto. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching it.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too, yeah. But it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. Alright, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV. Here to help you, and please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching
Good afternoon, this is ConsumerHalla TV News at 12 on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Kikelomo Achibola and welcome to the news this afternoon once again. And the latest report right here talking about Nigeria has experienced a moderation in headline inflation during the 7th month of the year. The National Bureau of Statistics reported that the annual rate dropped to 15.43% in July 2026. This represented a slight decrease compared to the previous month figure recorded across the Federation. And despite the general moderation in headline figures, citizens encountered severe pressures on food items. Food inflation accelerated significantly on a monthly basis across various markets nationwide. Essential commodities such as rice, tomatoes, beans, and meat recorded noticeable price hikes during the monitoring period. An economic analyst noted that transportation bottlenecks and seasonal factors contributed to the surging cost of consumables. Market watchers urge relevant government agencies to implement sustainable agricultural policies to stabilize food supply chains. Addressing these structural challenges remain crucial for improving household welfare across the country. And the recent downward trend in headline inflation is reshaping investment strategies with the financial sector. Market participants are increasingly acquiring short-term fixed income securities to preserve the real value of their funds. Financial experts noted that current yields on treasury bills provide positive real returns above the official inflation threshold. Data from recent auctions conducted on 12 August 2026 showed the robust clearing rates across various tenors. The 91-day instrument cleared at 16.30%, while the 364-day bill closed higher. Similar yield patterns were observed in open market operations, securities, and during the trading sessions. Lagos-based fixed income analyst Ikedina Obikwelu emphasized the growing attractiveness of money market instruments over holding cash. He explained that positive real yields protect investors from the erosive effect of consumer price increases. Consequently, institutional and retail investors continue reallocating capital towards secure government debt instruments. Power sector data revealed that high voltage electricity consumers bore significant financial burdens for lower tariff categories last year, according to a report by ZKJ Energy Partners Limited. Consumers in the top service brackets contributed billions of naira to support orders. This dynamic challenged the conventional assumption that electricity subsidies primarily benefit vulnerable households. The study showed that categories enjoying lower daily supply availability consumes substantial shares of government financial intervention throughout the year. Conversely, top-tier electricity users paid tariffs slightly above estimated supply costs. Their contribution generated a financial surplus that helped offset operational shortfalls across other distribution networks. Energy stakeholders called for greater transparency in tariff administration and subsidy disbursement mechanisms, ensuring cost-reflective pricing while protecting economically disadvantaged communities remains a complex policy puzzle for regulators. Policymakers are currently evaluating comprehensive reforms to optimize sector efficiency and electricity delivery. The federal administration announced an ambitious roadmap to significantly boost electricity generation and wheeling capacity before the year ends. Minister of Power Joseph Tegbe disclosed the targets during the commissioning of critical power infrastructure in Lagos State. Officials are working closely with transmission companies to ensure reliable electricity distribution nationwide. The minister inaugurated 2 new heavy-duty power transformers at a major transmission substation to strengthen regional industrial supply corridors. The upgraded infrastructure aims to resolve long-standing capacity constraints affecting commercial hubs and residential communities. Technicians completed rigorous testing procedures before integrating the new unit into the national grid. Industry observers welcomed the infrastructural upgrade as a positive step towards stabilizing the power sector. However, experts emphasized the need for sustained investment in gas supply pipelines and distribution networks. Achieving the targeted generation milestone requires coordinated effort among all electricity value chain participants. And right now, unlocking private capital in Nigeria's real estate and hospitality sectors requires lower financing costs and streamlined land administration. Group Managing Director of Aldein Mako PLC, Dr. Edward Akinlade, highlighted these critical requirements during a recent stakeholder engagement. And high borrowing expenses and infrastructure deficit continue to hinder large-scale development projects. The industry leader urged authorities to establish friendly tax policies and simplify property tied to registration procedures. He noted that developers face severe operational bottlenecks when attempting to expand housing supply across major urban centers. Strategic public-private partnerships can bridge infrastructural gaps and accelerate commercial growth. The hospitality industry similarly confronts high energy expenses and subdued consumer spending patterns. Dr. Akinlade advocated for targeted government incentives to revitalize tourism infrastructure and enhance business profitability. Implementing these measures will attract sustainable foreign and domestic investment into the economy. Nigeria launched a comprehensive digital framework designed to attract substantial foreign investment into a cloud computing infrastructure. Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tejani, unveiled the national policy to position the country as a regional technology hub. The initiative seeks to mobilize hundreds of millions of dollars within a 24-month period. The policy establishes clear regulatory guidelines for data center development and artificial intelligence computing capacity. Government officials emphasize the importance of safeguarding sensitive public information while maintaining an open market environment. Domestic and international technology providers are encouraged to establish local operational facilities. Industry leaders praise initiatives for reducing reliance on foreign cloud housing services. Building robust digital infrastructure will create skilled employment opportunities for young technology professionals. The ministry remains committed to fostering an innovative ecosystem that drives sustainable digital transformation. The official foreign exchange market experienced persistent pressure due to strong dollar demand from commercial importers. According to a report by Meristem Research, the local currency depreciated slightly during the 7th month of the year. This occurred despite substantial dollar interventions executed by Central Bank of Nigeria. Market data indicated that parallel market rates also reflected similar downward adjustments during the monitoring period. Financial analysts attributed the trend to sustained corporate and retail requirements for foreign currency settlement. However, experts anticipate relative currency stability supported by anticipated oil export receipts, and portfolio inflows. Renowned economist Prof. Adi Bongo of the Lagos Business School advised stakeholders to remain calm regarding currency fluctuations. He noted that underlying economic fundamentals and external reserve balances remain relatively stable. Monitoring international trade balances will provide clearer projections for currency performance towards year-end. Nigeria's capital market regulator admitted 3 virtual asset service providers into its specialized incubation framework. The Securities and Exchange Commission granted approval in principle to companies including blockchain and other fintech innovators. The regulatory step aims to enhance oversight within the rapidly expanding digital asset ecosystem. The controlled environment allows participating firms to demonstrate compliance with strict operational and consumer protection standards. The General Manager for Africa at Blockchain, Owen Odia, expressed enthusiasm regarding the long-term collaboration with local regulators. The partnership will facilitate responsible financial innovation while safeguarding retail investors. Industry stakeholders noted that structured regulatory oversight will boost institutional confidence in digital assets. The Commission continues to engage with technology experts to develop comprehensive framework for the cryptocurrency sector. Clear guidelines will encourage legitimate investment while mitigating potential financial crime risk. And financial institutions are ramping up efforts to bridge credit gaps confronting female agricultural producers across the country. The Bank of Agriculture announced enhanced financing incentives designed to improve access to essential farming input. Women constitute a major share of the agricultural workforce, yet face severe barriers in securing institutional loans. Recent international development data highlighted stark disparities in financial inclusion between male and female farmers. Addressing this structural deficit is vital for boosting national food security and rural productivity. The bank's targeted credit programs aim to empower women with modern farming technology and mechanization tools. Agricultural expert commended the initiative for promoting inclusive economic growth in rural communities. Expanding resource accessibility will enable smallholder farmers to scale up production capacity significantly. Stakeholders urge continued collaboration between financial authorities and agricultural cooperatives. Investors in EcoBank Transnational Incorporated endorsed significant structural adjustment during a general meeting held on 13 August 2026. Shareholders approved critical governance reforms designed to enhance board effectiveness and strategic decision-making. The resolution followed a comprehensive review of the institution's corporate framework. The approved changes introduce economic ownership thresholds for general meeting quorum requirements. Additionally, the maximum size of the corporate board was reduced to promote agile deliberations and accountability. Leadership officials emphasized that these modifications strengthen institutional resilience and transparency. Market analysts viewed the governance update as a positive development for investor confidence, preserving institutional knowledge while ensuring strict regulatory compliance remains a core priority for the financial institutions. The leadership team is well positioned to execute strategic growth initiatives across regional markets. And technology innovators launched a specialized retail marketplace designed to combat online fraud across the continent. Arigo Technologies International Limited introduced the platform to connect consumers with verified commercial enterprises securely. The initiative addresses widespread trust deficit hindering e-commerce adoption in development regions. Technology analyst Kola Wole Bade Kale emphasized that business authentication is vital for sustaining digital economic growth. The platform utilizes rigorous verification protocols to eliminate counterfeit vendors and unverified service providers. Users can conduct transactions with enhanced confidence and security. The digital marketplace also incorporates programs that reward individuals for onboarding legitimate businesses, expanding digital commerce opportunities while prioritizing consumer protection remains the primary objective for the enterprise. Stakeholders expect the initiative to revolutionize online retail dynamics across Africa. And a massive financing deficit within continental commerce is driving financial technology companies to develop advanced cross-border payment solutions. Recent trade reports highlighted substantial unmet funding demands faced by businesses participating in international trade. Commercial banks currently intermediate a smaller fraction of continental trade compared to previous decades. Founder and Chief Executive Officer of CLAIR, Sheriff Adedokun, stressed the urgent need for interoperable financial infrastructure. He noted that business require a seamless foreign exchange, access and efficient settlement mechanism to trade competitively. Existing liquidity constraints continue to impact international supply chains severely. Fintech innovators are deploying modern digital tools to bridge the prevailing trade finance gap, and enhance payment interoperability will reduce transaction costs and foster regional economic integration. Industry stakeholders anticipate accelerated capital flows as new digital settlement frameworks become operational. Thank you so much for listening to the news at 12 this afternoon. Once again at ConsumerHalla TV. To stay connected, to listen to more news updates, please follow us across all our social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, YouTube, ConsumerHalla, and also head over to our TikTok account at ConsumerHalla TV. I am Kikelomo Ajibola. Good afternoon.
My people, we don't land for Yaba market under bridge for how markets today, and their procure I want here now how cotton business they go. We don't know say cotton business be like cloth where they wear for house. We know they really talk about cotton, but if you enter people's house, you go they see fine cottons there. Nobody they ask where then they bring them, how then they sell, how then they bring them come Nigeria, or where then they bring them come from. Now this gist what I want bring give you now today. Make we not go anywhere. Stay, come, pay, and follow me. Make we go hear this story together. Make we dey go.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Wetin be your name?
My name is Chioma Jen.
Okay, Miss Chioma Jen. Where we dey so?
Iyaba, under bridge, beside Access Bank.
Okay, so wetin you dey sell for this place?
We sell cotton and cotton material. In fact, interior decoration. Anything that has to do with interior decoration, both cotton, bedsheet, duvet, at all types. We sell them.
Okay, so how this cotton business dey go?
It's a very nice business, but it's not something that comes constant. Understand? Because after building house, you just decorate once. Maybe you just live like 4 years, you want to renovate the house, that kind of stuff. But it's not something that comes constantly. But there is still season for it.
Okay, so this cotton, it gets grade by grade.
Yes, we have different grades. We have high quality, we have VIP, we have to be VIP. Depending on the one that you want to go for.
Okay, so the highest price for your cotton where did this place now much?
We have the one of 50,000 naira per yard, like this type. These are VIP, and we still have semi-VIP. So it depends on the one that you have. Then you go for it.
Okay, maybe we talk how market today.
Not bad, I thank God, but still, we are offloading our container, so everywhere is a bit scattered. We are trying to arrange our goods in order, so not much customers today.
Okay, compare cotton business last year and this year. How you don't rate them?
I know. Well, this year is better. You know how business is. You keep growing. That's what business is all about. You keep growing. You keep expanding. You got to know people more. People got to know you more. You get more contact. So It's something that expands. In all business, you keep expanding. As far as you're pushing further, you got to meet people.
Okay, you talk about business, keep growing, keep expanding.
Yeah.
So what be the challenges where una dey face for this cutting business? I be the business just they smooth, they go like that.
Not that smooth, but sometimes customers do stress us because some will come with like 7,000 naira, thinking they will get a material of 10,000 for that 7,000 naira, and try to explain to them, they might not understand it. Understand? Maybe they will price somewhere else. They'll give them like 4,000 naira, forgetting that there's what we call qualities. Understand? The person will give them lesser qualities and lesser price, and they'll be comparing it with our own materials.
Okay, you don't talk about quality now. Where una they bring una material? Where then they bring and come?
From China.
Okay, una they import from China. Okay, can I make the price the day where
it's not even that high. It's not high. Just that we go for quality materials. It's not high because we import from China and Turkey.
Okay. When be una cash out period for this business?
Anything that has to do with Mba month, they there because they try to renovate their house, that kind of stuff. Those that are building house, they try to finish up their house because of a Christmas celebration and New Year.
And thank you, man. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What's be your name?
My name is Victor. My name is Victor.
Okay, Victor. Where be this? Where we dey so?
We dey Yaba market. After this briggies, we have Tedushu markets. But here is Yaba market, phase 1. We have phase 2. We sell cotton, bedsheet top. We still have more shops, but here like this is Kevino Concert shop where you can get any of your type of curtains. We do remote control. We sell VIP, a lot of things. Anything interior design about curtains. Number 1, you get it at this shop, Kevino Concert at Yaba.
Okay, so now cotton you dey sell for here, you don't talk and finish. So this cotton business, it gets grade by grade.
Yes, now we have grade like this now. It's different from this. Those ones there is VIP. Camera, please, if you can show, you can still show them. Those ones there are VIP. This one are regular. We have semi-VIP. We do a lot of things, a lot of cotton design. Like this now, this rings design. We do printing, we do rings, we do wave tape.
Okay, so all these VIP, semi-VIP, the prices they different, ba?
Yes, we are different. All the material you see, everything have their own price.
Okay, which one be the highest price we dey here? How much it be?
That is 50,000 for per yard for VIP. Highest that we have, but we still have other. But the one that is ready now, the VIP, highest VIP that we have here, 50,000 sample. You can show them sample like that one that is there.
Okay, that be VIP. So the least one where we not get now much?
The least we have 50, we have 25 for VIP. Normal cotton we have 10,000 for per yard, 11, 8, 9.
Okay, so how market today? How market they go so far?
Market no deal for like this throughout this week. Well, our market just come, so like if you can see everywhere scattered. So our market just come, so we arrange. But next week go better pass. But this week no market, no market. Since last week no market.
You don't say cotton be like cloth for house.
Yes, no.
Where anybody wey dey for house, see they get cotton for a house. So how this business? They got people they react to this business.
The way people take their, some people they wish to put cotton, but the amount like yesterday get some customer will come, but the amount of money them budget no go reach, so maybe them force them don't get cotton, but we go try help even though is it out again.
Okay, so you don't talk how customers they react. What be the challenges where they come for this cotton business? What two na they face?
Until they face like as our market they come now, all those taxes is much. As our container they come from border, the taxes all they pay. They pass taxes all they pay for people where they help us they offload them. Now till they face the taxes and the order is much where they collect for our market they come. Until we make some time. So I know they know whether that we know they get we don't get market. We make quick market no the but.
Okay, so another question. Where be say if una get where be say una dey cash out for business, una rainy season. Where be say if that time reach, now cash out period for una.
We have November, December, January time. Yes.
Okay, that period where una dey sell.
And one thing we I go tell our cotton is perfect. Like if you clear house, it dey perfect say you put cotton because number 1, cotton go change the
Now wetin I talk now say cotton be like cloth where they put for house.
Make the house fine very well. Cotton interior they make if you buy cotton now without house where you no put your cotton. I don't sure say house. Your house
the house naked.
No. You never in that house never reach market very to. So
okay, thank you
very
man.
Much.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Wetin be your name?
My name na Oyinyechi Mary, or you can call me Mary.
Okay, so where be dey so?
We dey Yaba, under bridge side, close to Access Bank, Yaba.
Okay, so wetin you dey sell for this place?
Na cotton, so anything interior, curtains, cotton accessories, tie back. We deal on anything home interior.
Okay, so for this your business, this cotton business, it gets grade by grade.
Yes, now it get grade. We get smart, we get heavy, we get matte, and we can't get VIP. Now VIP be the highest of the grade for cottons.
And the highest price wey dey here, how much?
Depend though. VIP na 50,000. Heavy fee be like 10,000. Smart, you can get smart for 5,000 and other prices and above. It depends on the range of material you're looking for.
Okay, since when you did this cotton business, how markets they be for cotton business?
Markets they fluctuate sometimes depending on the season too. People no get money. Now who get money they come buy cottons. But at the same time, we thank God. The only problem we have is price and inflation in the country, because for these people to they clear goods. When they clear goods finish, they go put price for where they clear goods. So that one will be challenge for cottons and other stuff.
So okay, now the challenges where when they get with that.
And now the challenges where they clearing and forwarding can be something very stressful. They will come put money for clearing and forwarding. The people who get shop go come put money for their own goods, making the business a little bit difficult to move forward and price.
Okay, so what do you want to tell your customers outside now?
May God bless you now. No, now come buy cotton from us. So, because now when God bless you now with money, we go see money, come buy cotton from us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am.
What's be your name?
Okay, my name is Amarachi Frank.
Okay, so where we dey so?
This is a Kevin Concert, Nigeria Limited Cotton, bedsheets, and anything about interior.
Where the place they located?
This is number 2 Ojoregba Road, Majide House, beside Access Bank, under bridge, Yaba.
Okay, so what do they sell for this place?
Okay, this cotton. We are here to design house, cotton or blinds or bedsheets or duvet. Anything concerning to decoration, we do it too.
Okay. So this your curtains, you get grade by grade?
Yeah, actually, we have a grade by grade. Have have a cotton per 50,000, 40, 30, 25, 8,000, 10,000. But some of our customers will be at home and get budget that you can get cotton of 3,000. You cannot get cotton of 3,000 for now. You know, so something the cotton have grade by grade. In fact, you have grade. You know, so something that says 5,000 and 8,000 is not the same level. Yeah.
So how markets today?
Thank God for today because our cotton lands on Sunday we will float 40 feet. Today we are already make a float 40 feet again today.
Okay, so
there's not much customer today.
Okay, so compare business last year and this year. This your cotton business. How you don't go so far?
I cannot lie for God. Last year is good, very well. This year is much better. This year is much better, but it's not like that. But everything cutting too hard. You understand? Yeah.
Okay, you say cutting too hard. What do they affect this business? So they make them slow, or what do you feel say they make this business? No, they go fast.
And the economic of country, the economic for the country, you understand? Like they make the business cannot move. No, it's not only my business. Everywhere, as Nigeria did, I cause the country too hard. In fact, that's why everything too slow.
So, cotton business no be waiting person. Don't be like cloth wey they wear for house. No be waiting person go job. No be everybody. No be waiting they change all the time. So, when be your cash out period for this business?
I want to use the opportunity. Like Sarah time, I have a lot of customers. Muslim, they patronize me very very well. At December time, and cotton holding have season. But towards Sarah time, all the almost giants they come in markets and change. Yes, and some Christians also coming. So I appreciate all my customers. You understand? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning. Good morning.
What's be your name?
My name is Nathaniel Interior.
Okay, Mr. Nathaniel.
Interior, yes.
Okay, where we dey so?
We dey about like this.
Okay, so what do you sell for Yaba?
I sell curtains. As you can see, it's curtains. We sell Turkish fabrics.
Okay, you don't call Turkish. Not only for Turkish material you get, or you get other ones?
We have other ones, but we based on Turkish mostly.
Okay, this particular store, Abi warehouse now, Turkish material.
Turkish fabrics we deal with.
Okay, so you get anything where they affect this Turkish material?
Really, yeah, their prices. Because some people compare you with other people on thinking they are the same. They are not the same. Just like clothes. If you see mass production and the one you will see in boutique, they are different and different makes. As they are different makes, their prices are differs.
Okay, so this your Turkish material, it they last long, Abi get grade by grade?
They last long. All of them, they are the same lifespan, but they still have grades. We have VIP and we have normal fabrics, and they have different lengths. As you can see, look at this one, has a very long length, and we have some that you can see this is shorter length. So their prices are differs.
Okay, the highest price where you get for all this material and how much where they here?
The highest price I have here is 25,000.
Okay, 25,000.
Yes,
the lowest price now much?
The lowest price is 8,500.
Okay, 8,500.
Yes.
Okay, so let I come to my question. How market today?
Well, as you can see, the economic is affecting the market somehow. You know, sometimes you sell. It's only when you sell that there is market. When you don't sell, there is no market. That is just it. That is the philosophy of it.
When you compare last year and this year business rates, I know say this year don't go half. How market be so far?
Well, we thank God anyway, but this last year is better than this year. But you know, we are just at the half of the year now, so we don't know what will come up for the remaining months of the year.
You know, say cotton now waiting people they use, you know, once no be just they be like clothes where they wear for house. So waiting be the challenges where they face, where customers they.
Most of the challenges are the prices. Do you understand? Because many people, you know, for the standards of this company as it is, we deal with mostly on Turkish, and you will see somebody that will come and say, I need a material of 3,500, which is very difficult to get it in our own company. So these are the challenges we are facing. So we are trying to see how we can come down to the masses, that they can have their normal prices.
Okay, so
that we'll be selling every day too.
Okay, if you come down to the masses, it go affect your business. Like when they price you below waiting you, because Turkish material no small now. If you come down to the masses, it go affect your business.
Not in Turkish fabric. We can go to China and request for a lower quality for other masses that they can afford, so that we'll be selling steady. Because sometimes we lose customer when they don't have their own price here. They can decide to go elsewhere, and it's affecting us somehow. So we are planning to go to market, maybe China, to get a lower quality for them, so that we'll be selling always.
Okay, no say I see bad. You no go too bad.
Yes.
So when be your cash out period for this business?
Mostly cash out period is all this festive period like Easter, Christmas time, and these are the cash out period.
Why you tag them cash out period?
People they want to make some changes in their house, and Christmas, some people will build their houses. They want to furnish the house to look good, and they want to go home for Christmas. So these are the time I think we sell most.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Wetin be your name?
My name is Atlas Interior.
Okay, Atlas Interior.
Yeah.
Okay, where we dey so?
We dey number 2 Ojeleba Road by Jimade Plaza.
So wetin you dey sell for this place?
We sell cotton, different type of fabric. We have Turkey, Italian, Dubai, and the other country like China stuff also.
Okay, these countries where you mention, the prices they different or na the same thing they sell all of them joined together?
They are different prices. Like Turkish and Italian is a high price, while China is a lower price, Dubai a middle price.
So what will be the highest price where you they sell?
In the Turkish material we have 24, 25 to 20. Then Italian material from 10,000 to 18. Why China stuff 3,500, 4,000 to 4,500. Why Dubai from 5,000 to 8,000.
Okay, ma come to my question. How markets today?
We thank God, yeah. We thank God. There's good market today.
Okay, so compare markets this year and last year. How it be so far?
Well, last year is nice. This year we are affecting our customers. They understand. This year we are in the middle of the year, but no much customers like that.
And what do you feel say they make customers no they come much like that?
Because of how the situation of Nigeria be, the increasing of transport and the fuel. That's why, because we used to have customers from Kano, Kaduna, and other states, but the high cost of transportation that reduce our customers.
Okay, the high cost of transportation are to they import the goods coming, or how they take affect them?
Affect them like people that are coming from Abuja. Like last year, when you enter a public bus coming to Lagos, at least it will be like 30,000. But when you are coming from Abuja to Lagos, now it's almost 70,000. It's not the one. It's not the one that causing to import it. Import it is accept from that.
Okay. So if you join everything together now, conquer price for customers, how did they take react?
Sometimes customer will be shouting, react, we don't want that kind of price. Then we look for the lower one, because importation follow also. Duty, custom duty follow also. Do you understand? Like 3 years ago, the clear 40 feet is around 6 million, but now it's 12 million naira for 40 feet. Then you pay for this place, the rent is almost 7 million naira per year. Then you settle all this obunile, pay truck driver 500,000. All these things, when you check it, they add the money. But when customer is complaining, all things are not equal. Then we look for the one she can afford or he.
Okay, so because of customers they complain, you don't grade them China, Dubai, Turkey, everybody gets waiting go fit them for your store.
No, I do not grade it. Like I can show you one example here. Okay. There is one material here. And you look at it. If you look at this one now,
okay,
this one is Turkey material. Okay. Look at China. Let me bring it out. Look at this. This is China stuff. Okay. Here you feel the quality. You know that's China stuff. It's not because of the price.
Okay, now the quality.
Like the quality.
Okay, so when be your cash out period for this? Because I say bad, you get when you dey smile.
No, where shall we not say this month is cash out period? Do you understand? God can bless anyone in a second. I can cash out today, I can cash out tomorrow. But the time I make a sales during the time of Christmas period, December, and the new year.
You don't explain this business enter like I don't even feel I don't see everything where you talk. So wait till you want tell your customers now. Everybody where they watch how markets today. We go feel say now from your hand make things no they go. Wait till you want tell them.
They will understand how things are be. Then because always pray for my customers, both my clients, always pray for them. The God favor them. They understand, give them divine mercy. Because everybody understand the situation of Nigeria, how the economies be. Because our economies is nice, I will not say it's not nice. But with time, God will do miracle.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
My people, I still dey market so and now even inside one person shop I still dey like this. We don't hear from everybody mouth how cotton business be. Cotton business no be small money oh. The wetin they call, they bring am from Turkey, they bring am from China, they bring from Dubai. Everything na still from under cotton. So cotton business e get as it be. As we all know, say cotton be like say na cloth where they wear for house, and they don't tell us how the business they go. You know, be business where they too calm, you know, be business where they too slow. Now anytime where people get their time for house, they go come buy cotton. So now wetin we come yaba on that bridge can't do today. Oh yeah, now make we wait for another episode on how markets today. Follow us on all our social media, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, ConsumerHallaTV, and subscribe on our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV. My name na Elizabeth Eze. See you on our next episode. Bye.
Good afternoon and welcome to another interesting and very important edition of Scam Alert this afternoon once again on ConsumerHalla TV, the program where we expose the tricks of fraudsters and most importantly give you the information you need to protect yourself. I am Kikelomo Achibola. Now let me start today's program with a very simple question. Have you ever received a message that made you think something about this doesn't feel right? Maybe somebody contacted you and said, congratulations, you have won 5 million naira, or your bank account will be blocked unless you verify your details immediately, or perhaps I have a business opportunity for you, just invest 100,000 naira and you will receive 500,000 naira in 2 weeks. Maybe somebody you met online suddenly told you, I love you, but I need your help urgently. Or your supposed boss sent you a message saying, please transfer this money immediately. I am in a meeting and can't talk. What do all these situations have in common? You will ask me, and I would like to provide you the information that they have. They contain certain red flags, and sometimes the difference between becoming a victim and avoiding a scam is simply recognizing that one little one in saying, hey, what I mean is, let me verify this. Scammers don't always look like criminals. They can sound friendly, they can sound professional, even dress professionally, and they can use impressive website and also use or have thousands of followers on social media. They can even know your name, workplace, or some personal information about you. But beyond that convincing appearance, and these could be somebody trying to steal your money, identity, personal information, or even your emotions. So today on Scam Alert, we are taking a different approach. We're not just focusing on just one scam. We are going to expose the red flags that appear again and again across different types of scams, from fake investment and online shopping to romance scams, fake jobs, impersonation, fake government programs, and even medical scams. Because once you learn the warning signs, you become much harder to deceive. And Nigeria today, it is very, very important that this program is something that should save us and you from making a very common and expensive mistake. But before we continue on the program, let's actually take a good look at the news update relating to scams in Nigeria, where we have the EFCC warns youth against internet fraud. Let's begin with an important warning that has been sounded to us by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the EFCC, on August 14, 2026. EFCC Chairman Ola Olukoyede urged Nigerian youth to reject internet fraud and pursue legitimate means of creating wealth. Speaking to youth in Port Harcourt, he identified several forms of internet crimes, including fake online investment, romance scams, identity theft, social media impersonation, online shopping scams, cryptocurrency scams, fake giveaways, and fraudulent job offers. He also warned that involvement in internet fraud can lead to arrest, prosecution, imprisonment, and asset forfeiture. Now, what makes this particularly relevant to today's topic is that these scams may look completely different on the surface, but they share the same warning signs. A fake investment promises unbelievable returns. A fake job promises an opportunity but demand money upfront. A romance scam creates emotional pressure, while an impersonator creates urgency to make you act without thinking. So rather than memorizing hundreds of different scams, Nigerians need to learn how to recognize the common patterns behind them. The first red flag is often not the scam itself. It is the pressure to make a decision before you have to think at all. And also on August 14, the EFCC reportedly arraigned a man in Ibadan over an alleged 56.4 million naira pilgrimage fraud. According to the Commission's official update, the case involves a 57-count charge bordering on forgery and altering, among other allegations. As with any criminal allegation, the defendants remain entitled to due process and should not be treated as guilty unless and until a court establishes otherwise. And this case gives us another important lesson. Scammers can exploit trust, religion, important life events, and people's desire to help themselves or their families. Sometimes the scam isn't obvious because the person is offering something that sounds legitimate, a pilgrimage arrangement, employment, job opportunity, investment, scholarship, property, or business deal. That is why today's message is so important. Don't judge an offer only by what is being offered. Examine how the person is asking you to pay, what information they are requesting, and whether their claims can be independently verified. So let's go on a short break. When we get back, we will get straight into our first red flag regarding the common patterns scammers use to cut away with our money, belongings, and properties. Alright, welcome back. It is still Scam Alert on ConsumerHalla TV, and this program is for you as a consumer to stay alert, stay informed, and stay educated, because right here we're talking about the red flags that we should look out for in every scam. And the first red flag is to act now. Let's get into today's main conversation. Like I said earlier on, our first major red flag is urgency. A scammer doesn't want you to think. They want you to react. They might tell you, send him money now. The offer expires in 1 hour. Your account will be blocked today. If you don't pay now, you will lose the opportunity. But why the rush? Because when you have time to investigate, you may discover the truth. So whenever somebody puts you under unnecessary pressure, slow down, tell yourself, it is legitimate, I should be able to take a few minutes to verify it. Don't let somebody else's urgency become your financial emergency. And the second red flag today is the too good to be true. So let's talk about these classical warning signs. An offer that sounds unbelievably good. Somebody tells you, invest 50,000 naira and make 500,000 naira in 1 week. Or you have been selected to receive a 2 million naira government grant. Just pay 20,000 naira registration. Or this online job allows you to earn 1 million naira every month, working for 2 hours a day. Please pause. Ask questions. How does the business make its money? Who is behind it? Is the company registered? Why are they guaranteeing returns? Where is the official documentation? Remember, if the reward is huge but the explanation is vague, that is a red flag. And the third red flag here is the pay before you get paid. Oh, this one is particularly important for young Nigerians looking for jobs. Imagine receiving congratulations, you have been selected for employment. Wonderful, you are excited. But first, pay 50,000 naira for your training, or pay 30,000 naira for your ID card, or send money for medical clearance. They can even say pay recruitment processing fees. Stop. Verify the information, the organization, through its official channels. Don't assume that because somebody sent you an appointment letter, the job is genuine. Fraudsters can create very convincing documents, and this applies beyond jobs, scholarships, grants, loans, visa applications, investment, even accommodation. Whenever someone says pay first, then we'll give you what we promise. You need to investigate. And then we have the fourth red flag, which is the request for your secret information. Now this is one Nigerians must take very seriously. Your OTP, ATM PIN, bank password, BVN details, NIN information, card details, email, password, WhatsApp verification code, these are sensitive. If someone contacts you unexpectedly and asks for them, don't hand them over simply because they sound official. A scammer may say, I am calling from your bank, I am from your network provider, I am from WhatsApp, I am from the government. The name and profile picture don't prove anything. Use an independently obtained official contact to verify the request before handing over anything to anybody. And the fifth red flag is the fake authority. This is another trick scammers love, and they love to pretend to be somebody important. You know, they may impersonate a bank official, a police officer, a government official, company executive, celebrity, religious leader, even your boss or your family member. And because Nigerians naturally respect authority, this trick can work very well. But remember, a title does not prove anything. If somebody says they are your boss and asks you to transfer money, call your boss directly, my dear sister and brother. If somebody claims to be from your bank, use the bank's official customer service channel. If somebody claims to represent a government agency, check the agency's official website or verified communication channels very independently before you do anything they ask you to do. And then we have another red flag, which is the red flag number 6, talking about emotional manipulation. Scammers only attack you as a person. They don't only attack you as a person, they attack your wallet. Sometimes they attack your emotions. They may make you feel afraid, excited, guilty, desperate, or even loved. A romance scammer may spend weeks or months building an emotional relationship before asking for money. An impersonator may tell you, please help me, I am in serious trouble. A fake medical seller may say, if you don't buy this today, your condition will get worse. The objective is the same, oh my dear ones. Make you emotional enough to stop thinking critically. So when you feel extremely emotional about an online request, that is the moment to become more careful, not less careful. Let's move to red flag number 7. Don't tell anybody. This is very important. If someone tells you don't tell your husband, your wife, your family, your bank, don't tell your colleagues, that should immediately raise suspicion. Why would a legitimate opportunity require secrecy? Scammers don't want people questioning their story. They know your friend may say, this sounds like a scam. Or your brother may say, don't send that money. Your bank may ask questions. So the scammers try to isolate secrecy in one to isolate you. So secrecy is one of the biggest weapons of a scammer. Another red flag is the simple one: stop, check, confirm, test. So how do we put everything we have discussed into practice? I want you to remember 3 words: stop, check, confirm. Stop, don't react immediately. Check, look for inconsistency. Ask questions, search for the organizations. Examine the website, phone number, and payment details. Confirm, speak directly to the person or organization through an independent, trusted channels. And here is something very important. Don't verify using the contact details provided by the suspected scammer. If somebody sends you a phone number claiming this is our official customer care line, don't automatically call it. Find the genuine contact information yourself. And 5 questions to ask before you actually send that money is that number 1, who exactly am I dealing with? Number 2, why are they asking me for money? Number 3, why do they need me to act so quickly? Can I independently verify this information? Should be the next question after that. And finally, what happens if I don't send the money right away? If the answer is you will lose everything, you'll be arrested, your file will disappear, you miss the opportunity, don't panic, investigate. That's why we draw the curtain on today's edition of Scam Alert on ConsumerHallaTV. Today we've learned something very, very important, I believe. Scams may change, but the red flags often remain the same. Whether it is a fake investment, fake job, romance scam, online shopping scam, impersonation, fake government program, and fraudulent medical products, scammers often use the same tools: urgency, secrecy, emotional pressure, unbelievable promises, requests for sensitive information, and most importantly, they don't want you to think. So next time someone sends you an exciting offer, the next time somebody tells you that you must pay immediately, the next time an online friend suddenly needs money, the next time someone claiming to be an official asks for your private information, don't be afraid to say, let me verify first. That one sentence would save you thousands or even millions of naira. And remember, reporting scams is also important. If you become a victim or encounter suspected fraud, preserve evidence such as messages, account details, and transaction records, and report through appropriate Nigerian authorities. Because fighting scams is not just about protecting ourselves, it's about protecting our family, our community, and one another. Thank you so much for joining us for today's edition of Scam Alert on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Kikelomo Ajibola, and once it's time for Scam Alert, you get to see my face talking about to you different and various types of scams in going around the world and going around in Nigeria. And I hope we've learned 1 or 2. And just in case you have not subscribed or you just seen us for the first time, please leave a comment. Let us know what you think about it. If you've been scammed before, let us also know. And if you have any issues, please reach out to ConsumerHallaTV on all our social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, YouTube, ConsumerHalla, and also on our TikTok account at ConsumerHallaTV. I'm Kikelomo Ajibola. Good afternoon.
So the point is, you see an apartment, you like the location, the rent fits your budget, so you think, I can afford the house. But the question is, can you really afford it? Because the amount written on the rent agreement may only be the beginning. Agency fee, legal fee, service charges, security, waste disposal, electricity, water and transportation can all add to the real cost of living in a particular property. And for many Nigerians already dealing with rising housing cost already, failing to calculate these expenses before moving in can create financial pressure later. Now, how much does a house really cost beyond the rent? Hello and welcome to another informative edition of Real Estate Today, where we simplify property matters and help you make informed real estate decisions. I am Elizabeth Avefe, and you know on this show, I don't have to do it alone. I have my beautiful, handsome, gorgeous looking partner on the show this morning. Good morning, Irumfe.
Oh, good afternoon. It's another Monday, so I don't really understand. Anyway, you're looking so sharp and you look like a real estate guru.
It's not easy.
It's not easy. Do you own a property already?
Do you want me to start casting myself out? Please, oh.
I hear you. I am Irumfe Koforola, and today's program is going to be insightful because we are discussing the hidden cost of renting, what tenants should budget for beyond the rent. We will also look at the expenses and different things prospective tenants need to look, and sometimes they overlook these things. How the location of a property can affect the actual cost of living and the questions you should ask before committing your money. And in today's real estate update, we will bring you one of the latest developments shaping Nigeria's property market. Later in our Words of the Day segment, we will explain an important term every tenant should understand. And also, trust me, we are very familiar with the show. You know, we always come up with the Consumer Corner. We will bring to you simple checklists to help you calculate the true cost of a home before signing a tenancy agreement. Absolutely, you will love today's edition, trust me.
Yeah, because we always know the issue that comes with finding an apartment, getting a house and all of that, or the hidden charges that comes within it. So because finding a house you can pay for one is one thing. Finding a house you can comfortably afford to live in is also another discussion. So now we will be taking a short break, and when we return, we'll begin with today's real estate news update. Stay with us. You know, there's no real estate news updates without giving you that rightful information you need to know about the news surrounding real estate today. So stay with us. Welcome back. Here are today's top real estate news stories. A court has taken over the interim administration of the estate of late Akindele following a dispute over the validity of his will. The case involved the management and control of the deceased assets, including real estate, while questions surrounding the validity of the will are being determined through the legal process. The court intervention provides temporary oversight of the estate and is aimed at ensuring that the properties and other assets are properly managed while the dispute is resolved. The developments highlight the importance of proper estate planning, valid documentation, and clear succession arrangements for property owners, particularly those with significant real estate assets. A professor has urged estate surveyors and valuers to build real estate firms capable of surviving beyond their founders, stressing the importance of succession, planning and strong professional management. The call was made as part of discussion on the future of Nigeria estate surveying and valuation profession, with the professor urging practitioners to develop institutional structure rather than businesses that depend entirely on the individual. He encouraged firms to establish effective management systems, develop young professionals, and put clear succession plans in place to ensure continuity. According to him, building sustainable institutions will help protect investments, strengthen the real estate profession, and ensure that property business can continue to operate effectively even after the founders leave. A dispute resolution lawyer has questioned whether the presentation of keys, a pair of Anthony and allocation documents to TikTok personality Pella and his wife, transfer of a 400 million mansion in Life Camp, Abuja. The property was publicly presented to the couple as a wedding gift by the real estate entrepreneur King Ochacho on 1st August 2026, while the key and other documents were handed over on 7th of August. However, the lawyer Bolaji Oluwatosin explained that receiving keys or allocation documents does not necessarily mean that legal ownership of a property has been fully perfected. He noted that a power of attorney generally gives a person authority to act on behalf of another, while allocation documents may establish the history or root of title, but do not by themselves prove that ownership has been legally transferred. The lawyer also stressed that applicable legal requirements for transferring land in the Federal Capital Territory must be fulfilled, highlighting the importance of proper title documentation and due process when acquiring a property. And that's today's edition of Real Estate News Update today. For more updates on Nigeria housing and property markets, stay with us. We'll be right back.
Nigeria's housing market continues to face an affordability challenge, with recent industry reports pointing to rising demand, limited housing supply, and increasing cost of development. A June 2026 report by Bosi Ele and Co. estimated the Nigerian real estate market at about $2.60 trillion, while also putting the country's housing supply deficit at more than 22 million units. In Lagos, the pressure is particularly visible. A recent Guardian report noted that tenants are facing rising rents alongside multiple costs associated with housing, while industry stakeholders have called for measures that could make housing more affordable. Meanwhile, the Lagos State government said in May that it had recovered more than 270 million naira from fraudulent estate agents and property developers on behalf of affected residents, and urged residents to verify agents and developers before engaging them. So those are some of the developments shaping the property sector. But today's conversation brings the issue more closer to home. Because when you are looking for a house, the first number you usually ask for is, or the first question rather you usually ask is, how much is the rent?
Yeah, that is most of the question we ask. Yeah. But perhaps the better question should be, how much will living here actually cost me?
So it shouldn't be
how much is the rent?
Yeah,
because you know, after moving in, there are a lot of charges that comes in. So you should actually, the main question should be, how much will it cost me living in here?
So that means you can even pay a kind of cheap, in quotes now, cheap amount of money to rent an apartment. At the end of the day, you still have to like spend more. That is true. All right, so Elizabeth, let's break it down.
Okay, now let's start with something many tenants already know. You find a house advertised at one amount, then you ask for the total package, and suddenly the figure looks very different.
Exactly. I think for people who have tried to, you know, secure an apartment would relate to this.
Yeah.
I've been there. I know what it's like. So let us look at some of the costs tenants should understand before they commit to paying, you know, for an apartment. The first thing, and it's very, everybody knows, agency and professional fees. They don't even put professional fees. They just say agency fee. And even if you are not looking for apartments, most likely you would have heard someone talk about agency fees, and you wonder, okay, what is this agency fee all about? So if you are using an estate agent, don't simply ask for the rent. Ask for a complete breakdown of every fee being requested.
And don't make assumptions, because that's one thing we are always doing, which is very, very common. Ask, what is this payment for? Because when they give you the total package, they'll just put this one fee, service charge fee, maintenance fee, and all of that. The question is, you are meant to ask them, okay, if I'm paying for this, what is this payment for? Who is receiving it? Is it compulsory? And most importantly, what is the total amount I need before I get the key?
That's true.
Recent reporting in Lagos has highlighted complaints about multiple and sometimes disputed charges in rental transactions. You may have paid your rent, but what about the compound? Who pays for security? Who also pays for management, the cleaning, waste management, generator maintenance, and even water?
Yeah, so here now we are talking about service charges, you know, service fees, and that's also one thing people need to understand. Apart from the agency or professional fees you pay, this is another cost you should always consider. So this cost can vary significantly from property to property, so do not wait until after you have moved in to ask this question. So let's talk about electricity. It's very important. This is another expense people sometimes underestimate. Ask about the electricity arrangement before you move in. Is there a prepaid meter? Because after you paid your rent, there's nothing you can do. You pay rent and you begin to, you know, face all of these challenges. Is there a shared meter? And what or how common area electricity costs are handled? How is it that, you know, how do you handle all of these things? The cost, all of these things are things you need to put in place.
Because a cheaper apartment with very high recurring electricity expenses may not actually be cheaper in the long run. We've have some certain cases whereby you just moved in and you don't know that this apartment have been the tenant that moved in before, those that were in before are owing electricity bill, and when you come in, it is now left on your own it is now left on you for you to start paying the electricity bill that you've not even started using. We have cases like that, and so that is the main reason why you don't just ask. Even if they project it to you, is your right as a tenant, as a consumer, you are meant to ask those questions.
Exactly, especially with the issue of meters. You know, sometimes you see the case whereby a tenant would be the one who actually like procured a meter, and when the person is leaving, he or she goes with the meter, and at the end of the day you begin to, you know, run it as scatter again, and sometimes you need to know the kind of feeders, the area, are they band A, band B, or where is the, you know, how is the electricity like generally? So you need to understand all of these things. So also we'll be looking at water right now, which is very important.
So now the question is, how reliable is the water supply? Does the building depend on a borehole? Is there a water levy? Who pays for pumping and maintenance?
Important question. Important questions actually. This may look like email questions, but small recurring expenses can become significant over an entire tenancy.
Yeah, because some people now, when it comes to water, you'll see some buildings, some apartments, they don't have water. You start seeing tenants carrying bucket to another apartment to start getting water, which can be so tiring.
Yeah,
but assuming you ask the right question, it won't have been an issue. You should ask, okay, is there water? There are some necessary questions we need to ask as a tenant, but we overlook it. The main thing at that particular moment is, I need an apartment to stay in. And when you now get the apartment, all the other issues that comes with it, we ignored it. And later we start complaining. After I paid this sum of money, there's no water. They're asking me for NEPA bill. Initially, it wasn't included. They said the light bill, the electricity bill will be included and all of that. But later on, you find out like, but because all this still boils down to the fact that you did not ask the right question.
And in course of asking the right question, ensure that there is a contract binding both the tenants and the landlord. Also, let's talk about transportation. It's very important. Now let's talk about something people really include when calculating rent. You know, that is transportation.
Yeah, you could save money by choosing a cheaper apartment far away from work. But if you spend much more every day commuting, how have you really saved money? Recent analysis of Lagos housing affordability has made the same point. The real cost of a location is not just rent. It also includes commuting cost and time.
Absolutely, absolutely. I agree, you know. It takes a lot to commute, especially when you're in Lagos. And that is one of the main reasons you need, even if the house is affordable, how about the transportation? Because at the end of the day, when you calculate how much you are spending on transportation, it can even rent another apartment, honestly speaking. Because everything in Lagos, sometimes you face traffic and you get home tired, you wake up the next morning, you are not energized for the day. So you need to put all of these things in place before renting an apartment.
So moving on to maintenance and repair. Before moving in, understand who is responsible for repair. And that a lot has caused a lot of issues and commotion.
I'm just smiling because I know sometimes, you know, something happens in the house and you pick up your phone as a tenant, you call the landlord, the tap is not running. There is plumbing issue. And you're like, hey, why can't you fix it with your money?
Exactly.
You are the one using the apartment, you know.
When you moved in, was it like that? So if the plumbing fails, who pays? If the water pump breaks, who pays? If something goes wrong with a shared facility, who is responsible?
So that brings this to an answer in a way. Do not assume. Make sure responsibilities are clearly stated in your tenancy agreement. It's very important. So
just like what Irimo said, there needs to be an agreement binding the tenant and also the landlord. Because we have a lot of issues whereby you would have fixed everything to your own taste, then suddenly, because the landlord sees that, oh, your apartment is actually looking very good, then the next thing is asking you to move out.
Or increase rent.
Or increase the rent. Something that you actually do yourself. That's why sometimes I'm always like worried sometimes when tenants go ahead to fix a whole lot of things. I get the fact that you have the money, but does that even align in your agreement?
No, the truth is this, and I do not, it's my own perspective, and I think if you look at it from the legal perspective, I've rented an apartment, there's the legal binding, that is the contract between the tenant and the landlord. So I can decide to furnish my apartment where I so wish, because if as a tenant I understand my rights, it cannot just be evicted of a property without due process. So if you think because I've furnished my apartment, I have the money, then you want to increase rents, normally there are procedures to increasing rent, and I've not done anything bad. You are just asking me to leave the house. I'll sue you and I'll ensure that you spend money seriously, because I know my rights. So that is why as a tenant you need to know your rights. Why would the landlord do just anyhow just because he feels like, oh, you are being successful? And I mean, we've seen many cases like that anyway. Now let's talk about security, because this is very important. So ask about security arrangement. Is there a security levy? Is it monthly or annual? What exactly does it cover? Because at the end of the day you pay and they say another one for this.
Yes.
So you have to pay another one, so you need to know.
Okay, again, the goal is not to scare anyone. It is simply to know the full financial commitment before moving in. Now let's move to waste disposal. Waste disposal is another recurring expense that can be overlooked. Ask who handles it and whether the cost is included in the service charge or paid separately.
Now let's go to something that is very important. Let's talk about renewal. You know, the rent you've spent probably a year, and you know you want to renew
your rent,
or whatever you want to renew. So let us look at this. And here is one question you shouldn't leave until the end of your tenancy. What happens when it's time to renew? What's it like? Because you see many cases of things that happen. So what happens?
Ask how renewal works and make sure you understand the term of your tenancy agreement, because you should not plan your finances around today's rent without considering what your agreement says about renewal.
Absolutely. So your total housing budget. Now let's look at this. Finally, I add everything together. If you want to get an apartment, the rent, the fees, the service charges, utilities, transportation, maintenance, and other recurring costs.
Then you ask yourself the most important question. After paying for the house, can I still comfortably afford the rest of my life? That's most important. So after calculating all these expenses, the charges, utility, house maintenance, and all of that, after paying for this house, can I still comfortably afford the rest of my life? Can I? Because affordability isn't just about being able to live there without constantly struggling to keep up with other costs.
Absolutely. So before you say, I can afford this house, calculate the full cost. Very important.
Because sometimes the cheapest rent isn't the cheapest home. Very important. I'll leave that word. The cheapest rent is not the cheapest home. I'll leave that that word out to our viewers to rethink about that word. Because sometimes the cheapest rent is not about the cheapest home. That's why we find out most of the time when most young people could no longer afford to renew their rent, they move out, go back to their parents' house. Because that's where comfortability comes in.
Home is where the heart lies, and I think the best thing to always do, like you said, and we reiterated on the show, is that you have to foresee, you have to have that foresight. Like when it's time to renew my rent, your salary can't be 600,000 and you are going for a house of, let's say, 25 million naira, because you know you fake it till you make it. It's not in this situation at all, because at the end of the
fake
day,
it and go back home. Let me tell you.
So you have to think deeply before you embark on some things. Absolutely.
So we'll take another short break, and when we return, it's time for word of the day. Stay with us.
Understanding the terms attached to your housing cost can help you make better financial decisions. Now let's move to Consumer Corner, where you get to learn more about housing and real estate. house may fit your budget on paper, but make sure the life that comes with the house fits your budget too.
Renting a home is a major financial commitment. Before you make that payment, look beyond the advertised rent and understand the full cost of living in the property.
Because making an informed housing decision isn't just about finding a place you like. It is about finding a place you can realistically afford. I love that. It's all about reality. It's all about how realistic is this. You understand that at the end of the day, can I pay like you've said? Because that is what matters at the end of the day.
This is the part I say. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
And I am Iremofeku Koforola. Thank you so much for watching Real Estate today. And we are quite sure that you would begin to make informed housing decisions, especially when it comes to rent from now on. So
and remember to like, subscribe, comment. I don't know why you guys like gatekeeping. Is there anything you would like us to discuss concerning housing, properties, anything related to real estate? Always comment under the comment section so that you can also look forward to that. I am Elizabeth Abefe once again.
Yeah, do it to have a fresh week and stay alert. Bye for now.
Bye for now.
ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'd watch, you'd learn, be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Sharon Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they will be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment to but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. Alright, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer. And as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
I'm happy to always be on the streets, discussing with people late at night, seeing how the housing challenge affects them. I spend quite a serious amount of time under bridges in the streets, very unconventional places, places people would naturally not expect to see me. I spend a lot of time within those type of environments just to understand in depthly, and all is based on the quote I gave, which says I must do what I have to do when I'm young and still vibrant enough. So largely that's my favorite quote.
Okay, right, that makes sense. So let's go on a short break now. We'll be right back. You're still watching Marketing Inventors. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us on Market Innovators, and we are still here with Mr. Ekene Osai as we continue this important conversation on building systems that expand access to housing and opportunity. Mr. Ekene, you are known for pushing mindset shifts. Why do you think many people struggle to take action in areas like investment and wealth creation?
I may not be correct, but one of the reasons is past trauma. Let's just say trauma. Nigeria has had quite a significant battle with Ponzi schemes.
Yeah.
So when you talk about investments, a lot of people are held back. Another major challenge would be knowledge, because there are some type of products you see in the market and you already understand that the structure is solid.
Yeah.
But when you don't have the knowledge to analyze such a structure and know if it's solid enough, you're just going to make fearful assumptions.
Yeah.
So there are quite a whole lot of reasons, but trauma, trusts, all of those, they come up to explain why people are a bit laid back. Financial knowledge also is very, very low in Africa. The average African or Nigerian believes that having money in your pocket is as equal as financial knowledge, but there are two different things. Some people have money, but they don't have enough financial knowledge. Some people have good financial knowledge, not enough resources. And some people have a mixture of both, and that's where the healthy balance comes into play. But a lot of factors come into play when you look at why people don't trust investment angles. And that's largely why we run a cooperative or a community-based approach, so that these people are not just investors. They work with us. I know at least 3 to 4 of the people who have bought bed spaces from us today who work with me today. And because they have joined the company, I have quite a free space to do other things. And so by getting people involved, they get to see both the good, the bad, and the ugly. Exactly. Yeah. So that's largely what I have on it.
Okay, so this might, set you, but like you you bring a lot of character into what you do. Looking at your pictures, you gesticulate, so and then you also mentioned about being knowledgeable about unconventional spaces. So how do you bring that character into what you are trying to solve, into the problem that you're trying to solve, the housing problem that you're trying to solve in Nigeria?
It helps a lot in terms of character. Maybe I believe God will give you everything you need for the journey He has sent you. That's one thing I believe. So every character I put up, every play I put up just happens naturally. I don't think I sit down to prepare for anything. I just wake up and I know that from the information I've been able to accumulate over time and the books I read and everything I do, it's just easy for me to, go with the flow or fall into character. In terms, maybe in a movie you say fall into character. Yeah. So it's easy for me. I don't have a problem interacting with people on the street.
Yes.
I could easily socialize with anybody and bond and begin to have interactions. I don't think I have fear for a whole lot of stuff by nature. I just move around and I'm confident in what I'm doing. So it's not as though I have a blueprint or there was a process which I know to follow.
Yeah.
I just knew the day I was in love with this career, every other thing followed after that. So whatever you see in line with this career, it just pops up when it's needed.
Okay, so what about people that don't speak, Queen's English like you do? The ones that speak what we call Nigerian English, Pidgin.
Yeah.
So how do you interact with them? Do you speak Pidgin to them too? Can you speak Pidgin?
Yeah, very well. I do speak Pidgin very well.
Okay.
And I think I'm good with about 2 major languages. I can speak Hausa fluently. I can speak Igbo. I can follow Yoruba. I'm starting to learn since I got into Lagos. So number one, language is very important. Many people do not pay attention to it. But the easiest way to bond with somebody is to communicate in the language they understand or they would be able to understand. So whether I'm dressed up in a suit, whether I'm dressed up in my shorts and t-shirts, I just see myself as a regular person. That's number one. I don't see human beings with positions. I just see them as human beings. Exactly. Yeah. So that allows me bond with them, socialize. If I need to speak Pidgin, I can speak Pidgin. If I need to be posh, except when it's food. I don't eat. I have no acquired taste. I don't do acquired taste. So every other thing within my life, I think I can just switch when needed and act accordingly to there's the part that says when you go to Rome, behave like the Romans. Exactly. That's like one of the important life survival skills. People are kind of very rigid. Oh, this is what I'm used to. I will only do what I'm used to. But for me, I just do what's important for that job, whether it's what I'm used to or not. The worst that will happen is I'll make a mistake and learn. So I would always try.
Yeah. So you are an entrepreneur and house innovator. Don't prices and market fluctuations affect your business?
Yes, they do. But largely, when we talk about housing, the problem is the Nigerian housing market has not built a structure that creates predictability. If you go to the international market, you know that rental housing, if you are invested in the real estate investment trust in many international markets, there's a defined percentage of return. Some it's 4%, some is 6%, some is 8%. But the type of real estate we've practiced in Nigeria for the longest period of time has been the issue. Land banking has largely constituted a lot of nuisance than good, because people now buy lands, they don't perfect their documents, they don't build on the land, they clear the vegetation, which is to help the atmosphere. So in essence, you destroyed almost every good thing about a land just to hold it for a period of time and later sell it for an exorbitant price. So the speculative market within the Nigerian real estate sector is why today we have difficulty in understanding if the economic fluctuations will affect. That's why today landlords arbitrarily increase rents. There is no structure to how you increase rents. But by the time people start practicing real estate the way we do at House and Cooper, where we know the customers, we probably know all our customers by age and names and jobs and almost everything they do, because we have offtake agreements. We know how many people would be in a certain facility at every given time. That way, you kind of have a futuristic picture of the finances, even against the economic impact. So if, take for example, while we're still fabricating the facilities currently, the global crisis between US, Iran, and Israel has affected oil prices generally. And that has kind of slowed down the speed on fabrication. Those are the kind of situations you can't predict, because when they pop up, then you have to adjust. But aside from that, almost every other thing is predictable. You know when the office has done a general salary increment. You know when there is an improvement in the staff welfare or their living conditions. You know when they need a better upgrade. And the way we approach housing makes us understand the amenities that supports that housing market. And those amenities also support economic issues. So many people building houses today largely put only two features. If there's no swimming pool, there is gym, or there's swimming pool and gym. Exactly. So if you're building within maybe Yaba area, there's no need for swimming pool and gym. It's students. It's supposed to be probably a workstation within the housing environment, a library. They should have laundry system, house cleaning, transportation to work or to school. These are the features that make that category of housing more impressive. But when these features do not exist, then economic issues now begin to double you left and right, and then you just have to guess what it would be. Take, for example, if you buy a land today, some people will tell you, oh, keep it for 10 years. It has appreciated by 300% or 10,000%. And then when you try to sell it, maybe even back to the person who you bought it from, then you now hear stories like, oh, there is appreciation on paper and there is appreciation in reality. If you're trying to sell to me back where you bought it from, it didn't really appreciate like that. If you have to sell to the next person, so there's a whole lot of stories that now start. Exactly. So you can't really fight economic conditions if you do not have a predictable market. When you have a predictable market, by having a predictable market, you defeat security issues, you defeat economic fluctuations, you defeat having amenities that are being wasted because people don't use it. So We go after a defined market, we create agreements with these markets, and then we build the structure to the exact requirements for that particular market.
Okay, so talking about going for a defined market,
Yes.
there are other people, companies who are into this area of business,
True.
you know, both locally and internationally. What are those things that make yours unique?
First and foremost, knowledge. We have spent about 5 to 7 years right now in research, strictly just building the needed knowledge for this market.
Yeah.
Number one, we didn't just come in like every other developer or every other real estate company. We were not, also as a founder, many real estate CEOs today have their trajectory almost in the same direction. They were in a real estate company, probably selling lands and houses.
Yeah.
They found purpose in it, found the courage to go and open theirs, and then the same knowledge they had from where they were working has now been transferred to theirs.
Yeah.
Whether it is a deficient knowledge or it's not good for business, it has just been transferred. As long as it brings money, then it's good to go. In our case, we are all, everybody behind House and Cooper have their independent careers, but we are all products of research. So we were not from the school where we had to sell land and then we fell in love with the commission.
Yeah.
No, for us, we read through it, practiced it, did a couple of researches in different locations, and those research numbers gave us a good picture of where we're going. Like most times when we discuss with people on the bed space project, some of the investors have a little worry around, are you not limiting the market by working with only certain institutions? But in reality, because we've practiced it before, we're able to see that if we allow everybody just simply walk into this space, then there'll be a lot of police arrests, because some of the criminals on the streets will be in your facility and you can't do anything once they get into the facility. They become a nuisance. So early enough, the knowledge we've been able to build has become the advantage we have in going into the system. We're not finding it difficult. It's not difficult for us to approach banks and say, hey, we want a partnership with you. When they listing, they already know that, oh, these guys have the adequate knowledge on this field. We've also gotten the practicability of it, because myself, my team, we spend a lot of time on the streets. We interact with a lot of informal sector workers, and that gives us a clear picture on how best to work with these people, those to avoid totally whether they need the housing or not. There are certain people you have to avoid. There are certain people you have to create room for them, because by creating room for them, you're automatically growing the economy, you're giving them a chance to grow. So knowledge is a very, very huge defining difference between House and Cooper and many other companies in the real estate space.
Okay, so talking about knowledge and research that you and your team have made to bring this into reality. Yes. So what inspired the name House and Cooper?
It's very simple.
Okay. I mean, the house part is very, very understandable. The Cooper part, we need a little bit of explanation on that.
All right. So the name House and Cooper just came about because House and Cooper is generally for all infrastructures, not just housing. Housing is the foundation of every infrastructure.
Yes.
We believe that when people have a house to stay, because currently food and clothing is not a problem in Nigeria. The only thing we would say is we may not have quality foodstuffs, or maybe the low-income earner doesn't have quality clothes and all of that, but at least you're not naked and you will not be hungry.
Yes.
The housing is a major issue because there are people who are legitimately working every single day and they don't have a place to stay. So for us, we're starting with housing. And we believe that that's where the name house comes from. Everything needs a house, needs a building. So if it's a hospital, it's the house for sick people. If it's a conservation center, it's a house for animals. If it's a wildlife park, the same thing and all of that. Some are houses for recreation. So that's where house came from, referring to almost everything that we can fit in a building for profit and for progress. Cooper is just the short form for cooperative.
Oh,
exactly.
Okay.
So the moment you remove the atives, you have just Cooper left. So House and Cooper, and then I love PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers. So when I get a lot of data from them, I read about them a lot, and so when I saw it and I made the merger, I just felt cool that, okay, I'm close to something I also love.
It's really cool.
So that's it.
All right, we're going on a short break right now. Thank you for watching Market Innovators. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
the break, still on news at 2. Here are the top business, economy and consumer stories making headlines this afternoon. I am Elizabeth Abefe. Let's begin with the news. Nigeria experienced a moderation in headline inflation during the 7th month of the year. The National Bureau of Statistics reported that the annual rate dropped to 15.43% in July 2026. This represented a slight decrease compared to the previous month figure recorded across the month, the Federation. Despite the general moderation in headline figures, citizens encountered severe pressure on food items. Food inflation accelerated significantly on a monthly basis across various markets nationwide. Essential commodities such as rice, tomatoes, beans, and meat recorded noticeable price hike during the monitoring period. Economic analysts noted that transportation, bottleneck, and seasonal factors contributed to the surging cost of consumables. Market watchers urge relevant government agencies to implement sustainable agricultural policies to stabilize food supply chains. Addressing these structural challenges remain crucial for improving household welfare across the country. The recent downward trend in headline inflation is reshaping investment strategies within the financial sector. Market participants are increasingly acquiring short-term fixed-income securities to preserve the real value of their funds. Financial experts noted that current yield on treasury bills provide positive real returns above the official inflation threshold. Data from recent auctions conducted on 12 August 2026 showed robust clearing rates across various tenors. The 91-day instrument cleared at 16.30%, while the 364-day bill closed higher. Similar yield patterns were observed in open market operations security during the trading sessions. Lagos-based fixed-income analyst Ikediani Obukweli emphasized the growing attractiveness of money market instruments over holding cash. He explained that positive real yield protects investors from the erosive effects of consumer price increases. Consequently, institutional and retail investors continue reallocating capital toward secure government debt instruments. Power sector data revealed that high-voltage electricity consumers bore significant financial burdens for lower tariff categories last year. According to a report by ZKG Energy Partner Limited, consumers in the top service bracket contributed billions of naira to support others. This dynamic challenged the conventional assumption that electricity subsidized primarily benefit vulnerable households. The study showed that categories enjoying lower daily supply availability consume substantial share of government financial interventions throughout the year. Conversely, top-tier electricity users pay tariffs slightly above estimated supply cost. Their contribution generated a financial surplus that helped offset operational shortfalls across other distribution networks. Energy stakeholders called for greater transparency in tariff administration and subsidy disbursement mechanism, ensuring cost-reflective pricing while protecting economically disadvantaged communities remain a complex policy puzzle for regulators. Policymakers are currently evaluating comprehensive reform to optimize sector efficiency and electricity delivery. The federal administration announced an ambitious roadmap to significantly boost electricity generation and wheeling capacity before the year ends. Minister of Power Joseph Tegbe disclosed the target during the commissioning of critical power infrastructure in Lagos State. Officials are working closely with transmission companies to ensure reliable electricity distribution nationwide. The minister inaugurated 2 new heavy-duty power transformers at a major transmission substation to strengthen regional industrial supply corridors. The upgraded infrastructure aims to resolve long-standing capacity constraints affecting commercial hubs and residential communities. Technicians completed rigorous testing procedures before integrating the new unit into the national grid. Industry observers welcomed the infrastructure upgrade as a positive step toward stabilizing the power sector. However, experts emphasize the need for sustained investment in gas supply, pipelines, and distribution network. Achieving the targeted generation milestone require coordinated effort among all electricity value chain participants. Unlocking private capital in Nigeria real estate and hospitality sectors require lower financing costs, streamlined land administration. Group Managing Director of Aden MC Co PLC, Dr. Edward Akinlade, highlighted this critical requirement during a recent stakeholder engagement. High borrowing expenses and infrastructure deficits continue to hinder large-scale development projects. The industry leader urged authorities to establish friendly tax policies and simplify property title registration procedures. He noted that developers face severe operational bottleneck when attempting to expand housing supply across major urban centers. Strategic public-private partnership can bridge infrastructure gaps and accelerate commercial growth. The hospitality industry similarly confronts high energy expenses and subdued consumer spending pattern. Dr. Akinlade advocated for targeted government incentive and revitalize tourism infrastructure and also enhance business profitability. Implementing this measure will attract sustainable foreign and domestic investments into the economy. Nigeria launched a comprehensive digital framework designed to attract substantial foreign investments into cloud computing infrastructure. Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, unveiled the national policy to position the country as a regional technology hub. The initiative seeks to mobilize hundreds of millions of dollars within a 24-month period. The policy establishes clear regulatory guidelines for data center development and artificial intelligence computing capacity. Government officials emphasize the importance of safeguarding sensitive public information while maintaining an open market environment. Domestic and international technology providers are encouraged to establish local operational facilities. Industry leaders praised the initiative for reducing reliance on foreign cloud hosting services. Building robust digital infrastructure will create skilled employment opportunities for young technology professionals. The ministry remains committed to fostering an innovative ecosystem that drives sustainable digital transformation. The official foreign exchange market experienced persistent pressure due to strong dollar demand from commercial importers. According to a report by Meristem Research, the local currency depreciated slightly during the 7th month of the year. This occurred despite substantial dollar intervention executed by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Market data indicated that parallel market rates also reflected similar downward adjustment during the monetary period. Financial analysts attributed the trend to sustained corporate and retail requirements for foreign currency settlements. However, experts anticipate relative currency stability supported by anticipated oil export receipts and portfolio inflows. Renowned economist Prof. Adi Bongo of the of the Lagos business remained calm regarding currency fluctuations. He noted that underlying economic fundamental and external reserve balances remain relatively stable. Monitoring international trade balances will provide clearer projection for currency performance towards year-end. Nigeria Capital Market Regulator admitted 3 virtual asset service providers into its specialized incubation framework. The Securities and Exchange Commission granted approval in principle to companies including blockchain and other fintech innovators. This regulator step aims to enhance oversight within the rapid expanding digital asset ecosystem. The controlled environment allows participating firms to demonstrate compliance with strict operational and consumer protection standards. General Manager for Africa and Blockchain, Owen Odia, expressed enthusiasm regarding the long-term collaboration with local regulators. The partnership will facilitate responsible financial innovation while safeguarding retail investors. Industry stakeholders noted that structured regulatory oversight will boost institutional confidence in digital assets. The Commission continues to engage with technology experts to develop comprehensive framework for the cryptocurrency sector. Clear guidelines will encourage legitimate investments while mitigating potential financial crime risk. Financial institutions are ramping up efforts to bridge credit gap confronting female agricultural producers across the country. The Bank of Agriculture announced an enhanced financing initiative designed to improve access to essential farming inputs. Women constitute a major share of the agricultural workforce, yet face severe barriers in securing institutional loans. Recent international development data highlighted stark disparities in financial inclusion between male and female farmers. Addressing this structural deficit is vital for boosting national food security and rural productivity. The bank-targeted credit program aims to empower women with modern farming technology and mechanization tools. Agricultural experts commended the initiative for promoting inclusive economic growth in rural communities. Expanding resource accessibility will enable smallholder farmers to scale up production capacity significantly. Stakeholders urge continued collaboration between financial authorities and agricultural cooperatives. And that ends news at 2. For more updates and more breaking news, follow us across all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, ConsumerHalla, and also on our TikTok account, ConsumerHallaTV. Good afternoon.
Hello people, hi, My name is Adioye ID Adebola, business entrepreneur, a project manager, and also a business person in Lagos, Nigeria. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV. My name is Philip Orion. I'm the MD of TQ Global Limited. This is ConsumerHalla TV. We deal with anything consumer related, consumer education, even the real estate sector. If you need any information about real estate, you come to ConsumerHalla TV. They will do justice to it.
Hi everyone, my name is Omotayo Abiode and I'm the founder of My Digital Lawyer. I'm live here at ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer protection education platform teaches you about your rights as a consumer. And if you want to stay connected and more knowledgeable about your rights, do follow them on all social media platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla. Thank you.
And get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching the.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too, yeah. But it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. All right, thank you so much, ConsumerHallaTV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHallaTV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHallaTV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHallaTV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHallaTV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHallaTV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHallaTV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHallaTV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHallaTV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer. And as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV.
At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
Welcome to Market Innoventors, where we bring to you real innovators and inventors, people that are transforming ideas into influence and ambition into global impact. I am your host, Peace Nwoke. And today we are focusing on one of the most urgent and defining challenges across Africa: access to affordable and structured housing. In a system where quality accommodation is often out of reach for the average person, and where real estate is seen as expensive and exclusive, a new generation of innovators is stepping forward to rethink the model, not just by building houses, but by building systems that work for people. And that is why we have on the show today Mr. Ekene Osai, a Nigerian entrepreneur and housing innovator who is reshaping how everyday people access and participate in the housing market. Through a fast-growing cooperative housing movement, Mr. Ekene is bringing together strategic partners, financial institutions, and verified tenants to create a scalable rental housing system, one that bridges the gap between real estate development and community-driven ownership. Known for his execution-driven mindset and direct approach, he is not just creating housing solutions, but also mobilizing a new generation of Nigerians to take action in areas like investment, discipline, and long-term wealth creation. And for him, housing is more than shelter. It is a foundation for economic stability, opportunity, and growth. Mr. Ekene, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. The pleasure is mine.
Okay, how are you today?
Well, thank God I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you so much.
All right.
All right, let's get into it. What inspired you to focus on solving housing access, and why do you see it as such a critical issue in Nigeria today?
Thank you very much. So largely my journey started sometime in 2017 when I launched my first company. It was a tech startup actually, to provide rental houses on a monthly basis to salary earners, basically through technology. But that didn't stay long in the market because we had a lot of tenants and very, very little properties that were able to meet the earning capacity of these people, or what would be the affordable housing standard. And so that immediately led me into research on how I could improve housing, seeing that there was a lot of demand but very little supply for the housing market. And then that started my research journey from 2019 up till sometime in 2024. Before I decided to open up a company and then begin to push it globally.
Okay, so can you walk us through your journey so far, the challenges, the key lessons, and defining moments that has helped you shape your work and get you to where you are today?
So yeah, it started, like I said, in 2019. I launched the monthly tenancy plan. That's the name of the first startup. And the aim, as the name implies, just to provide houses on a monthly basis to salary earners, so that landlords no longer have to deal with debt, since rent will be debited directly from source or from the salary accounts of these individuals. And along the line, I started making connections with property managers, landlords, and all of that. And many of them were not willing to have their properties listed on a system. They felt Nigeria is not developed enough for all of those type of technological solutions. That started sometime in Abuja, because I was in Abuja before I moved to Lagos. And over the years, I kept on pushing and researching into how better the housing market could be. And along the line, I then discovered that we had a huge, prior to when I launched the company, I didn't know of the Nigeria's housing deficit at that point in time was over 28 million. And so when I started my research was when I came across the deficit, and it was significantly huge. That's almost 3 times the population of Dubai. And so I was shocked when I saw that data, and it was very obvious that the problem wasn't technology. It was actually the availability of this type of houses, and then how these houses could be provided at an affordable rate, and also the management system involved in this type of housing. We didn't only stop there. We then went further into research in terms of housing categorization, which is something, or better say tenant categorization, which is something many developers or real estate experts do not focus on in Nigeria. Largely, we simply just build properties because we have access to capital, And when we're done, then we start trying to market those houses, and that's when we start looking for the customer that would buy those houses. So when you look at that system, it's naturally flawed because you have created a service for people without knowing the people you're creating it for.
Exactly.
Yeah, so when you just come into the market and then start having salespeople push this housing and all of that, there's really no focus in terms of who those houses were built for. And all of those merged together became the main reason I started to push and research harder into real estate and into housing generally, and how best we could create a lot of affordable housing in terms of delivery time, the cost of construction generally, the system of management we were going to employ in ensuring that these houses were not just created, but they are easy to manage. They are designed for a specific customer base, and eventually also reducing the debt or giving us a lot of predictability in housing, because the real estate market in Nigeria today, unlike other developed parts of the world, is largely built on speculation.
Yeah.
But those speculations are largely because we didn't pay attention to the customers we're building for. So if you stay on the island, there are a lot of young people on the island, but most of the properties being developed on the island are family properties.
Yes.
Then you end up with a situation where people are now staying in shared apartments, which now depletes the property faster because you have your style of management. I have my own, and we have probably a 4-bedroom where 4 different people who were raised differently, have different thought process towards housing, are now living. And before you know it, within 2-3 years, the entire structure is totally dilapidated. Not largely because they didn't do a good job in building it, but because they did not create the market for that type of housing. So all of that formed the journey over time to where we are today at House and Cooper, basically.
Okay, so talking about the knowing your target audience and the affordability structure, how affordable would you say the housing cooperative is right now?
Real estate generally is not so affordable in Nigeria as it stands today. And that's largely because we have not categorized it. So a 1-bedroom right now would most likely be sitting around 50 million upwards. And largely when you look at those who need a 1-bedroom, you would automatically realize that price doesn't necessarily balance up. A 1-bedroom is largely for single people, students, new employees, and those categories of people. So if those people cannot afford housing, then truly you can't even provide for others above the ladder. And over time, I think because of the need to make back the capital and profit, that has pushed a lot of developers into a greedy side of real estate. So people now build substandard houses. They build houses that have no markets. And today we have a whole lot of properties that are abandoned, whereas there is a whole lot of people looking for houses today. So there's a whole lot of mismatch. It means people are building what people really don't need. So Nigeria housing is not so affordable, but using a cooperative model, it makes it largely affordable because, number one, you're not, for cooperatives, they are more like a community. So you people can sit down and create the laws that make these properties easily affordable, as opposed to having the bank or just one person governing the entire situation around a property. So largely the cooperative method just gives you an edge in terms of working with communities. And those communities make it easy in making decisions because the group is stronger than one person. And together we can make a decision that is smarter and better and more tailored for a specific market, actually.
Okay, so how does payment work, the rent? Is it monthly? Is it yearly?
Yeah, largely it's monthly. But at House and Cooper, we have different categories of tenant base. So we're currently starting with the informal sector. And that's because we really want to start from the ground and then progress upwards. The rich man doesn't necessarily need you to build him a house. He can afford to go anywhere, build a house to his taste. But the man at the low income bracket needs you to not only build a house, but create a structure that makes it easy for him to live. So we are starting at the informal sector with the bed space project we're pushing. And that's largely to ensure that informal sector workers who have a verifiable job,
Yeah.
can have a decent place to sleep every night. So I've been in Lagos for about 3 years now in total. And one of the things I've noticed is a lot of informal sector workers make a whole lot of money on a daily basis. But because housing in Nigeria is largely on a year-to-year basis, those people are kind of edged out of the housing market. They become problem to the landlord even without even renting the house. The landlord is naturally scared of them because he knows, oh, you earn money daily, and how will you be able to meet your rent? There's still also the wrong speculation of seeing people in the informal sector as touts. Somehow a whole lot of people who are in the middle class upwards just have this very wrong mindset. But they have this mentality that almost everybody in the informal sector is kind of in tune with crime or something of that nature. So you see the man driving the bus today and everybody is scared of him being your tenant or something of that nature, forgetting that you have the right to create the laws which this person would live by and also create the properties that are affordable for this person. And yet this person goes out every day and makes, many of the informal sector workers actually make more money than the salary earners when you check it on a month-to-month basis. Some of them earn as much as 300,000 a month from the daily 10,000 naira they make on day-to-day basis. So they're actually even earning enough to have a house and have a decent accommodation, but simply because we have now glamorized real estate so much that we only want to see real estate as luxury. In fact, the whole of Nigeria today, anybody going into real estate is largely seeing it as luxury. We want to walk into a house and it's aesthetically pleasing. It has all those chandeliers, nice lights, and all of the high windows and doors. That's all many people are focused on, not actually who is living in the house, what the person needs the house for. So it's affordable, but then it's based on the system you put in place. We have a lot of structures to make it affordable. We have access to financing that is interest-free. Jaiz Bank, based on the Islamic law of financing. So that gives you a huge relief in terms of interest. So you already know that the capital you're using on this project, you don't have to make that capital back with a certain amount of money within a certain time frame. That pressure is off your neck.
Exactly.
What you simply have now is you have access to capital, you build for the right market, and both you and the financiers progressively make money over time. So that makes it far much more affordable than the normal housing we practice.
That's very, very insightful. Thank you for that. All right, so as a community-based housing cooperative, what kind of impact have you been able to create so far?
Largely, we have been more focused on communicating with our customer base in terms of the occupants.
Okay.
And we've been able to visit several areas or go to different slum areas and interact with people to see their opinion about housing. First things first, no matter how developed a nation is, if the people are not mentally developed enough, then that nation is still backward.
Yes.
And in Nigeria, one of the major problems we face today is a lack of adequate information. So both the tenants, in fact, I say it many times, tenants are more problematic than landlords. Most of the laws we get to experience in real estate from landlords, and we call them strict, is because of the way a tenant has behaved on the property, and many people would not understand because they are not landlords. By the time you become a landlord, you now understand why the man doesn't allow certain people on his property. He may have probably allowed maybe 5, 6 tenants, same category, same problems, same mistakes, and he's no longer interested in attending to those people. So for us, largely, we're starting in the interactive session. While we're building the facilities, we spend most of our time interacting with the people on the street. We go out and discuss with the people who many a times Nigerians tend to look at as a problem to the society. Exactly. I don't know, I'm not used to calling them that. They are my friends.
Okay,
Exactly.
I love that.
So we get to talk with them from day to day. We go to the markets and interact with people in the markets, see how they live and what is needed in their housing structure to make it efficient to manage, easier to manage, but above all affordable for them and for we, because even the management of that facility has to be affordable.
Yes.
So we put all of that into consideration. But in terms of community impact, largely we're starting at educating, and that's the bigger section of House and Cooper. We have what we call the House and Cooper Infrastructure Academy, which is largely centered around educating people, both the investors and the customers, in terms of the right way to use the property, and also for the landlords or the property owners, the right way to utilize your property in the market. Exactly. So we're fixing all of these interactions, understanding their pain, helping them understand the solution we are bringing in, and then creating a more friendly environment for us to interact with these people, because you wouldn't get it done in hostility no matter what.
Yeah. So, Mr. Ikene, from your personal experience,
yes,
what has been the toughest part of building a system like this in Nigeria?
Trust capital. Trust capital is really hard to get, considering that the company is young. Also, one of the major problems is because the real estate market in Nigeria has, over the years, been plagued with several challenges. Those challenges tend to affect almost every new real estate company coming up, and that's why you see many companies come up and they're not doing anything innovative. They're not trying to push anything new, because it's very, very difficult having to push a new product in the market, having to push a new structure within people's lives. It's extremely difficult. So the trust capital is number one, and I think it's easier. I've had a more easier life gaining the trust of the people on the street than actually the trust of the investors. Because the people on the street, most times, the moment you understand how to interact with them, it becomes very easy. Sometimes we just sit on our high horses and believe they don't really need any form of interaction. But throughout the course of this project, it has exposed me to a lot of benefits. Take, for example, I tell people, I'm not scared of walking on Third Mainland Bridge in the night. I have none of that type of fear. I am not scared of walking in Oshodi in the night. No matter how many gadgets I'm working with, some way, somehow, I know that within 5 to 10 street boys, I know about 2 to 6.
So you've built a rapport with them.
Exactly. But on the investor side, it's still quite a difficulty getting investors to understand that these people can afford these houses. Most times we're also not accommodating the troublesome side of tenancy. We have a structure in place to cut that out. We sign off-take agreements with institutions for their staff and all of that. That's a means to erase the problematic side of tenancy. But largely, trust capital would be the biggest problem within the business. But one thing is that with patience and understanding over time, you're able to gain more trust capital. I would only wish it happens in a snap of a finger. That's just a wish.
All right. We've been having a very insightful conversation. You know, I mean, through this conversation, you've opened my eyes to a lot of things. Now I understand better the newer model, what comes in the future, how we can be able to utilize it. So yeah, we're moving to another segment of this show, and it is what I personally will call my favorite quote segment. Yes, so I have a favorite quote every time on this show, so I'm going to read it to you now. Yes, and it says, hope is the gap between what if and what is, but you have to fill that gap with a lot of hard work. And that's what we're going to talk about this week. Hope, dream, work. So I'm going to ask you, I need you to give me a favorite quote of yours, one that keeps you going, that keeps you grounded, that keeps you motivated.
Largely, my favorite quote would come from the Bible. And I'm not good with Bible verses, but there's the part of the Bible that says it is good for a man to bear his burden in his youth. And that's largely one of the things that keep me going, because at this point in time, I'm still young. I have enough energy to burn myself out and recover before daybreak. And that largely gives me the strength and motivation to always keep doing what I'm doing. The youthful side of my life, I'd rather say my alter ego allows me play very efficiently, and that's more like my life coach. So almost everything I do, I try to do it early. I try to come into almost every market I come into early and start working as quickly as possible, so that, like the Bible says, it's good that a man makes use of the sun before it's night. But when there's a time when night falls and you're unable to do anything. So for me, before I get old, I'll probably go back to retirement and relaxation. This is what I keep doing every single day. It keeps me up all night. I'm happy to always be on the streets, discussing with people late at night, seeing how the housing challenge affects them. I spend quite a serious amount of time under bridges in the streets, very unconventional places, places people would naturally not expect to see me. I spend a lot of time within those type of environments just to understand in depthly, and all is based on the quote I gave, which says I must do what I have to do when I'm young and still vibrant enough. So largely that's my favorite quote.
Okay, right, that makes sense. So let's go on a short break now. We'll be right back. You're still watching Marketing Inventors. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us on Market Innovators, and we are still here with Mr. Ekene Osai as we continue this important conversation on building systems that expand access to housing and opportunity. Mr. Ekene, you are known for pushing mindset shifts. Why do you think many people struggle to take action in areas like investment and wealth creation?
I may not be correct, but one of the reasons is past trauma. Let's just say trauma. Nigeria has had quite a significant battle with Ponzi schemes.
Yeah.
So when you talk about investments, a lot of people are held back. Another major challenge would be knowledge, because there are some type of products you see in the market and you already understand that the structure is solid. But when you don't have the knowledge to analyze such a structure and know if it's solid enough, you're just going to make fearful assumptions. So there are quite a whole lot of reasons, but trauma, trusts, all of those, they come up to explain why people are a bit laid back. Financial knowledge also is very, very low in Africa. The average African or Nigerian believes that having money in your pocket is as equal as financial knowledge, but there are two different things. Some people have money, but they don't have enough financial knowledge. Some people have good financial knowledge, not enough resources. And some people have a mixture of both, and that's where the healthy balance comes into play. But a lot of factors come into play when you look at why people don't trust investment angles. And that's largely why we run a cooperative or a community-based approach, so that these people are not just investors. They work with us. I know at least 3 to 4 of the people who have bought bed spaces from us today who work with me today. And because they have joined the company, I have quite a free space to do other things. And so by getting people involved, they get to see both the good, the bad, and the ugly. Exactly. Yeah, so that's largely what I have on it.
Okay, so this might, set you, but like you bring a lot of character into what you do. Looking at your pictures, you gesticulate, you talk, so, and then you also mentioned about being knowledgeable about unconventional spaces. So how do you bring that character into what you are trying to solve, into the problem that you're trying to solve, the housing problem that you're trying to solve in Nigeria?
It helps a lot in terms of character. Maybe I believe God will give you everything you need for the journey He has sent you. That's one thing I believe. So every character I put up, every play I put up just happens naturally. I don't think I sit down to prepare for anything. I just wake up and I know that from the information I've been able to accumulate over time and the books I read and everything I do, it's just easy for me to, go with the flow or fall into character. In terms, maybe in a movie you say fall into character. So it's easy for me. I don't have a problem interacting with people on the street. I could easily socialize with anybody and bond and begin to have interactions. I don't think I have fear for a whole lot of stuff by nature. I just move around and I'm confident in what I'm doing. So it's not as though I have a blueprint or there was a process which I know to follow. I just knew the day I was in love with this career, every other thing followed after that. So whatever you see in line with this career, it just pops up when it's needed.
Okay, so what about people that don't speak, Queen's English like you do? The ones that speak what we call Nigerian English, Pidgin. So how do you interact with them? Do you speak Pidgin to them too? Can you speak Pidgin?
Yeah, very well. I do speak Pidgin very well.
Okay.
And I'm good with about 2 major languages. I can speak Hausa fluently. I can speak Igbo. I can follow Yoruba. I'm starting to learn since I got into Lagos. So number one, language is very important. Many people do not pay attention to it. But the easiest way to bond with somebody is to communicate in the language they understand or they would be able to understand. So whether I'm dressed up in a suit, whether I'm dressed up in my shorts and t-shirt, I just see myself as a regular person. That's number one. I don't see human beings with positions. I just see them as human beings. Exactly. So that allows me bond with them, socialize. If I need to speak Pidgin, I can speak Pidgin. If I need to be posh, except when it's food, I don't eat. I have no acquired taste. I don't do acquired taste. So every other thing within my life, I think I can just switch when needed and act accordingly to there's the part that says when you go to Rome, behave like the Romans. Exactly. That's like one of the important life survival skills. People are kind of very rigid. This is what I'm used to. I will only do what I'm used to. But for me, I just do what's important for that job, whether it's what I'm used to or not. The worst that will happen is I'll make a mistake and learn. So I would always try.
So you are an entrepreneur and house innovator. Don't prices and market fluctuations affect your business?
Yes, they do, but largely when we talk about housing, the problem is the Nigerian housing market has not built a structure that creates predictability. If you go to the international market, you know that rental housing, if you are invested in the real estate investment trust in many international markets, there's a defined percentage of return. Some it's 4%, some is 6%, some is 8%. But the type of real estate we've practiced in Nigeria for the longest period of time has been the issue. Land banking has largely constituted a lot of nuisance than good, because people now buy lands, they don't perfect their documents, they don't build on the land, they clear the vegetation, which is to help the atmosphere. So in essence, you destroyed almost every good thing about a land just to hold it for a period of time and later sell it for an exorbitant price. So the speculative market within the Nigerian real estate sector is why today we have difficulty in understanding if the economic fluctuations will affect. That's why today landlords arbitrarily increase rents. There is no structure to how you increase rent. But by the time people start practicing real estate the way we do at House and Cooper, where we know the customers, we probably know all our customers by age and names and jobs and almost everything they do, because we have offtake agreements. We know how many people would be in a certain facility at every given time. That way you kind of have a futuristic picture of the finances, even against the economic impact. So if, take for example, while we're still fabricating the facilities currently, the global crisis between US, Iran, and Israel has affected oil prices generally. And that has kind of slowed down the speed on fabrication. Those are the kind of situations you can't predict, because when they pop up, then you have to adjust. But aside from that, almost every other thing is predictable. You know when the office has done a general salary increment. You know when there is an improvement in the staff welfare or their living conditions. You know when they need a better upgrade. And the way we approach housing makes us understand the amenities that supports that housing market. And those amenities also support economic issues. So many people building houses today largely put only two features. If there's no swimming pool, there is gym, or there's swimming pool and gym. Exactly. So if you're building within maybe Yaba area, there's no need for swimming pool and gym. It's students. It's supposed to be probably a workstation within the housing environment, a library. They should have laundry system, house cleaning, transportation to work or to school. These are the features that make that category of housing more impressive. But when these features do not exist, then economic issues now begin to double you left and right, and then you just have to guess what it would be. Take, for example, if you buy a land today, some people will tell you, oh, keep it for 10 years. It has appreciated by 300% or 10,000%. And then when you try to sell it, maybe even back to the person who you bought it from, then you now hear stories like, oh, there is appreciation on paper and there is appreciation in reality. If you're trying to sell to me back where you bought it from, it didn't really appreciate like that. If you have to sell to the next person, so there's a whole lot of stories that now start. Exactly. So you can't really fight economic conditions if you do not have a predictable market. When you have a predictable market, by having a predictable market, you defeat security issues, you defeat economic fluctuations, you defeat having amenities that are being wasted because people don't use it. So we go after a defined market, we create agreements with these markets, and then we build the structure to the exact requirements for that particular market.
Okay, so talking about going for a defined market, there are other people, companies who are into this area of business, you know, both locally and internationally. What are those things that make yours unique?
First and foremost, knowledge. We have spent about 5 to 7 years right now in research, strictly just building the needed knowledge for this market. Number one, we didn't just come in like every other developer or every other real estate company. We were not, also as a founder, many real estate CEOs today have their trajectory almost in the same direction. They were in a real estate company, probably selling lands and houses. They found purpose in it, found the courage to go and open theirs, and then the same knowledge they had from where they were working has now been transferred to theirs. Whether it is a deficient knowledge or it's not good for business, it has just been transferred. As long as it brings money, then it's good to go. In our case, we are all, everybody behind House and Cooper have their independent careers, but we are all products of research. So we were not from the school where we had to sell land and then we fell in love with the commission. No, for us, we read through it, practiced it, did a couple of researches in different locations, and those research numbers gave us a good picture of where we're going. Like most times when we discuss with people on the bed space project, some of the investors have a little worry around, are you not limiting the market by working with only certain institutions? But in reality, because we've practiced it before, we are able to see that if we allow everybody just simply walk into this space, then there will be a lot of police arrests, because some of the criminals on the streets will be in your facility and you can't do anything once they get into the facility. They become a nuisance. So early enough, the knowledge we've been able to build has become the advantage we have in going into the system. We're not finding it difficult. It's not difficult for us to approach banks and say, hey, we want a partnership with you. When they listing, they already know that, oh, these guys have the adequate knowledge on this field. We've also gotten the practicability of it, because myself, my team, we spend a lot of time on the streets. We interact with a lot of informal sector workers. And that gives us a clear picture on how best to work with these people. Those to avoid totally, whether they need the housing or not. There are certain people you have to avoid. There are certain people you have to create room for them, because by creating room for them, you're automatically growing the economy. You're giving them a chance to grow. So knowledge is a very, very huge defining difference between House and Cooper and many other companies in the real estate space.
Okay, so talking about knowledge and research that you and your team have made to bring this into reality. Yes. So what inspired the name House and Cooper?
It's very simple.
Okay. I mean, the house part is very, very understandable. The Cooper part, we need a little bit of explanation on that.
All right. So the name House and Cooper just came about because House and Cooper is generally for all infrastructures, not just housing. Housing is the foundation of every infrastructure. We believe that when people have a house to stay, because currently food and clothing is not a problem in Nigeria. The only thing we would say is we may not have quality foodstuffs, or maybe the low-income earner doesn't have quality clothes and all of that, but at least you're not naked and you will not be hungry. The housing is a major issue because there are people who are legitimately working every single day and they don't have a place to stay. So for us, we're starting with housing. And we believe that that's where the name house comes from. Everything needs a house, needs a building. So if it's a hospital, it's the house for sick people. If it's a conservation center, it's a house for animals. If it's a wildlife park, the same thing and all of that. Some are houses for recreation. So that's where house came from, referring to almost everything that we can fit in a building for profit and for progress. Cooper is just the short form for cooperative.
Oh,
exactly.
Okay.
So the moment you remove the atives, you have just Cooper left. So House and Cooper, and then I love PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers. So when I get a lot of data from them, I read about them a lot, and so when I saw it and I made the merger, I just felt cool that, okay, I'm close to something I also love.
It's really cool.
So that's it.
All right, we're going on a short break right now. Thank you for watching Market Innovators. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Market Innovators, where we bring to you real innovators and real inventors. And we still have with us Mr. Ekene Osai. So we are in another segment, what I would like to call the 30-second pitch. And what you'll be doing in this segment is there's a 30 seconds timer, and you have to pitch what you do. Immediately the 30 seconds is up. No matter what you're saying, it's off.
All right.
So are you ready?
Sure.
Yeah.
Good morning and welcome to another refreshing edition of Elderly Living on ConsumerHalla TV, the program where we help you make informed choices for healthier and happier life. And today we are talking about one of Nigeria's most popular and affordable staple foods, garri. Whether you enjoy it as eba or with your favorite soup, or simply soak it in cold water with groundnut, sugar, milk, or fish, garri is a daily meal for millions of Nigerians. But over the years, many questions have been raised. Is garri actually healthy? Does it cause diabetes? Does it cause eyesight problem? Is soaking garri every day bad for your stomach? Does it make people gain weight? Is yellow garri healthier than white garri? And should people with high blood pressure or diabetes avoid it altogether? But before that, let's take a good look at the health-related news stories going around in Nigeria today. And the first one here is talking about the federal government. They has announced the plans to establish the Nigeria Genomic City, a groundbreaking initiative aimed at transforming the country's healthcare and scientific research landscape. The project is designed to advance genomic medicine, DNA sequencing, biotechnology, and precision healthcare, enabling doctors and researchers to better understand the genetic causes of diseases affecting Nigerians. According to the government,
Hello, it's another beautiful day. Welcome to Mind the Gap, the show where we examine the disconnects shaping our society and explore practical solutions for closing them. I am Iremofe Koforola. It is no doubt that innovation is advancing faster than regulation across the world, and Africa is no exception. Across the continent, startups are transforming industries including financial technology, healthcare, agriculture, education, logistics, and artificial intelligence. Yet, while innovation continues to accelerate, the policies and regulatory frameworks need to support that growth as we are still catching up here in Africa. This growing disconnect has become one of the biggest challenges facing Africa's digital economy. Nigeria has emerged as one of the Africa's leading startup ops in the continent, attracting billions of investments and producing globally recognized technology companies. The passage of the Nigerian Startup Act marked an important step toward creating a more enabling environment for entrepreneurs. However, many founders still face regulatory uncertainty, limited access to funding, infrastructure challenges, concerns around data protection, cybersecurity, as well as the growing need for responsible AI governance. Beyond these challenges, startups must also earn public trust. Building innovative products alone is no longer enough, as companies must communicate their value clearly, engage policymakers constructively, build strong relationships with investors, and maintain credibility with both the media and the public. Creating a thriving innovation ecosystem requires more than brilliant ideas. It demands smart policies, responsible regulation, strategic communication, and meaningful collaboration among governments, innovators, investors, academia, civil society, and the media. So how can Africa bridge the gap between innovation and regulation while remaining globally competitive? Joining us today to explore this important series is Nosike Inwi Gene, a communications and public policy professional whose work spans startup ecosystems, also AI governance, innovation policy, media relations, and strategic communications across Africa and beyond. Nosike, welcome to Mind the Gap.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely, sharp and clear. Good afternoon.
Awesome. Good afternoon. Forgive me for having this conversation in my car, but we're in a technology age. That's why we're here, right? So these are some of the things that technology allows.
Yeah, that is one thing, and it shows that yes, this is all about innovation. So it's clearly shows that.
Yes, the beautiful thing where I can be on the expressway and park and have a conversation with you just on my phone with data. And that is to speak to how technology simplifies in our lives in very simple ways. In very, very simple ways. It doesn't have to be a car doesn't need to float for technology to impact society effectively. But thank you for having me on. I'm looking forward to the conversation.
All right. So thank you. It's a pleasure. All right. So we know that Nigeria's startup ecosystem has grown significantly over the past decade. From your own perspective, what are the biggest gaps still preventing startups from reaching their full potential?
That's an interesting question. As far as biggest gaps go, I would say, speaking from my point of view, Nigerian youth, right? They're amazing people. They're driven. They're always looking to find solutions. And having to travel around the country and advise many startups, more advanced and early stage, we're not short of ideas. There's lots of ideas. I think, and where I find the biggest gaps is obviously capital for finance, which, despite the successes of the Startup Act, still, can be still difficult to access. But I know there are government programs working on that. And then mentorship and guidance. There are some things as a startup founder or as a startup co-founder that you will be doing that all the intelligence in the world will not prepare you for. Regulatory compliance, knowing when to turn left, knowing when to turn right, knowing when to hit your brakes. That has nothing to do with intelligence. And sometimes it just comes from speaking to older people who have the experience, who have security, and who are invested in you and your growth. So I guess as far as the gaps go, two things: mentorship and guidance, and capital, startup funding. Although everybody needs money in the world, that's why I focus on mentorship and guidance. Because if you can get that, you can navigate any murky terrain, so to speak. So yeah, of course, there's way more than that. But for the purpose of this conversation, let me say that from where I'm sitting, those are the two major gaps.
Thank you so much for that insight. And majorly we know that capital has to do a lot with business, and especially when you talk about mentorship, which is something that we know that many startups they need particularly, and you've highlighted that. So let us look at one interesting discussion that I am absolutely interested in this afternoon. It is all about the Nigerian Startup Act that we know that was formulated and it has been widely welcomed as a landmark policy. But how much impact has it made so far, and where do you believe such implementation still needs improvement?
Okay, that's a beautiful question. Thank you. Some personal context is that I joined the Startup Act personally because I was dissatisfied with the, should I say what a chasm, a gap between the government and regulators and policymakers and innovation and startup people who just wanted to build products that would scale. Going through the work and seeing what's been done so far, I want to say that Nigeria, we're a young country, and even younger is our tech journey. The frameworks that were built were not going to be a silver bullet that solves all the problems. However, you will notice, for example, that there are fewer tech-related bans now than there were maybe 5 years ago, number one. Number two, you see that there's, and I'm telling you this as someone who has sat on both sides, that there is more uniformity in conversations, or not uniformity, more alignment in conversations between policymakers and startup founders on the other side. I understand that with this, no matter how intelligent or how much innovation the society possesses, governments, we're all in Nigeria, we must obey the laws of the country. And that means that regulators and policymakers must oversee activities of startups. Now, on the other side is that sometimes some of this overseeing might result in limitations to startup growth. It is just like any other relationship where two people want something and we must agree that, listen, you're not going to get everything you want. I'm not going to get everything I want, but this is the best result that we can get for the Nigerian people. So, no, the Startup Act will not fix every issue with tech, but it's like when you move into a house, right? You make it a home. It takes a little while. Everything aligns and all. And it's been only a few years, not been up to 5 years, or not up to a decade rather, since it's been signed. There'll be more feedback. People will generate more criticism of it. We're not here to say we're right. We're here to say this can be improved, right? So by the time we get more feedback from startup founders, from regulators on the problems with it, I do believe that we'll keep on building a document and a law that benefits all. Now, the one thing I can tell you from being an industry observer is that I find there's more alignment between startups and regulators. A lot of the work I do is with startup compliance messaging. That means as a startup or as a tech solution, you must speak government language that the government understands, and government will not feel threatened by the products you're providing, so that they feel good about what they're doing. Another thing is this, because sometimes tech can be very technical, and this is not limited to Nigeria. You will find that as professionals, as advisors, as ecosystem builders, it is our responsibility to educate our government people on, okay, this tech can be used for good, these are the advantages, and yes, there are disadvantages. So we educate them, and they educate us on the meeting point, and that allows the Startup Act to be better. So yes, it's not perfect. However, it is a growing, blossoming fruit that will yield, a plantation at, at some point. We're not unique. Everything has to do with tech policy one way or the other. So, I hope I've been able to answer your question.
Yeah, absolutely, because we know that when it comes to that act, the Nigeria Startup Act is something that, it has been widely welcomed and it has been commendable. And like you said, it's all about startup founders speaking the language of the government, which is very important, and it goes both ways. Government also needs to ensure that startups, they have all they need to ensure that the environment is smooth enough for their business to thrive. So that's very commendable. Thank you for that insight. So let's look at this, the issue of AI governance and public policy, because it's very important. There's no way we talk about public policy that we won't talk about AI. And AI is in, when it comes to magic, we see so many things being done with AI. Sometimes people even assume that AI is going to take their jobs. You understand? And we know that as someone who is a startup founder, definitely you are going to make use of AI, which is very important. So artificial intelligence, know that is evolving much faster than even governments can regulate it. We know that, and we've seen what people do with it. So how should African countries approach AI governance without, slowing down innovation?
Thank you. That's a brilliant question. We are age of magic, as I like to say. Things that we're taking to. I met a startup founder. She's a lead. In fact, she was one of the global. She's Nigerian, but she was one of the global organizations that we all hear about. I don't want to mention any names. And she told me that work that used to take her and her team, she would take her and the engineers 6 months with Claude and a few other integrations. Took her 2 days. Can you imagine what that does? So now, while it helps more productivity, you're finding out that you need fewer people in the workforce. Now, there are pros and there are cons for everything. The one thing that I want African governments to understand is that AI is here to stay. It's not disappearing because we don't like it or because we like it anymore. It is here to stay, and because it is here to stay, we must learn to work with it. ChatGPT is not going to turn off overnight because we're not going to use it, right? And if we're not using it and everybody else is using it, we're disadvantaged. right? So if we understand this is here to stay, the question now becomes, how do we embrace it? And there's a lot of conversations in the country with the regulatory sector. They might not be big enough to reach you, but in serious, hardworking, intelligent people in the tech ecosystem are coming together, asking these questions, drafting this policy. The digital economy has done considerable work with AI, needs that as well. So there's a lot of work. And it's not just AI now. It's AI now helps startup founders do other things as well. So when you have a fintech, you have a fintech using AI to do their work. So it's not just the AI itself. You have Coca-Cola, you have the fridge. They are seemingly unrelated, but Coca-Cola sells more when the fridge is on because of people like cold drinks, right? So, for example, look at AI as a fridge. You have the other products and you employ the use of AI to scale, be better, be faster, and help them bring solutions to us. I feel like the first thing to do is now that when we understand that AI is here to stay, the next thing we can do is approach professionals within the ecosystem to help explain to regulators. These are the pros, these are the cons, these are the dangers. And then, of course, every government has strategic plans. We figure out a strategic plan that helps and works for the benefit of the people. And when that happens, right, you see, anything tech and policy, you must put everybody on the table. The users, that's you and I, ecosystem builders, the tech founders, and the government. Just like we started that, you must put everyone on the table. You tell me what the pros and the cons are. This is what startup founders and tech ecosystem feel. It's how AI should be implemented. The government will not tell you their fears. Okay, we know that we like AI, but about cybersecurity, we're worried about it being abused. What safeguards can be employed? How can we do this? How do we improve the pipeline? How do we ensure that it doesn't result in the loss of jobs? Everybody's jobs are concerns on the table. And only doing international relations, you now see that you're now seeing laws, government posture, support, and funding that helps people understand that, okay, this AI is not our enemy. We can use it like others have used it, right? I was in a conference sometime last year, and I don't want to once again mention any global names, but I realized that in some countries, they're using AI, like traffic lights, something as simple. Remember how we started that conversation earlier, that tech doesn't have to be a flying car. But because of the AI has read traffic movement, it is obviously on an ongoing basis adjusting to accommodate. In Nigeria, we know where that is. There are places that 70 seconds in the afternoon will not suffice at night. But because it is permanently set, you see traffic building. All of a sudden, you use AI that has improved traffic, encourage people to move to that area. You are solving problems and providing, obviously, movement of people and goods is the economy. And so the quicker people and goods can move, the more there's economic productivity. So you can see how just providing AI for traffic lights has economic productivity. What's happening in Nigeria? Our government are people need to understand its uses, its pros and its cons, and it's up to us, the young people, the startup builders, ecosystem builders, people like you who are doing this good work of advocacy and talking about how this affects our society, to come together. As we're watching this now, somebody in the government office is watching it and having a conversation about how do we do this? So, part of what we can do is what you're already doing, allow me to say, which is promoting, advocating for better technology, the ecosystem, and things that we can do to be better. I hope that helps and that has provided more context.
Yeah, thank you. You laid so much emphasis on the fact that, AI is, it has come to stay, no doubt. And the only thing left now is for government to involve policymakers, institutions, and everyone concerned to ensure that, yes, everybody's on the same page and we can effectively use AI to build our communities and as well as businesses as well. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, so now let us look at these, because this conversation focuses on how we can bridge the gap between innovation and regulation. And we've talked about regulation in some ways when we talk about policies, how the tech ecosystem needs policy for startups and all that. Then now let's also look at communication. Communication is very, very important. So you have advised startups across Africa and other regions of the world. And thumbs up to you for doing a fantastic job with that. Your good work is seen. So what communication mistakes do you think founders make most often when it comes to strategic communication?
Oh, what do I write a whole book about this? The first thing I would like us to establish is narrative. You work in media. What say about you is more often considered the truth than what the truth is. And if you want your truth to be out there, you must be about it. You must engage ConsumerHalla before you need to. So, if we understand that narrative is everlasting and perception is important, we understand that the media is your friend, right? But however, truth must fill up a vacuum. If you do blow your trumpet, other people will blow it for you. So the number one mistake I find ecosystem startup founders doing is that they are not proactive about it. They think it's only when they have or when they're announcing a product that they must be in the media. You cannot always just come and talk about your product. Oh, I want to sell gala. You can talk about the importance of maybe not gala, I don't per se, but let's say tomatoes or let's say fruits. If you be fruits, you constantly have to hammer on the importance. Make your fruits obviously edible, good presentation. Talk about them. So they think about healthy living. They think about ConsumerHalla food shop. You understand what I mean? So our founders to proactively tell stories, to engage with the media, to feel confident in speaking to the media. When you find that the media has a particular issue, your vertical, let's say you're in fintech or you're agri-tech or you're in consumer tech or insurance tech or health tech, you can reach out and say, listen, I feel like there are some opinions there that can be reformed or informed better through my work and my insights. I would like to speak to you. And then you can have the media talk about what the general issues are. A lot of founders talk about the broader issues. Do you understand? If you talk about the broader issues, ultimately the solutions will lead to, okay, what solutions are there? Then you start your products. Move with the mindset, then you don't succeed in this game because of people start up to use it repetitively. And for them to use it repetitively, they must trust the product and build by multiple exposure, right? You don't just hear something once and want it, generally speaking, right? So proactive media engagement, your story, and not just self-first attitude, but look at the institutional issues and addressing them head on, and then leading to your own product. I think that's a really, really good way for startups to approach communications and media.
Yeah, because you know that media is very important, and you've highlighted many points that every startup founder, I think they need to watch this right now and pick one or two from this, because this is a big masterclass they don't have to miss. So you're talking about the fact that yes, the media has to be involved. They need to know it is not just all about building their product. It's all about also ensuring that reputation is very key. But let's look at this era of social media and instant news, whereby before you know anything, there is an instant news. There's a breaking news even before the media itself is involved. You see the news on the social media pages, on different platforms. Somebody's broadcasting about it. Fake news here and there, and some startup founders, they've actually relied more on social media, neglecting the fact that they need to trust the journalists. They need to trust the traditional media, the television, the radio, newspapers. But so how can they ensure that yes, they trust journalists now, then the customers also, and as well as stakeholders, to ensure that they maintain credibility, especially during difficult moments? Now let's look at difficult moments. Many times startups, they have issues, they have challenges, understand, and they want to resolve it. So how can they ensure that away from just the social media buzz that they get to experience, how can they trust media, journalists, everyone, even stakeholders, to ensure that yes, they can have and maintain credibility when it is such a difficult time for them?
Okay, thank you. That's a good question. I think the first thing is that all startups must have a media engagement team. It doesn't have to be people, it can be one or two people. The engagement team serve a purpose. They serve the function of external. when you are building as a photographer and you have a media team, identifying the best good stories to tell, identifying journalists to engage with, right? You will find that the stories that appear in the media, core media, more, and people even go to those core media to get stories about you rather than the relevant on social media, because the way media can benefit you, it can also be a major disadvantage, because once the story flies, it doesn't come back. And you see that sometimes when you see them running to media houses like yours to correct it. So start that way from the beginning. Once again, it all ties to proactive media engagement, proactive media relations. Equip your team, let them do the work, let them find ways to tell, and let them engage with the media long before you need them. If, for example, I'm building a product and you understand all its features, A to Z, by the time we're in Z, I don't have to convince you of much because of you've seen the story, you've seen the product in its infant, and you've seen it in its conclusion, and you understand its impact, and you're able to tell as a media how the story is better. And because of media institutions at our fortest, very important. Yes, we applaud journalism, but it also means that we also need more institutional journalism so that we can fact check and produce authoritative and credible stories. Organizations like ConsumerHalla, we are at the forefront of talking about societal issues, not just tech. So when ConsumerHalla speaks to tech, for example, I'm more inclined to believe what a journalist has said than in a faceless Twitter account. So that is why this communication team must engage with the media from the beginning. Like I said, we need them.
Yeah, because so much emphasis that needs to be, laid when it comes to media space and communication. We see a whole lot of, fake news, even unprofessionals trying to take the shine at the end of the day because they do not even verify news before they post it on their social media pages and all that. So that's why we just need to lay more emphasis on that. Now let's still talking about strategic communication, because communication is everything. And we know that if a brand or a startup can effectively communicate, the right way using the proper channels, investors would be, interested, probably in funding and so many things in the organization. So investors increasingly consider leadership, reputation, and public perception before even making any investment decisions, which is very crucial. So how influential is effective communication in attracting funding? Because startups, they need funding, but how can they ensure that, yes, there's proper communication so that they can attract the right funding?
Oh, very well said. I didn't want to bring that up, but the major attractors of funding, you need to understand what you're building. You're not the only one building it. Someone else in another country or in another state or in another region is doing so. There's also some bias. Investors believe that the more visibility, if there are two startups building the same thing, they're more likely to invest in the product with more visibility because they believe it transfers. In many to other wins, the founder can steer a ship, and they believe that the product building because of it has a lot of media engagement. So yes, there's an outsized impact of media communication visibility, and that is another. I think I should have brought this up when you asked me the question about founders. They must, if they think that they are not doing it just to build with the journalists, they must know that it affects their investment. And when investors want to invest on you, just like you want to invest in any company, first thing you want to know is what is being said. How do people feel about this company? Do people trust this company enough to spend their hard-earned money with it? And that's why even sometimes when investors want to invest, people like us to say, listen, we need to build the storytelling infrastructure so that these guys can stand on their own and engage with journalists on their own. So yeah, media visibility and investment definitely have an overlap, and which is why media houses like you play a role. Because of the more you advocate for good, powerful and startups that are helping solve our issues, the more investors, both local and foreign, see them as viable investment. So yes, that's another reason communication, or rather startup founders must invest in their companies, invest in their communications infrastructure and their perception. So the more you are more visible, the more speaker engagements you have, the more your thoughts are in public, the more investors feel comfortable lodging their money with you.
Thank you so much for that insight. Inosike, that has been, impactful. All right, before we go on with the conversation this afternoon, we'll go on a short break. And when we come back, we look at ecosystem building and collaboration. Don't go anywhere. This is still Mind the Gap. Welcome back and thank you for staying tuned on Mind the Gap. This has been a beautiful discussion, and we are looking at bridging the gap between innovation and regulation. Why Africa's tech ecosystem needs policy, trust, and strategic communication. A very insightful discussion today. And our guest has been Nosike. He has been, doing so much justice. Nosike Nwigene, strategic communications advisor. So thank you so much for staying tuned with us on the show today. Can you hear me, Nosike?
Thank you very much. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Yes.
I hope I
yes,
got
you got
that
it.
right.
Nosike, you took a very short.
Thank you so much. Now let's look at this, because before the break I talked about ecosystem building and collaboration, and because we have limited time right now, we just have to cover one or two segments before we round up the show. So strong innovation ecosystems depend on collaboration between startups, investors, universities, governments, civil society, and the media. You've mentioned the media, we've talked about the government, we've talked about several institutions. So where do you think Nigeria is making progress, and where do you think the biggest gaps still exist?
So one of the things that startup acts did is I drew everyone together, right?
Absolutely.
There's all sorts of collaborations, all sorts of fellowships, all sorts of activities. I know of this by the government. All sorts of designed to bring people together. The one thing I know that government cannot do is bring you and I together. So one thing I would advise startup founders is speak to other people in your field, people about they learn, engage, grow as a community, and 50 people can move and do more momentum and more impact than one person would take hands. But you can always pick up uses and fill gaps from relationships. I also want our entire ecosystem to not shy away from collaborating, always deal with this space, because there's something that everyone has to learn from someone. The communications people learn the builders and the founders. The founders learn from the communications people. Same thing with the policy makers, the government, so therefore we must keep all the, like you say, we must mind the gap, keep those channels open, and ensure that at any point in time we are speaking. Because once we engage in opportunities will emerge. We don't even know the opportunities that will emerge from just engaging each other. But just do that and they will emerge. So I would always advocate for partnerships. Relationships actually.
Interesting. And I think that is one way we can absolutely, grow every startup business to the dream that the founders actually have for themselves. So that is a very beautiful insight there. Now, you have worked across Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, and India. You've worked across different borders. The way things are run there. And you mentioned an insight, an example earlier when you talk about the fact that, the way they incorporate AI into their traffic there, you see the way things work there and all of those things. So what successful strategies from those regions could Nigeria adopt to strengthen its own, innovation ecosystem and, for startup founders as well? What can they learn from it and, incorporate into their own system?
I think for startup founders, my advice to them is to keep building, look at the problems around them, figure out what is the best use case for this product before I build an MVP. Because many of the popular tools we know today, they were not originally built for what we use them as. So you must determine your use case, your viable product, and then when you are building a product for that the people have input in, that you are really solving. Tech for tech is pointless. Tech for people is where the real positive impact is. For everyone else, most likely the government, the regulators, and everyone else, it is. And let's embrace it. We should not feel the growth. We should not feel threatened by innovation. We should not feel threatened when young women and men bring ideas that can move our society forward. Right? We all have a place in the elders and the young. Let's all enjoy the benefits and the pros of each other. What I will do is, anytime a solution that helps all of us comes, because it has been embraced, the younger and the tech people should keep building, and the older ones and government that are in a position to clear the way so that this impacts all of us. We see how our mobile payments is advanced for the region. If you travel to most African countries, we can't move money the way we move money here. Just being able to do some things with money that we take for granted here is short term. In making some online payments. So, that came from obviously the telcos, the banks, then the other layer that came that allowed payments to work. So let's embrace innovation, not feel threatened by it, and encourage it wherever we see it.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. So, looking at the fact that, we've talked about policy, strategic communication, and now let us look at this briefly. How can startup founders maximally use innovation to build trust among their customers? There's always the issue of trust. Can I trust this brand? Can I ensure that, yes, even if I buy from them, I'll come back, again and again and again? So how can they ensure that, yes, the issue of trust is something that is earned in such a reputable way?
Build a product that people love and that they find useful. That's number one. Number two is market and market properly, effectively, tell a good story, and get buy-in. I think there's a study that said that people require 28 touch points of a product before they are convinced to purchase. That means that for mommy to buy, she has to have seen the advert 28 times in different ways, on a billboard, through marketing activation, and an ad on her phone, through journalism. That means that trust must be also to proactive visibility. So first, you must have a good product, and then you must sell the product to the right people, and then have them see it. And then, times it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So even if you're not catching traction, keep creating strategies and engagement strategies that get people to keep appreciating it. Once when you're not in the room, someone else can say that, this product is good, though, you've won. The rest is just proposition. So, like I said, build a product that people love and make it easy for them to find the products. Market well, tell a good story, be repetitive about it so that people believe and trust it. And once you secure that trust, you're good to go.
All right, Nosike, finally, I promise you after this, I'll not ask you anything again. Trust me. So finally, before I allow you go. All right, so if after this conversation today, we know that governments, agencies, different institutions, they will do the rightful thing. So if we were having this conversation 5 years from now, what developments would convince you that Africa has successfully bridged the gap between innovation, regulation, and public trust? In just a minute.
Oh, the first thing is yes, of course. I want to see more African tech products used by more for Africa. On small $1 billion and above companies that are for Africa by Africa. And I want to see Africa Tech create jobs. Sometimes we don't see the impact of tech. I want Africa Tech to create jobs adjacent and direct that help POS agents that come from tech. If there was no tech, you would not have more POS agents, right? I want that impact spread across board, so everybody feels that okay, this for us and by us. It's not just for people that build it for 500 people. People that employ our children. The products are for us. They are owned by us. They are adding value. They are building buildings. There's the infrastructure. So, Africa Tech can be for Africans. And that's what I want for in about a minute. valuable companies doing well, owned by Africans, building products for Africans, hiring Africans.
Oh, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure thing. Yes, I hear you very well. I hear you very well.
Absolutely. Thank you. This has been an insightful discussion this afternoon, and trust me, I wonder who else could have done justice to this discussion, if not Nosike Nwigene. Thank you so much. I mean, you've done so much justice to this discussion. I believe that in few years to come, when we look back or when you see a clip of this discussion today, you would be very happy that Africa has moved forward and Nigeria startup founders are doing the right thing. The way it is meant to be done, and absolutely more job creations are being, they are springing up everywhere we go to. Lagos, and not just in Lagos, across different borders and regions in Africa.
Definitely, that's my hope. That's our prayer. A better Africa for driven by not just tech but other things as well. But of course, tech also should be one of our wins in as a society.
Thank you so much, Nosike, for joining us on the conversation this afternoon. It has been a beautiful moment.
Thank you.
All right. I enjoyed the rest of your day. Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Yeah, right. So innovation is not driven by technology alone. It also depends on policies that encourage growth, regulations that inspire confidence, communication that builds trust, and partnerships that connect ideas with opportunities. As Africa's digital economy continues to evolve, bridging these gaps will determine the future of entrepreneurship, investment, and the continent's global competitiveness. Our sincere appreciation to Nosike Nwigene for sharing valuable insights on strengthening African startup ecosystem through better policy, strategic communication, and responsible innovation. He's a strategic communication advisor, and thank you so much for being on the show today, Nosike. And thank you so much, dear viewers, for watching Mind the Gap today. Without you, there wouldn't have been Mind the Gap. But you know one thing you can do to encourage us more? Please subscribe across all our social media platforms on X, TikTok, everywhere you find ConsumerHallaTV. Just click on that subscription button and you will always get notified when we have amazing content for you. I am Iremofeeko Foworola. Join us again next time as we identify another critical gap, explore why it exists, and discuss practical solutions to bridge it. Until then, keep asking the important questions, keep driving meaningful conversations, and always mind the gap. Bye for now.
My name is Tunde Olufowora. I'm the CEO of Bandai Communications. We are we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHallaTV. ConsumerHallaTV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or called a consumer-centric television platform. that aims to bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline, and I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline, and then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa, and let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I opted to. I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting about the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, "Okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA?" Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, when I returned from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what you call business economy. You know, the whole of that business economy all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, we're really very sorry about this. He was giving us almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing. While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve it. They couldn't manage the crisis or what was.
Welcome to the news this evening once more. You're ConsumerHallaTV. This is the news at 4. Thank you so much for joining us. Right now, we have a latest update this evening talking about news stories going around the country as Nigeria experienced a moderation in headline inflation during the 7th month of the year. The National Bureau of Statistics reported that the annual rate dropped to 15.43% in July 2026, and this represented a slight decrease compared to the previous month figure recorded across the Federation. Despite the general moderation in headline figures, citizens encountered severe pressures on food items. Food inflation accelerated significantly on a monthly basis across various markets nationwide. Essential commodities such as rice, tomatoes, beans, and meat recorded noticeable price hikes during the monitoring period. Economic analysts noted that transportation bottlenecks and seasonal factors contributed to the surging cost of consumables. Market watchers urged relevant government agencies to implement sustainable agricultural policies to stabilize food supply chains. Addressing these structural challenges remains crucial for improving household welfare across the country. The recent downward trend in headline inflation is reshaping investment strategies within the financial sector. Market participants are increasingly acquiring short-term fixed income securities to preserve the real value of their funds. Financial experts noted that current yields on treasury bills provide positive real returns above the official inflation threshold. Data from recent auctions conducted on 12 August 2026 showed robust clearing rates across various tenors, and the 91-day instrument cleared at 16.30%, while the 364-day bill closed higher. Similar yield patterns were observed in open market operations securities during the trading sessions. A Lagos-based fixed income analyst Ikediani Obikwelu emphasized the growing attractiveness of money market instruments over holding cash. He explained that positive real yields protect investors from the erosive effect of consumer price increases. Consequently, institutional and retail investors continue reallocating capital towards secure government debt instruments. Power sector data revealed that high-voltage electricity consumers bore significant financial burdens for lower tariff categories last year. And according to a report by ZKJ Energy Partner Limited, consumers in the top service bracket contributed billions of naira to support orders. This dynamic challenge the conventional assumption that electricity subsidies primarily benefit vulnerable households. The study showed that categories enjoying lower daily supply available consumed substantial shares of government financial interventions throughout the year. Conversely, top-tier electricity users pay tariffs slightly above estimated supply costs. Their contributions generated a financial surplus that helped offset operational shortfalls across their distribution networks. Energy stakeholders called for greater transparency in tariff administration and subsidy disbursement mechanisms, ensuring cost-reflective pricing while protecting economically disadvantaged communities, and remains a complex policy puzzle for regulators. Policymakers are currently evaluating comprehensive reforms to optimize sector efficiency and electricity delivery. The federal administration announced an ambitious roadmap to significantly boost electricity generation and wheeling capacity before the year ends. Minister of Power Joseph Tegbe disclosed the targets during the commissioning of critical power infrastructure in Lagos State. Officials are working closely with transmission companies to ensure reliable electricity distribution nationwide. The minister inaugurated 2 new heavy-duty power transformers at a major transmission substation to strengthen regional industrial supply corridor. The upgraded infrastructure aims to resolve long-standing capacity constraints affecting commercial hubs and also residential communities. Technicians completed rigorous testing procedures before integrating the new unit into the national grid. Industry observers welcomed the infrastructural upgrade as a positive step towards stabilizing the power sector. However, experts emphasized that the need for sustained investment in gas supply pipelines and distribution networks, achieving the targeted generation milestone requires coordinated efforts among all electricity value chain participants. Unlocking private capital in Nigeria's real estate and hospitality sectors requires lower financing costs and streamlined land administration. Group Managing Director of Aldain McCall PLC, Dr. Edward Akinlade, highlighted these critical requirements during a recent stakeholder engagement. High borrowing expenses and infrastructure deficit continue to hinder large-scale development projects. The industry leader urged authorities to establish friendly tax policies and simplify property title registration procedures. He noted that developers face severe operational bottlenecks when attempting to expand housing supply across major urban centers. Strategic public-private partnerships can bridge infrastructural gaps and accelerate commercial growth. The hospitality industry similarly confronts high energy expenses and subdued consumer spending patterns. Dr. Akinlade advocated for targeted government incentives to revitalize tourism infrastructure and enhance business profitability, and also implementing these measures will attract sustainable foreign and domestic investment into the economy. And right now, Nigeria launched a comprehensive digital framework designed to attract substantial foreign investment into cloud computing infrastructure. Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, unveiled the national policy to position the country as a regional technology hub. The initiative seeks to mobilize hundreds of millions of dollars within a 24-month period. The policy establishes clear regulatory guidelines for data center development and artificial intelligence computing capacity. Government officials emphasize the importance of safeguarding sensitive public information while maintaining an open market environment. Domestic and international technology providers are encouraged to establish local operational facilities. Industry leaders praised the initiative for reducing reliance on foreign cloud housing services. Building robust digital infrastructure will create skilled employment opportunities for young technology professionals. The ministry remains committed to fostering an innovative ecosystem that drives sustainable digital transformation. The official foreign exchange market experienced persistent pressure due to strong dollar demand from commercial importers. According to a report by Mary Stem's research, the local currency depreciated slightly during the 7th month of the year. These data indicated that parallel market rates also reflected similar downward adjustment during the monitoring period. Financial analysts attributed the trend to sustained corporate and retail requirement for foreign currency settlement. However, experts anticipate relative currency stability supported by anticipated oil export receipts and portfolio inflows. Renowned economist Prof. Adi Bongo of the Lagos Business School advised stakeholders to remain calm regarding currency fluctuation. He noted that underlying economic fundamentals and external reserve balances remain relatively stable. Monitoring international trade balances will provide clearer projections for currency performance towards year-end. Nigeria's capital market regulator admitted 3 virtual asset service providers into its specialized incubation framework. The Securities and Exchange Commission granted approval in principle to companies including blockchain and other fintech innovators. These regulatory steps aims to enhance oversight within the rapidly expanding digital asset ecosystem. The controlled environment allows participating firms to demonstrate compliance at blockchain. Owen Odia expressed enthusiasm regarding the long-term collaboration with local regulators. The partnership will facilitate responsible financial innovation while safeguarding retail investors. Industry stakeholders and noted that structured regulatory oversight will boost institutional confidence in digital assets. The Commission continues to engage with technology experts to develop comprehensive frameworks for the cryptocurrency sector. Clear guidelines will encourage legitimate investment while mitigating potential financial crime risk. The financial institutions are ramping up efforts to bridge credit gaps confronting female agricultural producers across the country. The Bank of Agriculture announced enhanced refinancing initiative designed to improve access to essential farming inputs. Women constitute a major share of the agricultural workforce, yet face severe barriers in securing institutional loans. Recent international development data highlighted stark disparities in financial inclusion between male and female farmers. Addressing this structural deficit is vital for boosting national food security and rural productivity. The bank's targeted credit programs aim to empower women with modern farming technology and mechanization tools. Agricultural experts commended the initiative for promoting inclusive economic growth in rural communities. Expanding resource accessibilities will enable smallholder farmers to scale up production capacity significantly. Stakeholders urge continued collaboration between financial authorities and agricultural cooperatives. Investors in EcoBank Transnational Incorporated endorsed significant structural adjustment during a general meeting held on 13 August 2026, where small shareholders approved critical governance reforms designed to enhance board effectiveness and strategic decision-making. The resolutions followed a comprehensive review of the institution corporate framework. The approved changes introduction economic ownership threshold for acquiring general meeting quorum requirements. And additionally, the maximum size of the corporate board was reduced to promote agile, deliberate, and accountability. Leaders officials emphasized that these modifications strengthen institutional resilience and transparency, and market analysts viewed the governance update as a positive development for investor confidence, preserving institutional knowledge while ensuring strict regulatory compliance remains a core priority for the financial institution. The leadership team is well positioned to execute strategic growth initiatives across regional markets. Technology innovators launched a specialized retail marketplace designed to combat online fraud across the continent. Arigo Technologies International Limited introduced the platform to connect consumers with verified commercial enterprises securely. The initiative addressed widespread trust deficit hindering e-commerce adoption in developing regions. Technology analyst Kola Wole Bade Kale emphasized that business authentication is vital for sustained digital economic growth. The platform utilizes rigorous verification protocols to eliminate counterfeit vendors and unverified service providers. Users can conduct transactions with enhanced confidence and security. The digital marketplace also incorporates programs that reward individuals for onboarding legitimate businesses, expanding digital commerce opportunities while prioritizing consumer protection remains a primary objective for the enterprise. Stakeholders expect the initiative to revolutionize online retail dynamics across Africa. And a massive financing deficit within continental commerce is driving financial technology companies to develop advanced cross-border payment solutions. Recent trade reports highlighted substantial unmet funding demands faced by businesses participating in international trade. Commercial banks currently intermediate a smaller fraction of continental trade compared to previous decades. Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Claire, Cherif Adedokun, stressed the urgent need for interoperable financing infrastructure. He noted that businesses require seamless foreign exchange access and efficient settlement mechanism to trade competitively. Existing liquidity constraints continue to impact international supply chains severely, while fintech innovators are deploying modern digital tools to bridge the prevailing trade finance gap. Enhanced payment interoperability will reduce transaction costs and foster regional economic integration. Industry stakeholders anticipate accelerated capital flows as new digital settlement frameworks become operational. And right now, international benchmark crude prices soared past $90 per barrel following fresh geopolitical development in the Middle East. Energy market reacted sharply as diplomatic effort regarding regional security and countered severe roadblock disruption, threatening to cost a critical maritime oil transit corridor across strategic waterways. And industry reports indicated that energy authorities shifted operational postures following prolonged diplomatic stalemates. All traders monitor tanker movement closely as supply uncertainty weighs on global commodity markets, finding economic worldwide. Economic analysts warn that sustained supply disruption could influence global inflationary pressure. Government and energy and agencies are evaluating contingency measures to stabilize petroleum supplies. Market volatility is expected to persist until diplomatic resolutions are achieved. Thank you so much for joining us for the news this evening once again on ConsumerHallaTV. To stay connected, to listen to more news updates, please follow us across all our social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, YouTube, ConsumerHalla, and also head over to our TikTok account at ConsumerHallaTV. I am Kike Lomo at Chibola. Good evening.
Going on about it, they couldn't fix it. So They come up and said, you know, we're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, you know, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get. So trust Nigerians. You need to hear how everybody was jubilating, you know. But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on a bill. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenient, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to everyone that free brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, you know. So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, you know. So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right. So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, you know. So that's ConsumerHalla TV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, you know, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge, you know. So what we have done with ConsumerHalla TV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to, you know, change the narrative. We want to, you know, give, you know, the right direction. You know, Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you know, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, you know, those, bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy, all right? We're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team, we have lawyers that are registered on our platform, all right, that can also take up cases, okay? So, and we've taken up many cases like that, you know, and won those cases. So ConsumerHalla is a platform to help consumers to, we're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end. And yet, they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country. None. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at the power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers. We bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, Oga, this thing, you know what's going to tell you? Oga, na me make am. Na me make am now. That's why I buy am. Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I went around, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, and then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the pressing iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. Let me try this, let me just try and use that to iron my shirt and we can go out. So I was seated, the TV was on, I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! The guy was raged. Then he goes, What just happened? So he said, No, these guys are in trouble, they're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack. There was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call. And he called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on. And all he said to them on the phone was, look, by the time he even called, clearly because they already, through the call, they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, I picked up this number, I picked up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plugged it to power, and then this thing just, stopped, didn't work. At the other hand, I could hear the voice, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that. And they said, this is your address, yeah. don't worry, we'll get you a replacement. All right. So my friend ended the call and dropped the. So I said, so what's going to happen? He said, don't worry yourself now. Shebi, we're here. They will bring a replacement. I said, they will bring a replacement. He said, yes. I said, they won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first. No, it can't be his fault. Shebi, it's a brand new item that he bought. While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so, we had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, I heard him say, we're so sorry. So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch, so also apologize. I was so touched by it that even a dispatch man was so trained, to tell the guy, we are so sorry. And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went back. He didn't say, okay, where is the other one that we gave to you, so that he could take it back. No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, can you interpret this to me? He said, here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I would do. So I'm just going to grab a lawyer and I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose, because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHalla TV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe, we'll be forming part of that, our overall vision, of creating a more caring world of consumers where businesses thrive. Please. So, I think that we'll make our impact. We ask you to join us on this journey. ConsumerHalla TV will drive engagement. It will also be there to help to promote brands that are doing what is right. So we're not out to criticize any brand. Rather, we have to complement what the brands are doing, because there is no organization that or a business that was set up to fail. Nobody set up a business to fail. So there are just gaps that needs to be fixed. So together we can fix things, and together we believe that we will create the right story for consumers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Artificial intelligence is no longer a futuristic concept. It is transforming economies, industries, and societies in real time. According to PwC, AI could contribute as much as $15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030, making it one of the greatest economic opportunities of this generation. Hello and welcome to another educative episode of Mind the Gap, where we bridge the gaps across different sectors. I am Iremofe, Kofoworola. So today on this show, we'll be having a very educative and incisive discussion. You know, Africa is projected to capture only a small share of the value when it comes to AI, because it significantly increases investment in digital infrastructure, and that's talking about AI talent, research, and indigenous innovation. Despite being home to one of the world's youngest and fastest growing populations, Africa remains largely a consumer of technology rather than a creator. The continent accounts for nearly 18% of the global population, yet contributes less than 1% of global AI research output. At the same time, rising smartphone adoption, expanding internet connectivity, digital payment systems, and a thriving startup ecosystem are creating new opportunities for African innovators and innovators, for people who innovate, who try to create things. So it's creating new opportunities for African innovators to develop solutions designed specifically for local realities. Nigeria continues to position itself as one of Africa's leading technology hubs, producing innovative companies across fintech, health tech, agri-tech, edu-tech, logistics, and e-commerce. Yet, widespread AI adoption remains constrained by inadequate infrastructure, limited access to quality data sets, shortages of skilled professionals, funding challenges, and growing concerns around trust, privacy, and regulation. These challenges raise important questions. How can Africa move from adapting foreign AI technologies to creating globally competitive solutions rooted in local problems? What role should governments, investors, academia, and the private sector play in building a sustainable AI ecosystem? And how can artificial intelligence drive inclusive economic growth without widening existing inequalities? Joining us to explore these critical issues is Nicholas Adesina, entrepreneur, product strategist, operations professional, and founder and chief executive officer of Betric AI, an AI-powered sports data and prediction platform. With extensive experience in venture building, product development, business operations, and AI innovation across Nigeria and the United Kingdom, he joins us to discuss closing the AI gap, building African solutions for African problems. Nicholas, welcome to Mind the Gap. Thank you so much for joining us on the conversation today.
Hello, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
All right. So to begin the conversation today, because we know that when it comes to artificial intelligence, many people have a lot of reservations. Many researches have been going on for years, and in Africa, we have also tried to adopt the use of AI. So AI definitely is dominating global conversations rather. Yet many people still associate it primarily with chat bots and automation when it comes to that. Then from your perspective, what does closing the AI gap truly mean for Africa, and why has this conversation become so urgent?
Well, I will start from my own perspective of what closing the gap means. I would say we have to start from the infrastructure. We have very limited to no data centers within Africa, with low power supply within this data sets. That's a very aspect. Then aside that, we also have to factor in the skills. I would suggest high investment in training stakeholders who have interest in building AI models. The next thing I would say would be, okay, one might have the skill, but if he lacks the information to act on the skill, then he just has potential. So there has to be great investment in passing these informations to the right minds that need them. Creating opportunity is also another angle that we'll look at. In the terms of grants, building an enabling environment for those who have these skills to grow, instead of taking these skills outside the country, rather, or outside Africa, they put that skill back into the community. So the environment must be conducive enough for these professionals. The urgency for this within Africa would be, right now we are more or less major consumers of these products. That's the AI. I believe this first decade we should be behind in building, because if we miss out this window as builders, building products that are more related to the African economy, to the African story, that are more related to our own African realities, rather than picking up solutions for researches that have been done for elsewhere. These solutions should be more genuine to the African story. I feel that's something that we should hold in serious regard at this point in time.
Oh, thank you so much for that insight. And looking at the fact that, you mentioned that these gaps, they need to be closed, which is very important. And if you look at it, Africa faces unique challenges across healthcare, education, agriculture, finance, transportation, and sport. Why do you believe African entrepreneurs are better positioned than foreign companies to address and develop AI solutions that face African realities?
I would simply say it's because this is our story. We have lived these problems. We have lived this in this environment. We understand it better than foreigners or foreign investors would understand it to be. These foreign investors rely heavily on reports and data from consultants, whatever the case may be. But for an African investor who has lived this problem and who understands that this is a problem that exists within this community, I believe we would be able to provide more intentional solutions by, for example, looking at what we did with Petric AI. We understand how the consumer behaves within the country. We understand what it means. We understand the mindset behind gambling. And it's the same reason why we have also tried to there's a model that we're going to introduce in the version 2 of the product, whereby there's going to be support for those who have a certain level of addiction or lack control within this field. So I feel this is something that only those who have lived that experience and understand the problem that we face can have intentional solutions for them.
All right, yeah, I quite agree. It's just like telling African stories. Those who can tell African stories are still Africans, because it is our lived realities and we know these things better. So that is it. Yeah. But when we look at many startups, they prioritize fundraising before validating actual customer problems. We have actual customer problems that are peculiar to each customer. So from your experience in building technology ventures, what distinguishes products that solve genuine market needs from those driven primarily by hype? We see many of these products sometimes. So what differentiates between genuine market needs, products who solve it, and products that are just driven primarily by hype?
In my point of view, I would call this premature scaling, in the sense that you have developed the product based on your consumer needs and based on your consumer story and based on your consumer study. Then along the line, you now tend to deviate into focusing on what your stakeholders, investors, and the likes have influenced upon that product or that platform. I would say the best way is to not forget the roots of what started the whole venture in the first place. Yes, there is nothing wrong in you considering what your investors have invested upon your product and your venture. But then again, if you lose trail of the product itself, then you lose trail of your consumer needs. And mind you, consumer needs change. Consumers' behaviors change. So if you lose track of that, you lose track of the product. And if you lose track of the product, at the end of the day, you don't have anything to return back to these investors. So I feel builders, developers, founders should understand that the needs and the behavior of the consumer is highly crucial to the scaling up of the product.
Wow. Okay. Now let's talk about data, because you know that when it comes to data, it is just what data is just like the fuel for AI. Without data, there can't be AI. So data is often described as a fuel that powers artificial intelligence. So Nigeria continues to face challenges around data availability, and we've seen many cases like that when it comes to data that, you know, in Nigeria, it's more or less like we don't even have how we collect data and how we preserve data in that sense. So what are the challenges around data availability, data quality, privacy, which is very crucial, as well as infrastructure? So how can businesses overcome these limitations while they try to build reliable AI products?
This is a very relatable concern within my company or our company, Betric AI, because data it relies heavily on data, and this is the reason why the first concept of our product starts from international leagues. We focused more on international leagues for a start, simply because the African markets, the African communities underserved when it comes to data of football games. So I feel somebody or investors who are able to bridge that gap, who find the foundation within that gap, would be one of the very few and the first to start. And there is a huge gap there that can be invested upon, because for how Betric AI functions, we take data through odds API from past data of football games. The AI then analyzes these games to give you the best probable cause or best probable result of that game based on previous data. Now, there's a whole lot of data set being gathered here, which you have to be mindful of how this data is being regulated and how this data is being stored. You have to have strong ground rules in place to make sure that you obey data regulations within the community you operate. For example, our company is very keen on complying with regulatory systems that enforce data regulations within Africa and Nigeria in particular. Because if you don't have that, then you lose your integrity to your consumers, because having that integrity is still part of the product you produce. So data has become a very, very huge commodity in this time and day, because it boils down to research. For example, even if at all we want to improve, or when we decide, okay, we want to improve our products in Betric AI, we still have to fall back to previous data of customers' behavior. These policies are things that have to be entrenched within every company operating within the system. So I would say you have to understand how to manage data and understand the importance of regulating this data within each community.
Yeah, so that is very crucial, because you mentioned customer integrity, and that is something that, yes, it leads to customer trust, because they want to trust with their data. Everybody loves their privacy, and at the end of the day, if my data is being collected, so there must be something to ensure that, yes, I trust you enough to give out my data and all that. So when you look at consumers generally, consumer trust remains one of the biggest barriers to AI adoption, because how well can we trust these investors? How well can we trust even these brands or organizations willing to adopt all of this data? So many people, as they are concerned about misinformation, privacy, algorithm bias, and job displacement. So what practical steps should innovators and regulators take to build public confidence in AI powered solutions, especially when it comes to innovations?
The government and stakeholders involved should create an enabling environment whereby consumers and developers with builders are able to operate and understand each other. Instead of the government or regulatory bodies institutionalizing laws that place constraint on all actors, the consumer and the developer and the builder. Why not involve or impose certifications, audits that really is well invested on the outcome of what the product delivers to its consumers, rather than putting in constraints that build about limitations that is difficult for these builders to operate. So there should be in-house audits. Some African countries are already getting involved in things like this. Even in Nigeria, there's been a safe space whereby people are being audited rigorously before they can operate. So you end up getting certifications to make sure that, okay, this is something that has been well regulated. As to the angle of job displacement, this is really a scare. But the thing is, I would, from my own perspective, I feel like people are looking at AI from the wrong angle. AI should be seen as something that augments the performance of a professional, rather than something that replaces it. So it should be something that improves the performance of the professional, rather than something that you just said, I would rather use this than this person. So I feel that's the best way to look at it. Thank you.
All right, so thank you for that insight. And I just believe governments and private enterprise, they can work accordingly to ensure that, yes, everything goes smooth, because it takes both, not just the government, investors as well who want to, be part of this, also innovators who want to just be a part of it. So everybody needs to ensure that all hands are on deck to ensure, yes, we can get the delivered results. So that leads to another question I would want to ask when you look at the Africa's startup ecosystem, because government is fully involved in it, as well as private enterprise as well when it comes to the startup ecosystem. So Africa's startup ecosystem has grown significantly over the past decade, yet many promising ventures struggle to scale beyond their first markets. You see cases of people like that, whereby after the first market, they struggle to scale beyond that. So what operational leadership or strategic mistakes are commonly common in African setups, and what mistakes prevent them from achieving sustainable growth?
It boils down to, like I said before, premature scaling, in the sense that startups forget the root cause of the problem. They don't put deep research into consumer behavior and consumer growth, because these are things that happen within different stages of having a product. I will reiterate again that a product being built is not just built for the sake of the investor or the stakeholders alone. It's being built because of you're trying to solve a problem of a consumer or of a user. So there should be ongoing development of research to understand how the consumer behaves towards certain products. This boils down to how Metric AI is also operating. We're not just sticking to analyzing data of past games to give you tier selections. We are focusing on building what you can gain or maximize from the users. It's about how you can also maximize the standard of the user, in the sense that we are checking in to make sure that this platform doesn't become too addictive to the point whereby you have no control over it. So a user who understands that, oh, this is a platform that has me in mind, would want to come back to this platform where his usage is being regulated and understood. So I would advise, or from my perspective, I would say that understanding the consumer behavior as time goes on and as the code moves from one stage to the next, and not just putting heavy concern on what the investors are trying to gain out of that product.
Yeah, it's good that you have to reiterate that it's because many startups they are more concerned about their own interest. Sometimes they forget that it's all about the interest of the consumers. And like you rightly said, they need to check. There has to be a check on all of these things at the end of the day, rather than you just being more concerned about your investors. So that leads to the next question that I want to ask, because if you look at the chain of all these questions, the series of questions being asked, they are related one way or the other. So looking at the fact that several African governments are developing national AI strategies and digital policies, in your opinion, how can policy makers strike the right balance between encouraging innovation and ensuring responsible AI governance?
So, amongst working with regulatory bodies like governments and promoting AI governance within the African community, I would say making an environment that enables builders to operate freely, but nonetheless having audit systems within these companies to how they operate and what the outcome of their product would be is something that should be heavily invested upon. Understanding how these data are stored, and I would also reiterate the fact that government should invest heavily on data centers within African community. This prevents us from taking our data from our community outside to the open world, and not just having those data within our community or our region. Investing heavily on the protection and the security of those data, and the medium whereby it's regular supply of that data, because it's one thing for you to regulate the operations of startups or of developed established business. It's also another thing for you to always give them the certain level of assurance that we also have things in place to make you more comfortable and operate freely. So this there comes the regular supply of data centers and security of these data centers. So these are something that I would highlight.
All right, you've mentioned the security of data, and also you mentioned the fact that sometimes when it comes to skilled professionals, sometimes we have this kind of exports to other regions. We have professionals leaving Nigeria here, going outside, they travel outside the shores of Nigeria, and they become brilliant minds over there. You've raised some of these points, so that brings to this question that I would want to ask, because if you look at it critically, Africa possesses one of the world's largest pools of young talent, and we see this happening many times whereby skilled AI professionals, they relocate abroad. Now let us look beyond the funding. You've mentioned so many things government needs to do, as well as stakeholders from different quarters. But how can we then ensure that when it comes to our education, when it comes to universities, when it comes to tertiary institutions, how can they ensure that they inculcate all these things, AI, the use of AI and the teaching of AI, to ensure that yes, we have world-class AI engineers, researchers, and product builders?
I can relate to this personally because I'm also an export to UK, building a product, Petric AI, from here. But my remittance is back to Africa now through Petric AI. I would say, in terms of education, universities need to have more concrete partnerships with companies. Concrete partnerships in the sense that they should be transferable. These skills could be transferred right from the university straight to the companies, and there's a working relationship between these companies that invest heavily in this sector. Then there should be rigorous investment in terms of I know I've said investment before, but a different angle now, in terms of passing the right information to the right minds that need it within the university. So catching the minds early and making sure that you harness that knowledge before they then get exposed to the consumer world itself. we need to understand that if we don't build an enable environment for these skills, eventually we would end up at the consumer edge of the game for God knows how long. And I feel the first decade that we are in now is the best, is one of the best times to invest heavily in the production of this in the is the best, is one of the best times to invest heavily in this product, in this in this industry.
All right. Okay, thank you so much. We will have to go on a short break right now, and this has been Mind the Gap. The conversation has been closing the AI gap, building African solutions for African problems. And our guest has been Nicholas Additional, the founder of Betric AI. So let's go on a short break, and when we come back, we look at other aspects of this discussion. Welcome back. In case you are just joining us, you are watching Mind the Gap, and the discussion today has been very insightful. We have been discussing how to close the AI gap, building African solutions for African problems. It is very mandatory and important that we look into this conversation because we speak the African language, and definitely when solving AI issues or when trying to bridge the gap in the world of AI, we also have to speak the African language. So in case you've not subscribed to our channel, this is an opportunity for you to do so across all social media platforms, on Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla. So our guest has been Nicholas Additional, the CEO and founder of Betric AI. So thank you for still being with us, Nicholas.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so now let's look at these. This could be kind of personal, and not just personal. We could get more insights from you. When you look at your career, it spans product strategy, venture building, and business operations. Beyond technical expertise, what leadership qualities and execution principles separate successful founders, apologies right there, from those who struggle despite having excellent ideas?
I would say I would not list certain principles for you. I'll just go with one angle and say you have to keep building within certain level of constraints. For example, we have been building Betric AI. Nonetheless, we all have lives happening. Myself in particular, I have my life happening outside of Betric AI. But if I have my own regular full-time job that I'm still involved in, but if I make the excuse of saying because of this I'm not going to be able to do this, then we are not going to move from one point to another. So there's always going to be challenges. There's always going to be roadblocks. But you just have to make sure that you just keep on building, and do not let the constraints that hold you at that point in time keep you back. I would say the time that we are in now is one of the best times to be a founder and to be a builder, because someone in Lagos can just build a product with his laptop with the use of AI now. So I would say the biggest constraints would just be scaling it to be bigger than what it is. But for you to start is no longer a constraint in 2026. You just have to have the inception of the idea, and all you need to do is to go to your laptop and start building. And as much as you build, you make sure that you put yourself out there. So in the point whereby you need mentorship, in the point whereby you need to grow, you would meet the right people who would guide you and help you scale through to the next level.
All right. So for anyone who is a startup founder, that is a word of advice for you. So looking at it in the few years to come, in the world of AI, we trying to close the AI gap. Where do you think when it comes to different sectors generally now: agriculture, healthcare, education. So what do you think is the future of AI for Africa?
I believe AI is going to bridge the gap that will solve certain constraints that exist within African development, because the opportunities are massive, the opportunities are endless. Africa is it consists of third world countries that are still growing with massive economy. Have we have a huge number of young growing adults who are amazingly brilliant. Now, a high percentage of this population are literate. They have the literacy level to understand the use of AI. So, intuiting solutions or building solutions within these fields is going to have a massive impact within the continent, and also within uh, the everyday lives of Africans, holding into accountability of understanding the daily realities that an African lives on a day-to-day basis, not just building a product because of you're transferring a product from another continent. So you have to understand the realities of that community. So I see AI being playing a very huge, if we get it right, it's going to play a very huge impact in the development and position of Africa, for Africa, by Africans.
I love that. Yeah, you just have to build, AI capacities, AI solutions for Africans and by Africa. You understand? That's very powerful, and also it also involves the use of storytelling and powerful illustration to achieve that. You mentioned leadership qualities earlier on. You've just talked about the future of AI for Africa generally, and what we need to do as Africans. So now, finally, before we allow you to go on the show, if you were advising the next generation of African entrepreneurs hoping to build globally competitive AI companies, because that is just the future. So what mindset shift, capabilities and long-term priorities would you encourage them to embrace to ensure Africa becomes a producer, not merely a consumer of artificial intelligence?
I would simply say build now and scale later. We're in a time and age whereby we just have to start something, because if you don't start, there's nothing to build upon, to scale upon. I would say build now, scale later. There is a high need, there is a high gap in almost every industry. So we need to start building. We need to start building. We should cut down on excuses and start building. Start opening the doors, start knocking on those doors that seem like as if they are shut. We are in a very internet age whereby all you need is your phone or your computer. We have to start building. We have to start understanding that we're not building just for the sake of building a product or for the sake of an investor. We are building solutions that solve problems for Africans within an African community. An application or a product that is solving a problem in China or is solving a problem in Europe or the United States is not going to solve the same problem the same way in Nigeria, Africa. Look at Betric AI, for example. There are similar models of these products abroad, but I understand the high level of attachment that comes with using these products within the Nigerian economy or within the Nigerian ecosystem. This is also why we have the 5-tier system, just in order to create a medium whereby we can control the use of these platforms. You don't over leverage too many games because of you're trying to hit a big score. That's the point of the whole platform. You have a 2, 3, 4, and 5-tier system where we limit your usage of this data analytics to those games. And like I said, because we also understand the addictive nature of and the role this thing plays, or this industry plays within the African community, Nigeria in particular, there's going to be a version 2 model whereby there would be support to those who have a certain level of or lack control for using these platforms. So you have to understand the need to start building. As time goes on, you can now build on how to scale better around your team.
Thank you so much, Nicholas Additional, for joining us on Mind the Gap today and for sharing your insights into the future of artificial intelligence in Africa. And we look forward to, the creation of different AI tools and solutions for Africans generally. Thank you once again for joining us on the conversation.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to have been here.
Thank you. As AI continues to redefine economies around the world, Africa's greatest opportunity lies not in simply adopting technologies developed elsewhere, but in building innovative, responsible, and scalable solutions that solve African problems while competing globally. Achieving that vision will require investment in talent, infrastructure, research, collaboration, and policies that encourage innovation without compromising public trust. I am Iremofe Koforola. Thank you so much for watching Mind the Gap. Until next time, let's continue bridging the gaps that shape innovation, business, and sustainable development. Bye for now. Comedy in Nigeria has never just been about making people laugh. It has always been a mirror reflecting our language, our politics, our families, our struggles, our class differences, and increasingly our digital lives. Hello lovelies, catch some breath and laugh heartily because it is another episode of Screen Time where you get entertained and learn. I am Iremofe Koforola, man always clothed in wealth and strength. So today, as usual, I can't do this alone because I don't want anybody to jail me. I can't go to jail. So with the one and only Kikelamo Ajibola.
Oh my God. Thank you so much for the long introduction. And thank you so much for joining us today for another beautiful edition of Screen Time on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Kikelamo Ajibola and I'm here sitting next to the man always clothed in wealth and strength. Bro, what's going on? Okay, today is a very, very interesting day and it is Monday. Absolutely beautiful day, and it's always very important to talk about things that was one of the core values or one of the core things that we look forward to as Nigerians, because as Nigerians I think we are just comical humans. Like we are very funny, whether we want to be funny or we don't want to be funny, we just have it inbuilt. Nigerians have that comical feel about them, which is very, very beautiful. And today's conversation is solely about comedians who have, how they have shaped us and how we've benefited from them in one way or the other. Like they would always say, if you have data in Nigeria, my dear, you cannot be depressed. You can never be depressed, because even though we are going through something, somebody's online making you laugh your heart out. And it's very, very important that we have conversations like this to have how it is. But then, thank you so much for joining us today for another edition of Screen Time on ConsumerHalla TV. The Nigerian comedy industry is now standing at an interesting crossroads. On one side is stand-up comedy built on the stage, the microphone, live audiences, and decades of performance tradition. On the other hand is the skit economy built on smartphones, social media, short-form videos, and the ability to reach millions without stepping into a conventional stage.
And the numbers tell us just how dramatically the audience has changed. Nigeria has about 109 million internet users at the end of 2025, while social media user identities stood at 47.8 million. YouTube's advertising reach alone was about 30.5 million users, while TikTok's reported adult advertising audience was 47.8 million. So the question tonight, or today, or this evening, whatever time you are watching, is simply this: who is funnier? And funniest is it is bigger than just who is funnier. It has a lot of elements attached to it. You did mention the fact that when it comes to stand-up comedy, you have the microphone, you have the room, you have all of those things. Then when it comes to skits, on the other hand, you have your smartphone,
you have your script and everything.
All of those things. So it is bigger than that for us. Who owns the audience? Who owns the culture? Who owns the money? I'm more concerned about the money. That's my own. And ultimately, which format has done more to define Nigerian comedy? So that's what we are looking at today.
But I think before we declare a winner, we have to understand that Nigerian comedy did not begin with Instagram, TikTok, or YouTube. Long before the skit makers dominated our timelines, Nigerians were already laughing at comedy on stage, television, radio, and film. Names like Baba Salah, Samanja, and Chief Zebrudaya, and established comedy as an important part of Nigerian popular culture. Then came the modern stand-up era, and this is where names such as Ali Baba and Opa Williams became extremely important. Ali Baba is widely regarded as one of the architects and modern Nigerian stand-up comedy, while Opa Williams' Night of 1,000 Laughs, launched in 1995, helped transform comedy into something that could be packaged and sold as a major entertainment business. That platform became part of the pipeline that helped expose comedians to national audiences, and from that ecosystem came some of the biggest names in Nigerian comedy. We have Advocacy, Basket Mouth, I Go Die, Julius Agu, Gordons, Clint the Drunk, I Go Save, AY, Macon, and Bovi, obviously, among others.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember Night of 1,000 Laughs, then the stand-up comedy, people just laugh. And I think this was one, I don't know if you see the same program that was produced by Bumi Davis, or there's one also like that, that I was always watching, and just like, I was just trying to understand what comedy was all about,
Exactly.
And it's so interesting to see that as a result of that, we have many big comedians that, were established as a result of that platform, that stage for them. Just like when we talk about movies,
they were always like stage plays before the traditional.
Exactly. So people sometimes just think it's all about skill making and all that. So
but when we talk about comedy today, we shouldn't forget that the skit economy is standing on a foundation that was built by an earlier generation. It's very, very important that we do not, put aside those important people.
Exactly, and that evolution is important because Nigerian comedy has always adapted to the technology available to it. There was a time when comedy meant gathering people in a hall. Then television expanded the audience. Then DVDs and home videos made comedy more accessible. Then came YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and other digital platforms, and suddenly the comedian didn't need a television station, a theater, or even a promoter. The comedian needed a phone, an idea, and an internet connection. That was a fundamental shift. And perhaps one of the greatest examples is Mark Angel Comedy. The channel, launched in 2013, became one of Africa's most successful comedy channels. By 2026, third-party tracking data puts the channel at roughly 9.6 million subscribers and more than 2.5 billion YouTube views. Wow, that is so interesting. That is huge. Mark Angel has really done so well.
I think he was one of those people that were lucky to grab YouTube at the time that it was not really something that we thought about in Nigeria, and today he's making him a lot of money. I think even in Africa, it's one of the biggest YouTubers that we have in the whole of Africa. So kudos to Mark Angel, and that's a very, very great initiative from him, obviously.
Absolutely, I can always agree to that. So that is not just simply viral content. That is an international audience. Not just in Africa. Globally, people get to see his content, and it demonstrates something important. Skits comedy changed the geography of Nigerian comedy. A comedian no longer had to wait for Nigerians to come to a comedy show. The comedy could go directly to Nigerians wherever they were. So that is something we are all proud of.
But here is where the argument gets interesting. Because reach is not necessarily the same thing as artistic depth, and I agree with that. A skit can be 60 seconds long and receive millions of views. A stand-up comedian can spend an hour building a narrative, developing a character, reading the audience, improving and delivering jokes that cannot simply be cut and pasted into a TikTok clip. Stand-up is live performance, and live performance has a different kind of pressure. There is no editing, no retake, no background music to rescue a weak punchline, no comment section telling you what worked. The audience tells you immediately, and that is why stand-up comedy remains as important, an important measure of a comedian's ability.
Absolutely. It's just like stage. Stand-up comedy is just related to stage because
like stage plays,
yeah, the hours of rehearsals you have would determine how well you perform. Once there's any mistake, if your co-actors do not, improvise, it might become so obvious, to flop the whole show. So same thing with stand-up comedy. If your audience, they give you feedback
immediately. You make a joke and they're like,
But it's so interesting to know that sometimes some people, I don't know, no matter how the joke you crack, they will never laugh.
Wow.
They will
tough crowd.
They will just know. So sometimes I think because they do not laugh, your
joke is not like good.
You understand? So it is what it is anyway. But the skit makers would agree that their pressure is different because the digital comedian is competing not just against another comedian. They are competing against everything on the internet. Music videos, football clips, influencers, news, memes, movies, and thousands of other creators. The audience can swipe away in less than a second. So the skit comedian has to capture attention almost immediately, and that has created a completely different comedy language. Shorter stories, faster punchlines, recurring characters, catchphrases, relatable situations, pidgin English, slangs, exaggerated reactions, and importantly, the ability to share on to other people. A good skit doesn't just make you laugh; it makes you want to send to someone. So the same way you are watching this program right now, you need to share to someone. Do not be selfish. All right. So we've seen many times. I know you are used to sharing reels. So in my mind, I'm like, that's kike.
I do share reels a lot.
So we do that because attention span is very short.
Yeah.
The first 60 seconds. If
at 60 seconds is too much, the first 5 seconds.
If I do not see
what is meaning for I'm swiping up.
You understand? So and we skit making, and we have many characters. Sometimes you see some reactions, that these are exaggerated. You see funny characters, and it's not just all about memes, it's all about how well you've been able to build your brand over the years. When people see that's why you see them with just one kind of attire all the time.
Yeah, they have that particular attire. That's like the signature attire.
Exactly. So that brand is known for that. So it is what we've seen over the years, and it is what is still working right now.
And it's very, very important that we know that perhaps the biggest commercial advantage of the skit is that the audience itself becomes a distribution network. One person watches, shares it, another person reposts it. Someone puts it on WhatsApp, another person updates it on TikTok, and suddenly a creator from Benin, Port Harcourt, Ibadan, Kaduna can become nationally recognizable. The barriers to entry have collapsed, and this has democratized comedy. You don't necessarily need a famous surname. You don't necessarily need a television producer. You don't even need to get booked for a major comedy show. You can be an audience first and negotiate opportunities later.
But there is another side to that democratization, which we would like to talk about, because we see a lot of it, and it doesn't mean being a skit maker you do not put in the work also, because sometimes people just think, okay, you have the fun.
No, I think skit makers actually do a lot of work. The 1 minute, 2 minute videos that we see, it takes a day or 2 days to even shoot it. it takes 2 days to even, write the script, because trust me, Nigerians are not easy to please when it comes to skit. There are a lot of skit makers and few are successful, because those are the ones that can be able to develop characters and stories that are either quite funny and also relatable in the so it's not about comparing both sides. It's just about saying, talking about how one is important and how the other is also very, very important. But then they play major roles, and yes, skit making can be a little bit more of a scripting side, while talk less of the stand-up comedy, where you have to deal with a live audience. You understand? So with skits making, you can tweak some things. You can be able to make it more funnier. But someone that is on stage, they have to keep on building character, keep on building stories, while trying to deliver to the audience at the same time.
So true. So everybody can become a content creator, like we see nowadays, but not everybody becomes a comedian, and that is where the industry has a serious conversation to have. The explosion of skits have, it has produced extraordinary creativity, but it has also produced repetition. Yeah, we see that a lot. And the same relationship jokes, the same mother-in-law jokes, the same cheating jokes, the same stingy man jokes, the same exaggerated characters, the same catchphrases. Sometimes what goes viral is not necessarily what is original. And when algorithms reward immediate engagement, creators can become tempted to produce what performs rather than what pushes the art forward. So it's also about the art, because for the fact that people get to receive it doesn't mean it's original.
Yes, sometimes I agree.
We think because it has gone viral, it's real, it's pushing the art forward. No, we also, skit makers also need to know that in as much as they are trying to have that commercial success, they also need to not forget the art. The artistic part of it is important. It's as important as you making money, which is understanding the business part of it.
Well, startup has its own problem also. Like you said, it can sometimes feel disconnected from the younger digital audience. Absolutely, I don't think any of us. How many of your younger audience go to comedies night or something these days? I don't think it's really a huge thing anymore. The comedy industry has changed, obviously, but not every traditional comedian has changed with it. Audience today is younger, faster, and more fragmented. Nigeria's median age was about 18.1 years at the end of 2025. That means a huge part of the potential comedy audience has grown up in a world of smartphones, memes, streaming, and social media. For these audience, a comedian isn't necessarily somebody they discover in a theater. They may have discovered that comedian through a 30-second video on TikTok, and that created a change of how fame itself is created.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just you having your phone, and being a comedian is just, especially with TikTok these days, you have a lot of content, you go on YouTube, you see a lot of it. So it's just like nobody really has the power to gatekeep any longer who goes viral, who doesn't go viral. Just have your phone, and that is it.
You make good content, my dear, you're going viral. Even bad content goes viral these days.
Absolutely. It depends on the kind of, not just grace now, the kind of boat you want to sail. If you prefer, you want to be known for something great. I love comedy, but I just want something that will make me reflect.
And I actually feel like not even something great that goes viral these days. It's the ones that it's not even close to good that goes viral these days.
The question I would want to ask personally is it about the audience then? Because if good content, if it doesn't go viral, what's responsible for that?
Well, I think we just don't have enough intelligent people anymore. That's why we talk about the Olodo uprising. We reward stupidity in Nigerians these days, as long as the person is funny, or the person is
perceived as funny,
or just doing things that normal human beings shouldn't be doing. Nigerians, eat a lot from that, and they tend to push those people forward, and that's why we have different kind of celebrities these days that are just they are not even meant for fame. So I think that's just it.
I agree. But stand-up still has something the internet cannot completely reproduce: the room. Absolutely. There's something powerful about hundreds or thousands of people laughing together. And that is just bringing some feelings of nostalgia for me. It's great an experience, and that is why comedians such as Basket Mouth, AY Makun, Bovi, and others have been able to build careers beyond individual jokes through comedy shows, stores, films, television, production, and other businesses. Stand up at its strongest creates a performer. Skits comedy at its strongest creates a media brand, and those are not necessarily the same thing.
And that is a very important distinction, because the modern Nigerian comedian is increasingly becoming more than a comedian. They are actors, writers, producers, influencers, brand ambassadors, business owners. Some have moved from skit into mainstream film and television. In fact, almost all of them. Others have gone in the opposite direction, from established entertainment into digital comedy. That crossover is probably the most significant development in Nigerian comedy today. The two worlds are no longer completely separate. Trust me, they are beginning to feed each other.
Yeah, so true, so true. I quite agree with it. And we see a lot of them in movies. Sometimes even filmmakers want to feature them in
because
films.
they have the audience to watch
and
them.
everybody wants to make money at the end of the day. And perhaps that is why the question stand up versus skit may actually be the wrong question. Because look at what has happened. The old generation built the stage. The next generation expanded the stage. It takes one to, bet the other. Without one, the other cannot exist. So the digital generation removed the stage altogether, and now the smartest comedians are building both. They can perform live, they can make skits, they can act, they can host, they can create digital communities, they can attract brands, and they can turn an audience into a business.
And the economics are fascinating, trust me. For the traditional stand-up, revenue can come from ticket, corporate events, comedy tours, appearances, scholarships, and television. And for skit makers, the revenue mix can include brand partnership, platform monetization, appearances, acting, endorsements, licensing, and other digital opportunities. But neither model is automatically profitable. 1 million views does not necessarily mean 1 million naira, and a sold-out comedy show does not automatically mean a huge profit. There are production costs, marketing, agents, managers, venues, crew, equipment, taxis, platform roles, and increasingly the most of maintaining relevance. The cost of maintaining relevance, actually.
Absolutely. That's why sometimes when we see filmmakers making billions of naira, we think,
they made money.
Yeah, all the money belongs to them. So for example, have sold out show, or you have million views. We still talk about it. Sometimes 10 million views, and you're analyzing how these things work. 10 million views doesn't automatically mean
this much.
Yeah,
but maybe in the long run you get a lot of money, but not instantly.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is it. Because the comedy business is becoming more sophisticated, the comedian now understands that not only jokes may eventually find himself competing with a creator who understands content, branding, audience analytics, and business. And that is the bigger revolution. The Nigerian comedy industry has moved from simply asking, can you make people laugh, to asking now, can you build an audience around your ability to make people laugh, which is very important. That's a completely different business question.
And we should also talk about influence. Stand-up comedy historically gave comedians a powerful platform to comment on society, politics, religion, culture, class, relationships, everyday Nigerian life, but skit makers have taken that social commentary into the everyday digital space. A skit around Nigeria doesn't necessarily, what is going on in Nigeria doesn't necessarily mean that this is what is, this is how we want to tell the story. But then when we want to tell a story, we know how we can do that and also better ourselves in stuff like that. But then skit making also asks a lot of questions. You know, they explore a lot of themes that also stand-up comedians also explore. So these are things that we really need to understand. It's not just about the cheating prank or the mother-in-law, yes. And I think because of that, the reason why a lot of stand-up skit makers also have audience, because they do relatable skits. Imagine you seeing somebody, let's take for example Taoma. She does skits that make you remember how your mother used to act. She does skits that make you remember how your younger self or your younger sibling that can be very, very annoying used to act. And Arike, what's her name? Samuel Banks, Arike Perioda, she has different characters, and the fact that she can merge almost 5 characters together is really, really beautiful, and then she executes them well. You can see yourself in most of these skit makers, and that's what makes it very interesting to actually, watch them. I'm not saying there are a lot of skit makers in Nigeria, but then few of them are successful because they've been able to implement that particular conversation of who can better make Nigeria relate to what they are actually selling compared to who can just make us laugh or give the best punchline. Now it's not about punchline anymore. It's about seeing me in what you are doing.
Absolutely, I quite agree. It's a lot when it comes to skit making. You've said, it's not just trying to make people laugh, is making content that are very relatable.
Yes.
And which I agree with. I see some of these things. I watch Sabino's.
I be like, look at is it Sabino's? The one I used to wear, I don't think it's Sabino's. This guy that used to wear green and that is I think is a skit maker. I cannot remember. His name is in my head right now, but I cannot remember his name. He started a comedy. So
it must be a fan then.
I love Bridgerton because look at Bridgerton now. I think maybe would insert the clip somewhere here. This guy started a comedy, a skit about song. He would go to your house. He will see you. Maybe you're fighting with your husband. You're not. The husband is beating you. You're not living there. He will tell you, "Go home. You are not here." Like it is a very entertaining, educative at the same time. Like it was for me. It was a really genius. It was a genius idea for him to do something like that. You're laughing at it and you're learning from it. Like he's telling you, did you put your bomb in this man's house? Leave and go. Stuff like that. It was really, really important that we understand that skit makers are not just skit makers. I don't like when they say, oh, they're just skit makers. You understand? They're doing a lot of job. Somebody that is doing 2-minute videos for you alone, they're shooting for the whole day or 2 days before they can even put those things together. A lot of resources, effort, time comes to it. But then stand-up comedians are people that actually created this platform and legacy for that. Just like you said before, that there's something has to bet another thing, and then what you bet must obviously, you must be praying that what you have bet be greater than what you were in those days. And I feel like we are almost at that stage. Still, stand-up comedy is beautiful, and we would love to see more audience go for stand-up comedy.
Absolutely. So with skit making and stand-up comedy, we have ordinary experiences becoming comedy, and that even makes skits comedy incredibly powerful as a cultural archive. And we see that a lot. But there is a danger to that somewhere along the line, because comedy can challenge society, but comedy can also reinforce stereotypes. That is one danger there. Sometimes you see these things in comedy whereby women are painted in a particular way. Whenever you watch some skit makers, it's all about your body. You understand? So that's the kind of stereotype that we shouldn't entertain. I think there's a particular
comedian that is in my head right now. I love the comedian, but everything about the comedian is about somebody that has a big ass. I don't know if you know the comedian I'm talking about.
I know.
Yeah, one used to be Agbada.
Who wouldn't know? Yeah, it's stereotype.
Producer is just looking at me. I'm not going to mention the comedian. You put the comedian name in the comment section.
It could be anybody now. It could be different honestly, different comedians. They wear Agbada. And different ones talk about women. So whichever one you want to
put it in the comment section. It's not my one that you hear.
But the part I always love is that this comedian is so generous enough that
he always give them money.
It's all about the money.
Always give them money, and I think I like that one. I feel like that thing is just. Sometimes I feel like this is so realistic. Nobody comes to you and just say, "Give me your this thing."
That is why it's comedy. It doesn't have to be too serious.
Yes, but actually, I think it served the purpose at the time that it started. But I think a lot of people now, a lot of people now are like, okay, do you think that this is the only thing a woman is known for and stuff like that? Like, why can't you do comedy that make he does other things that also
even he does other things, but there are ways you can glorify women. Not just necessarily we just talking about your body. Women are doing great exploits in different sectors. Sectors sometimes you find them, I'm like, wow. Even doing better than men. So you shouldn't be known for just the body and all of those things. And that's not the only stereotype.
It's not
there are
several other ones.
Exactly. Even there could be stereotypes about politicians sometimes. When it comes to mind, you think that all politicians are thieves, as it were. But there are politicians who are doing quite well. Police officers too. There are stereotypes about them too.
Oh my God.
It doesn't negate the fact that these things happen. But we shouldn't create stereotypes.
But I
around
think
it.
about a particular comedian also does police officer
That
very
is
well.
yeah.
But then this particular one only does it in a bad light. Yes, we have a lot of bad police officers, but we have good ones also. So why are we only portraying the bad side? Why are we not portraying the good side? Because comedy is something that this is something that we put online that can go global. So if you are putting it out there like that, and then you are joking about scamming, we are already known for scamming in Nigeria, and we are not trying to change the narrative that Nigerians can be better. We are trying to portray that okay, this is who we are, and this is what we do. This is what you people do. This is I'm not part of you people. I beg.
Absolutely. So when creators repeatedly reduce ethnic groups, women, men, poor people, or certain professions to predictable caricatures, humor can become lazy. So the future of Nigerian comedy should not simply be about content. It should be about better content, more original writing, better production, stronger characters, more diverse stories, and comedy that can travel beyond Nigeria without losing its Nigerian identity.
Exactly
like you
what
rightly
we are
painted,
saying. Yeah. Nigeria has already demonstrated that its human can travel. Trust me, this is one of the great strengths of Nigerian comedy. Our comedians understand cultural codes, they understand language, they understand the absurdity of everyday life, and they now understand how Nigerians respond to pressure with humor. That's why we always say, if you have data, my dear, yeah, good to go. The ability to laugh in the middle of hardship is almost a cultural survival mechanism. And the next question is, can we turn that cultural advantage into a global competitive comedy industry?
And that is where both stand-up and skit comedy have work to do. So it's not just one segment of the industry.
Even stand-up comedy also does all of those other stuff. So in fact, I think it's even more heightened there, because that way this is an audience that are sitting, not like you're sitting in their house. They can see you ridicule them. They can see you talk about who they are, and they are seeing someone that is, laughing in their face. Like it's a funny thing. I can remember a lot of
stand-up comedians, they do that too.
I can remember a particular stand-up comedian. Actually, one of the reasons why I stopped watching his stand-up comedy was I think on AI Taratan, was because of what he was saying about a girl child, and I had to stop it. I think he was talking about a girl child only home is in the kitchen with all your education your father gives to you. Me as a papa, I'm not gonna send my female child. Like, I guess he was joking, because obviously children are graduate now, they are in abroad, but then you don't know who can take these things very, very personal and serious, and they'll say, like my female children are not going to go to school.
There are certain things you shouldn't use for
as a joke.
Content,
I think I remember the fistula side, they use it to mock or like turn it to a caricature, especially with the northern people, stuff like that. And I feel like a lot of stereotypes come from comedy, the way we joke, what we talk about as a joke, and then we now makes it like a permanent stain on this particular ethnic group, which is very, very wrong and absurd.
Absolutely. So stand-up needs to embrace digital distribution without losing the craft of live performance. Skit creators need to build beyond virality and develop stronger intellectual property. The industry needs better management, better monetization, more structured touring, stronger writing, better contracts, and more investment. Because if comedy is generating audiences in the millions, the industry should be thinking beyond the next viral clip. You should be thinking about franchises, characters, shows, stores, films, animation, and international markets. So that is where we just need to think deeper.
So Mofe, we've talked about all of this. Who do you think owns the comedy market in Nigeria?
For me, I just want to say it. Should I say the way it's on my door? I should just say it.
No, say the way it's on my mind.
Let me just say I believe skits makers.
I believe that too.
Because stand-up comedy has not gone, it has stayed, but the truth of the matter is, with skit making we have been able to reach more audiences globally, and we've been able to export our culture, our identity out there to people, and now people can relate to who we are as Nigerians. And you can even see other international figures, other international countries mimicking some of our content. So without that virality, we couldn't have reached them. So I, for one, go for skit making, not just in terms of commercial success, but the ability to reach more global audience.
Exactly, I agree with you.
So that is just it. Both works the same way. So if we are measuring legacy, stand-up as the advantage. If we are measuring digital reach, skit making has changed the game. So if we are measuring accessibility, skit wins. Anyway, so if we are measuring live performances and improvisation, stand-up remains formidable. So if we are measuring speed, virality, and cultural penetration, the skit economy has created an entirely new battlefield. But if you are measuring the future, I don't think either one owns it alone. The future belongs to the comedian who understands both.
I think the real competition is no longer stand-up versus skits. Like we said, it is good comedy versus forgettable comedy. It is creativity versus repetition. It is craft versus convenience. And perhaps, most importantly, it is talent versus the ability to turn talent into a sustainable business.
So from Baba Salah and Chief Zebudaya to Ali Baba and Opa Williams, from Okebakasi, Basketmouth, I Go Die, AY and Bovi to Mark Angel, Emanuela, and a new generation of digital creators, Nigerian comedy has never stood still.
It has moved from one stage to television, it has moved from the stage to television, from television to DVDs, from the screen to the smartphone, and today the comedians doesn't simply have to make Nigeria laugh.
He or she has to capture Nigeria's attention, because in the new comedy economy, the biggest laugh may not come from the biggest stage. It may come from the smallest screen.
But whether it comes from a microphone or a mobile phone, one thing remains true. Nigeria will always find a reason to laugh.
And that is the real business of comedy. Absolutely. We have the reason to laugh, and comedy naturally would always do that job. That's the daily thing that's to do, basically. Alright, so it has been a beautiful conversation around that, and we believe the future is bright and it's just getting started. So, Kike, I look forward to seeing you probably in future, you know, jumping.
Yeah.
It's
that's
not
not
going to work.
I'm not part of
but I can see it's prophecy.
Thank you very much, but no. Comedy is not my lane.
Oh, alright. Alright, so let's move to another segment of the show whereby we talk about our top 5 countdown, you know. What's the screen time without top 5 countdown? So today we are looking at something that is very important, because Nigerian comedy has traveled a long way from live stages and television to Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. And along the way, some comedians did more than just make us laugh. They challenged society, created few characters, popularized satire, and turned comedy into a serious entertainment business.
But from the pioneers of stand-up to the architects of the skit era, these 5 helped to redefine how Nigeria laughs. And number 5, we have the one and only Mr. Macaroni, the satirist. With characters like Daddy Wa, Mr. Macaroni turned short-form comedy into a vehicle for social commentary. His skits often mix absurdity with conversations about relationships, power, politics, and everyday Nigerian behavior. He proved that in 2-minute skits could make you laugh and make you think.
Yeah, absolutely. So coming on my first spot is I Go Die, the social commentator. I Go Die brought worry, humor, Nigerian pidgin, and some social criticism to the mainstream stand-up stage. His comedy has consistently gone beyond punchlines, tackling politics, inequality, and everyday Nigerian realities. He showed that comedy could entertain the crowd while holding society up to a mirror.
And then we have Bovi, the storyteller. From extended family to his major stand-up shows and digital content, Bovi has mastered the art of turning ordinary Nigerian experiences into extraordinary comedy. His observational humor and satire helped connect television, live comedy, and the digital space.
Absolutely. So coming on number 2 spot is not that person than Basketmouth, the innovator. Basketmouth didn't just build a career from stand-up, he expanded comedy into television, film, web series, and music. Projects such as My Flatmates and Papa Benji demonstrated how a comedian could evolve from different punchlines to creating entire comedic worlds.
And at number 1, we have the Alibaba, the game changer. Before comedy became a massive commercial industry, Alibaba was one of the key figures who helped make professional stand-up comedy a viable career in Nigeria. He brought structure, professionalism, and social commentary to the craft while mentoring and creating platforms for younger comedians. His influence can be traced through generations of Nigerian comedy.
Absolutely. So from Alibaba's microphone to Mr. Macaroni's smartphone, the technology may have changed, but the power of Nigerian comedy has always been the same. Make us laugh, make us think, and sometimes make us look at ourselves differently. Absolutely.
Well, Celebrity of the Week today is going to be a little bit different because it is absolutely important that we celebrate comedians. And in comedy, we have a particular lady that is absolutely strong, and she has been doing comedy for over, I think, maybe over 8 years now that she has been on our screen, and she has been doing well. And I really, really want to put somebody there. I feel like somebody also, this particular person needs to be part of it, and he has proven to the fact that he has won countless of recognitions when it comes to nominating him in this particular conversation when it comes to skit makers in Nigeria. And the first Celebrity of the Week today is no other person than Taoma. Taoma is a brand, a brand of our own. She's absolutely beautiful and incredible, very, very unique lady right there. And then another person that we have today is Samuel Banks. Samuel Banks is a very important figure in the skit making. I feel like even as of this moment, anybody that you ask Arike Prioda, they will definitely know who this person is. He's such a good scriptwriter. He writes stories that will make you feel like, oh, you were living in your house. Especially when they had grown up in Face Me and Slap You apartment. It's very important that we discuss that. This particular guy is someone that makes people go back for episodes. He has different characters. He has Aisha. I think he has Arike Prioda. He has what's it called? Mama Gold or something like that. He has different characters and he plays them really well. So these two people, Taoma and Samuel Banks, kudos to you guys, and we hope to see you guys bring more beautiful things to the game. So you guys are absolutely the best. So thank you so much for being a source of joy and humor for us Nigerians. So Taoma and Samuel Banks, you both deserve the Celebrity of the Week today. Congratulations.
Absolutely. All right, now before we go into the movie release updates of the week, so let's go on a quick break right now, and when we come back, Kekeloma will do justice to that. Go nowhere, you are still watching Screen Time.
Hey there. Do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHallaTV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrives.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHallaTV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHallaTV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHallaTV. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHallaTV, you deserve to be heard.
All right, welcome back to the studio this evening once again for another beautiful one right here. And it is still Screen Time on ConsumerHalla TV. Thank you so much for staying connected to us on this particular platform. And just in case you've just joined us, please know that you can always grab a full watch on our playlist when it is already uploaded. And before it is uploaded, you can go through our playlist and choose beautiful content that you want to watch. Now we're moving into the new movie release update today, and the first movie I'm going to be recommending to you is The Urge Between Us on Chini Love Eze TV, starring Esodike, Bobby Ekpe and Ekama Etim Inyang. This particular movie is absolutely beautiful. You need to go watch it, and especially when we have Ekama and Bobby. I think they are making quite the duo these days. We have Kiss Me Tomorrow on Omoni Oboli TV featuring Bam Bam, Adeni Bunyo and Chris Ato. Kiss Me Tomorrow is a beautiful production. Please go watch it. And then we also have Sacred Vows on Awele Ansel TV 365 featuring Ekama Etim Inyang, Bobby again here, Tessie Apata and Jerry Mudiaga. This particular production is important for us to understand that life is not always what we think that we know best, especially when parents are choosing for their children. And it's absolutely beautiful that this particular move from Awele Ansel delivered justice to that particular conversation. This movie is quite messy. Oh my God, you're going to love it though. Just go and watch it. A Quiet Pain on Uchena Obunabo TV starring Mona Lisa, Chinda, Kelvin, Ezike, Pearl, Shame. Okay, I don't even want to say too much about it. Just go watch it. And then Guarded on Sonia Oche TV, starring John Ekanem, Chisom Agwawike, and Sonia Oche herself. Also a beautiful production. A Perfect Mismatch on Sarah Martin TV, featuring Sarah Martin, Noza Rex, Brett Morgan. When it comes to Noza Rex, you're going to laugh. You're going to just be laughing, just like what we are talking about today. Once Upon a Village on Ruth Kadiri TV. And I think it's a collaboration between Ruth Kadiri TV and Purple Flower TV. I think this one is beautiful, and I think it's a series now. We have episode 2 already. Go and watch it. We have another Para, Eronini Osinachi, there's the Great, Fessa Okafor, Prisma James, and many more beautiful cast. Then we have Just One Night on Royal Art TV, starring Daniel Etim Efyong and Chisom Arubai. Go and watch it. And talking about comedians, we have Bobby of giving us Vision Arrival. Yeah. Vision Arrival is a beautiful production, a beautiful series. I feel like any Nigerians need to watch. If not started the series, go and start it. But for now, we have already started season 9. I think episode 6 is already out. So go grab a full watch of Vision Arrival. You would absolutely enjoy yourself. These movies are the ones I'm recommending for us this week. And then if there are other ones that you think I've not seen or I should have seen, let me know in the comment section. Trust me, I love to watch films.
Brilliant one, brilliant one. Thank you so much, Kike Lomo, for doing justice to that. Every week you bring to us exciting movies to watch. And it's a wrap on this edition of Screen Time. From the laughs to the stories and the stars shaping our entertainment, we keep bringing you the moments that matter. I am Iremofeko Foworola, and on the streets of Lagos and on the global stage, you come in the man always clothed in wealth and strength. Hello.
I am Kike Lomo Ajibola. Until next time, stay entertained, stay watching, and keep your screen time worth the time. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope to see you next week, Monday, for another beautiful edition of Screen Time. Good evening.
Here at ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer protection education platform, teaches you about your rights as a consumer. And if you want to stay connected and more knowledgeable about your rights, do follow them on all social media platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla. Thank you.
Hello people,
Hi, my name is Adioye ID Adebola, business entrepreneur, a project manager, and also a business person in Lagos, Nigeria. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Philip Orion. I'm the MD of TQ Global Limited. This is ConsumerHalla TV. We deal with anything consumer related, consumer education, even the real estate sector. If you need any information about real estate, you come to ConsumerHalla TV. They will do justice to it.
Hi everyone, my name is Omota.
Good evening and welcome to ConsumerHalla TV News Highlight. Here are the major business, economy and consumer stories making headlines this evening. I am Elizabeth Abefe. Nigeria's headline inflation rate is to 15.43% in July, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. However, consumers continue to face rising food prices, with staples including rice, tomatoes, beans, and meat recording significant increases. The federal government says it is targeting 6,000 megawatts of electricity generation by December. Power Minister Joseph Tegbe announced the target during the commissioning of 2 heavy-duty transformers in Lagos, as authorities seek to strengthen transmission capacity and improve electricity supply. The Naira recorded further depreciation in July despite significant dollar interventions by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Analysts attribute the pressure to sustained foreign exchange demand from businesses and consumers, although increased oil receipts and portfolio inflows could support the currency in the month ahead. Nigeria has launched a new national cloud policy aimed at attracting up to $750 million in investment over the next 24 months. The initiative is designed to expand data center infrastructure, support artificial intelligence, computing, and strengthen Nigeria's position as a regional digital technology hub. The Securities and Exchange Commission has admitted 3 virtual asset service providers into its regulatory incubation framework. The move is expected to strengthen oversight of digital assets while creating a more structured environment for innovation and protecting investors. A new energy sector report says high voltage band A electricity consumers contributed billions of naira toward supporting lower tariff categories. The findings have renewed calls for greater transparency in electricity, subsidy administration, and a clearer path toward cost-reflective tariffs. Stakeholders and Nigeria real estate and hospitality sectors are calling for lower borrowing costs, friendlier tax policies, and faster property title registration. Industry leaders says these reforms are necessary to attract private capital, increase housing supply, and revive tourism-related investments. The Bank of Agriculture is strengthening financing programs for women farmers to improve access to farming inputs, technology, and mechanization. Agricultural stakeholders says closing the credit gap for female farmers could significantly improve rural productivity and national food security. Shareholder of EcoBank Transnational Incorporated have improved sweeping corporate governance reforms. The changes include adjustments to meeting quorum requirements and a reduction in the maximum size of the bank corporate board, with management saying the reforms will improve accountability and decision making. A new digital marketplace has been launched to connect consumers with verified businesses and combat online fraud. The platform uses business verification mechanism aimed at reducing counterfeit vendors and helping consumers transact more secure online. Fintech companies are developing cross-border payment solutions to address Africa's significant trade finance deficit. Industry stakeholders says better foreign exchange access payment, interoperability, and digital settlement system could reduce transaction costs and accelerate intra-African trade. Brent crude prices have climbed above $90 per barrel amid renewed geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. Markets are closely watching potential disruptions to major oil transit routes, with prolonged supply uncertainty threatening to push up global energy and transportation costs. These are the major business, economy, consumer stories making headline. For more updates, follow us across all our social media platforms: X, Instagram, TikTok, ConsumerHallaTV. Good evening and do have a lovely day.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHallaTV.
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 At ConsumerHallaTV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized